We are live, so welcome to the Realty411 September Expo. It is my pleasure to introduce Linda Pliagas, the founder and editor of Realty411, and Paul Fink, Maverick Millionaire.
Hi guys, how you doing?
Good morning, Paul. Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing this morning? I hope you're doing great.
We are doing awesome. It's just a pleasure to be here, and thank you, Linda. As always, we got to hang out all day yesterday, and I trust all of you were here yesterday to get just full impact of everything that happened yesterday. And absolutely grab hold of that information and take action on it. And now we have a full day right here, right now, of just amazing speakers and trainers, just amazing people that are really just going to fill you with the knowledge. One of the things that I want to make sure that you're aware of today, and all the information that you're going to receive, is about creating and about finding and about keeping your abundance, your money, your business, and really creating the life that you always wanted. And that's what this game's all about. And everybody here is to share with you the magnitude of information that they have, that they've learned, that they've experienced, share it with you so that you can actually take action. And the key component here is take action. You absolutely want to apply this information in your life. Every single one of us have gone through the same steps that you're going through now, and that is receiving, getting really entrenched in and submersed in the information. And the next step is to actually apply it into your life, because unless you do, it really is a waste of our time, your time, in being here. We want you to really activate and create the magnitude in your world with this information that we've all experienced, and that's why we're here. And now it's your turn, and absolutely grab hold. Linda, we wanted to read a disclosure. Is that?
Yes, thank you so much for reminding me, Paul. That's so important. Now, we want the very best for everyone out there, and we need to tell you about a disclosure that's really important. You need to know and be aware that real estate investing can be risky. And Realty411 is not responsible for any of the information provided or statistical data presented today. Realty411 does not represent any information or opinions expressed, and data provided reflect the opinions, advice, and research of the speakers and sponsors who are in attendance of these events, and do not necessarily reflect the opinions, advice, or research of Realty411. By attending a Realty411 event, you acknowledge that the investment strategies mentioned may not be suitable for you, and that any real estate investment could result in the entire loss of your investment, and that Realty411 is not responsible for any losses or outcome of any investment made by you from a Realty411 event, or as a result of contacts that you make at our events. You alone are personally responsible 100% to do your own due diligence for all investment information and for all decisions that you make regarding a potential investment or transaction. Now, Realty411 does recommend that you seek the advice of a legal, tax, or broker professional before taking action. Guys, as I mentioned, we want only the very best for you. And that's why we put these events on complimentary to you and for you. You know, a lot of other companies charge hundreds of dollars to learn this information that we're going to be freely sharing for you, because we truly want you to be successful. That's why I'm doing this. That's why Paul's donating his time today. He donated his time yesterday as well. And all the speakers on here, they're, taking Sunday off and donating their time to help you. So we're really excited that you're here. We know that more people are going to be logging on shortly. I'm going to let Paul take it away so I can go do some marketing and let people know on social media that we are live.
Absolutely. Yeah, and so what Linda was just talking about, I'm getting some feedback just to let you know. There we go. What Linda was talking about, and it's been so great. Linda and I have known each other for over 10 years now, and I've been a part of this community. And I got to tell you, it's some of the key components as I look back into my history, some of the key people that trained me, that taught me real estate. I've been in real estate investing for 18 years myself. And some of the key people that really moved me and taught me that I've worked with over the years came from and are part of this community. And so absolutely, you're in the right place. This is where we just share just a ton, and you have all just major players in the marketplace hanging out in one spot. So you've tapped into the right place. A couple things that I want you to know is that taking really good notes is really important. Take the notes, really write down and digest the information effectively from all the speakers. Two is the chat is live, and I'll be monitoring it. We've got a couple other people here that are monitoring the chat so that we're here for you. Any questions that you have for any of the speakers, any questions that you have for what's going on, absolutely put it in the chat. Ask, be proactive, be involved in the presentation. I know we have a lot of distractions being at home now, a lot of things going on where we may not be in a space that to focus. I want to encourage you, focus in on what we're doing here. Act as if you are absolutely live right in front of us, and you will get the most out of everything that's going on and actually maximize and optimize the time that you have with us. So do all those things, take good notes, participate in the chat, play full out in participating fully with everything that you have here. In addition, then, I am here absolutely volunteering. I've been a part of this community for a long time, and anytime that Linda needs help, I reach out. I spoke yesterday, and a lot of people were reaching out to me. They didn't get the link. I'm just going to tap in the link real quickly into the chat to let you know where to reach out to me if you want to consult. Everything that I talked about yesterday, and a few people missed that last night. With all that, I'm here. We're going to be participating in chat, playing full out, and it's time to really create a magnitude of results for you. And our first speaker is somebody that can do just that for you. This gentleman is going to be talking about just some amazing things in investing, and he is a former cop, a realtor turned investor, and has purchased, and get this number, over $98 million in real estate. He's been able to retire at the age of 39, God bless, and he has time and financial freedom, which is really key, and has traveled all over the world, 22 different countries now. I am at 8. No. I've spoken in 8. I'm somewhere around 15 different countries. So you definitely got one up on me. Hector Padilla, pleasure. Take it away. It's all yours.
Excellent. Can you play that sizzle video? Our after repositioning value on this play is $29 million. That's called turning dust to diamonds.
You were a millionaire by age 29, a multimillionaire by age 30. You drive a Rolls Royce, you travel around the world, you have multiple vacation homes, you're a devoted family man, and you own your own real estate acquisitions and investment firm.
Remember, we can't deposit excuses. It's all BS at the end of the day. Either you produce results or you don't.
truth is that it takes hard work and discipline to create wealth and live to live by it.
I'm in this business day in and day out. I'm buying, I'm selling, I'm getting deals closed. If you want to make the big money, you got to swing for the fences. If you want to make the Benjamins, you got to swing.
All right. Can everybody hear me? How do I know if everyone can hear me now?
You are good to go.
Perfect.
Excellent. All right, guys. I want to give you guys a full disclosure. I am not a professional speaker. I don't do this full time. Once a year, twice a year, Linda Pliagas will ask me to come and speak at an event, and I do it. So be patient with me. This is not a polished presentation. And as a matter of fact, you guys may think this is water, but it's actually vodka to keep me calm. Just kidding, it is water. All right, let's get started. So let's see, the number one reason why you guys are here today on doing this webinar is one word. And that one word is going to be, it's not education, it's not to make more money, it's not just to buy a piece of real estate. The reason why you guys are here today is one word, and that one word is lifestyle. And lifestyle to me means, what kind of home do you want to live in? What kind of vacations do you want to take? What kind of vacation home do you want to own? What kind of school do you want your kids going to? What kind of neighborhood do you want your kids growing up in? Or if you don't have kids, what kind of neighborhood do you want to live in? What kind of medical aid, what kind of doctors do you want to have? What kind of restaurants do you want to go to? What caliber of vacations do you want to go on? How much time freedom do you want to have? And all of that is that one word. And again, that one word is lifestyle. So during my presentation today, think about what kind of lifestyle do you want to live? Secondly, hold on till the end of my presentation. At the end, I'm going to give somebody the opportunity to come down to my office. I'm going to give you a free one-on-one mentorship session. Okay, so at the end of the presentation, I'm going to give one person, I'm going to ask a question. Whoever has the right answer is going to have the opportunity to come to my office, have lunch with me, and have a one-on-one mentorship session. All right? Okay, I think the best ways to learn is from stories, and stories from the speaker. Like, how did they get to where they're at? What were the little seeds that turned into roots that eventually turned into a tree that eventually gave off the fruit? So I'm going to start off with some little stories here. I don't know if you guys can put up my PowerPoint. Is my PowerPoint showing now? And the first picture should be the raw and brutal truth.
One moment, Hector. One moment, Hector. I thought you were doing your own PowerPoint. I will be happy to have that for you in about 10 seconds.
No problem. And again, guys, this is part of my full disclosure. I am not a full-time speaker. I am a full-time real estate investor. So let's just wait for that thing to get up on there, and then we'll go. And again, is the PowerPoint up? Not yet. All right. So
Yeah,
again, I'm going to show. Is it up? Okay, so what's the first picture on there? I can't see it on my side. Is it the raw and brutal truth slide? Or how do I get it so I can see what slide we're on?
Yeah, we're gonna, I'll let you know. Soon as it comes up, there we go. And we are on the raw and brutal truth. The first.
All right, guys, thank you. And the reason why I call it the raw and brutal truth is because I started in this business about 20 years ago. And I used to go to so many events, and there was so much BS. You know, people would say, oh, it's simple. You just send out these mailers, and you get a virtual assistant in Thailand, and the leads come in, somebody pre-qualifies them, you get a hard money loan, you close it, and then you become a mega millionaire overnight, okay? So I want to say that this is the raw and brutal truth of investing, and my focus is on deals of $2 million to $25 million. That's what my focus is now. but let me show you how I got started, okay? So let's go to the next slide. Can you flip the slide? There we go. Okay, so this is me washing dishes at the age of 4. And do you guys think that I enjoyed washing dishes? No or no? I didn't, right? But why did I do it? I did it because I wanted my own dozen donuts. At the age of 4, my goal was to get my own dozen donuts at, what was it called? Winchell's, at Winchell's. Okay, so as you guys are taking the classes yesterday and taking the classes today on these webinars, think about what's your why? Why are you doing what you're doing? They say that there's 3 hard things in this earth. Number 1 is steel. Number 2 are diamonds. And the third thing that's really hard is getting to know yourself. You have to know yourself. You have to know why are you doing what you are doing. All right, next slide. Okay, another lesson for me. At the age of 5, I'm not going to get into the story because we don't have too much time, but I had an experience at the age of 5 where I was humiliated and I was disgusted. And so that's what made me get this little job where I was making $1 per envelope. Every time I stuffed 1 envelope, I made $1. I had to do 100 envelopes. Was that right? No, I got, that's not right. I was like, wow, that's good money. No, it wasn't. I got 1 penny per envelope. So I had to do 100 envelopes to earn $1, right? And my point in this, guys, is that a lot of you guys have to be disgusted with yourself. You have to be ashamed of yourself and know that you can do better. Because you know, like you know, like you know that you could do better. You know, like you know, like you know that you deserve better. The question is, why are you not doing it? Next slide. All right, so this is me. Again, I had a paper route. What I learned here is that with this paper route, I had no days off. It was 7 days a week. Every day I had to go deliver the newspaper, no weekends off. And in fact, on weekends, I had to get up, I think it was like at 6 in the morning to get those newspapers, roll them up, put the rubber band on them, get ready and go out and deliver them, right? Then what I also learned is I used to go selling the newspaper door to door. Most people did not want to buy the newspaper. So in this business of real estate investing, you have to be able to think out of the box and think into a new box. So what did I do to earn more money when most people didn't want to buy the newspaper? So what I did is, as I was door knocking, I would ask people to buy the newspaper. They would say no. So then what I would do is I would ask them for a donation. I would say, listen, I'm working out here because I'm trying to get to, back then it was Magic Mountain. To get to Magic Mountain, and I understand if you don't want to buy the newspaper, would you be willing to give me a small donation? And that donation back then was anywhere from $3 to $5. So for me, at the age of 10, that was good money. It was cash, it was tax-free, and I didn't have to split it with anybody, okay? So again, the lesson here is you have to think into a new box, and you gotta think out of the box to be able to earn money. All right, next slide. Okay, right here, again, age of 10. Here is the mistake that most of you guys are making. What I learned here while I was working at a printing press at the age of 10, making minimum wage, is that no matter how hard I worked, no matter what I did, my paycheck was gonna be the exact same every week, and it was minimum wage. And there was no room for growth with this job, okay? But I was 10 years old. So the mistake that a lot of you guys are doing is that you guys are trying to earn, you know, 500,000 a year, $1 million a year, $5 million a year, whatever your goal is going to be. But you guys are trying to do that while you guys are doing minimum wage tasks, such as prepping your flyers, such as answering all your emails, such as answering your phones. One of my mentors told me, he said, Hector, if you don't have an assistant, congratulations, you are one. Okay, do you guys get that? If you don't have an assistant, you are an assistant and you are doing minimum wage tasks. You got to get out of that. You got to focus on wealth creating action. All right, next slide. All right, so this is me at the age of 29. I got my first Mercedes-Benz and again, became a self-made millionaire. So do you guys think that I was happy? Yes or yes? So do you guys think I was happy by becoming a self-made millionaire at the age of 29, wearing tailored clothing, driving a Mercedes, and you know, in my eyes back then, living large, right? So most of you guys may say, oh yeah, you know, you were really happy. Well, I was happy momentarily. Let me show you why. Go to the next slide. Look at this check from 2005. It was $48,805. Okay, this is 2005. This is 15 years ago. Next slide. This check was in 2004, almost $66,000. Next slide. This one was $137,000, and this is in 2004. Next slide. This one is for $289,000 in 05. You see the name of my company right there, HP Capital Investments. Next slide. This check was for $389,000, 954, so basically $390,000. Next slide. Now this is a sexy, sexy check for a 29-year-old, right? $623,000. I was a single guy, no kids, not married. Is this making some good money? Yes or yes? Yes, all right. All right, but I call this chasing birds. And I say a man that chases 2 rabbits catches none. So why do I say that? Hold on one second, let me see here. All right, so why do I say that? Next slide. Here's why I say that. I made that money by flipping houses. Those checks were only from flipping. Those checks do not show what I was making as a top producing listing agent. Okay, so back then I was doing 2 things. I was flipping houses and I was a top producing listing agent. Okay, now here's what people don't tell you. So those checks, again, that's just the gross profit, right? Very few people talk about net profit. I had a mentoring session a while back with another top producing listing agent, and he wanted to make 100,000. So I asked him, what's the average list price for one of your properties? And he said, it's about 700,000. I said, okay, great. And you're making, the average commission is how much? He said a 2.5% commission. He says, I'm making 17,500. So in his mind, he's making 17,500, right? So I said, how many listings do you need to take? Then, correction, let me go back. How many listing appointments do you need to go on to take X amount of listings, to close X amount of listings, to net $1 million, right? So who knows the math on that? I'll tell you what it is. Okay, so again, he's thinking that that's his net. Hold on one second here. So long story short, that is not his net. So if he's grossing $17,500, his split with his broker is 10%. Then his cost of operations, and guys, this is a global number. So the cost to run a business, once you pay for your car, your marketing, your advertising, your assistant, all of your overhead, on average across the US, it's about 30% or more, okay? State and federal tax for California is about 28%. Then Social Security tax is 15.3%. So his net is really $7,000. So he needs to go on about 200 listing presentations to take 157 listings to close 142 listings. So let me get out my handy dandy calculator. So that's gonna be 142 listings divided by 12. He's gotta close almost 12 listings per month to net $1 million. Is that a lot of work? Yes or yes? All right, the guys that are flipping, back then when I was flipping in 04 and 05, the profits were much larger. Some of the guys that I know that are flipping today, in reality, once they pay for, again, their overhead, hard money cost, their staff, their marketing, their advertising, their office space, etc., their gross profit is about $40,000, okay? So how many flips do they need to do to net $1 million? Long story short, they got to do about 50 flips to net $1 million. So to flip 50 properties, divide that by 12, that means they got to flip about 4 properties per month to be able to net $1 million. Is that a lot of work? Yes or yes? So that's the reality. That's my experience from being a flipper and a listing agent. Okay, so now let me show you what I do now. Let's go to the next slide. So this is now what I call earning the good life. Okay, so earning the good life now means that because I made a pivot and I got into becoming a full-time investor focused on only apartment buildings and commercial office space. And when I say commercial office space, I don't do big office buildings. I purchase office suites. So I'll buy, call it, 8,000 square feet of a commercial building, and then I divide it into small suites. Why do I do that? And I was doing that before COVID. The reason why I do that, now with COVID, it's working really well, but the reason why I do that is because I feel like there's always a broker, an insurance agent, an attorney, a therapist that's a small, they're small entrepreneurs and they just need a small office space. They're not looking for 8,000 square feet. They just need an office suite. So that's why I do that. Okay, so now with my new business model, now I'm living the good life because now my goal is to net $1 million per deal. Now, do I always net $1 million a deal? No, I don't. Okay, but that's my goal. So now I don't need to do 50 deals or go on or close 140 listings. I can just do 1 deal a year or 2 deals a year or 3 deals a year, and I'm still living the good life. And now, because I have my portfolio, I can just retire. I can just retire, continue managing my portfolio, and I don't need to trade anymore, right? And let me tell you guys something, what happened. I actually semi-retired when I was, when my daughter was born. I think I was 38 years old, and I semi-retired, and here's what happened. I started to get anxiety, and I started having a little depression because I went from the go to semi-retired, and I figured that I could not be a full-time stay-at-home dad doing goo-goo gaga with my little baby girl. Love her to death, but I can't stay home for 8 hours a day and not have something exciting to do, okay? All right, so this is what I call now earning the good life, earning fulfillment, and the secret to living is giving. The secret to living is giving and now having time freedom and having financial freedom. All right, next slide. Let me take a look at the time really quick, just so that I see. All right, let me speed it up because I do want to answer your questions. All right, so what are the huge secrets to creating exponential growth over the next 5 years? Guys, make sure that you watch my videos on Instagram. I try to post quality content along with good verbiage for you guys to learn some lessons. So go to my chairman HP on Instagram, my chairman HP on Instagram, and watch my videos. All right, so here are what I call the huge secrets, which in reality, guys, there's really no secrets, right? Like everything is, it's out there, it's in the books, it's on Google, it's on YouTube, it's in the library, it's with mentors, etc. right? So there really are no huge secrets, but let me just give you guys some bullet points. And then I want to get to another slide where I actually show you my deals, and I want to go over those deals so you guys can see what this really looks like with real life transactions. Okay, so number one, here's a big secret, guys. Do not do what I call, hold on one second. All right, do not do what I call, hold on one second here. Let me do it right here. All right, so look, I think you guys can see that, right? All right, so long story short, you're starting here. This is where you're at right now. Your goal is to get here, okay? The mistake that 95% of Americans make is they do a reverse circle. They go from where they're at now to their dream, to their goal, and the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, okay? But what we do out of fear and out of ignorance is we go from here and we go in a reverse circle. We go from here to here to here to here. Next thing you know, we're about 65 years of age and we miss our goal. It's what I did, okay? What I did was I always knew I wanted to become a mega millionaire. I wanted to invest in apartment buildings. But what I did was I went from former cop to broker's assistant to buyer's agent to listing agent to owning my own real estate brokerage to becoming a flipper to then raising money to then finally getting into multi-million-dollar deals. So don't become a victim of what I call the reverse circle. Know where you're at today, know where you want to go, and just go on a straight line. Get right into whatever you want to do. Whether, and you know, and some of you guys that want to get into flipping, it's great. My brother-in-law, excuse me, my brother-in-law loves flipping. He just loves getting an ugly house and making it beautiful. And he doesn't really, he's not really interested in making millions of dollars. He just enjoys making the flips. Okay, so that's one point. The second point, and you guys have heard this a lot, but it is so true. Tell me your 5 to 7 daily rituals, and I will tell you why you are where you are today. What are your 5 to 7 daily rituals? So for the next 5 years, what are those going to be? So for me, it's this. Every day to this day, I read every day. I listen to audio programs every day. I journal every day. And part of my journaling is writing my affirmations. I meditate/pray every day. I prospect, but my way of prospecting is a little different now because of where I'm at in my business. I do my lead follow-up. Those are my, and I work out, right? And if I don't get a chance, I have a home gym, luckily, right? So if I don't get a chance to actually work out, I at least walk through my gym, and that kind of makes me feel a little bit better, all right? So the working out has always been my struggle, but I do work out about 4 to 5 times a week, and those are part of my daily rituals. All right, the other part is, who are the 5 people in your core? You guys have to see who you're hanging around with. Are you hanging around with chimps, chumps, or champs? Are you hanging around with chimps, chumps, or champs? And you got to get into a better circle. I'm telling you guys right now, the circle that I'm in, if I tell somebody, hey, listen, I'm looking to purchase a multi-million-dollar vacation home in Cabo, they're not going to say, oh, that's crazy. You'll never do it. You're a dreamer, right? They're not gonna pull me down. What they're going to say is they're going to say, oh my God, that's so exciting. How many bedrooms is it going to be? Does it have an ocean view? Is it going to have a home gym? Right? Because that's the new circle that I'm in. Some of you guys are in a negative circle to whenever you talk about your goals and your dreams and your aspirations and closing multi-million-dollar deals, that group of people just pulls you down. Okay, so who are you hanging around with? The next thing that I would say is, here's what I do with business. I don't know if you guys can see this. Do you guys know what this is? Okay, that right there is what we call the astronaut pen. That is the astronaut pen. So NASA, they were trying to figure out how can they get their astronauts to be able to write upside down and sideways and, you know, all over the place. How can they get themselves to write? So they had to figure out how to create this pen that shoots the ink up. So no matter which way it is, they can write. They invested $1 million researching how to do it to create this NASA pen. Do you guys know what the Russians did? The Russians said, F it. We're gonna use a pencil. And a pencil writes this way, this way, this way, and this way, all right? That's what the Russians did. Now, at the end, what ended up happening is that the Russians did not use the pencil because if the tip breaks and it gets into a piece of machinery while they're out in outer space, that can be a serious issue. So now what the Russians do is they buy the NASA pen for 20 bucks, for 20 bucks. The lesson in this, guys, is what I do is I don't build apartment buildings. I buy existing revenue. I buy existing revenue. I don't create the NASA pen and invest $1 million in it. I just buy the NASA pen for 20 bucks. So all I'm doing is I'm buying apartment buildings. I'm switching out the kitchens, switching out the bathrooms, creating value. And then I'm going to get into my system in a second. Okay. All right. Let's go. Oh, wait, one more thing. So the other thing, guys, write this down. This is what I call the 5 things that you're going to really need to create that exponential growth in the next 5 years. So number 1 is self-esteem. Number 2 is self-confidence. Now, I always ask people, what's the difference between self-esteem and self-confidence? And everybody has a hard time giving me an answer to that. And here's the difference. Self-esteem is how do you feel about yourself? How do you feel about yourself? And guys, remember that we're all human. We all have our deficiencies. Some of us have, bigger ears than what we should have. Our nose may be a little bit crooked. Maybe we're a little bit overweight. Whatever the issue is, nobody is perfect. Just have good self-esteem, knowing that you are a good-hearted person, that you are doing your best, and that you are being your best. And that's self-esteem, feeling good about yourself, feeling good about who you are. Self-confidence. Self-confidence, for example, for me, if we were doing this live and you guys were sitting here in front of me and I'm talking about my core business, my self-confidence is up here, right? Because I know my business. But if I'm in an audience of 500 people and they tell me to talk about rocket science, guess where my self-confidence is going to be? My self-confidence is going to be way low because I don't know anything about rocket science, but my self-esteem is still high, okay? So you guys have to make sure your self-esteem is strong. Make sure your self-confidence is strong in the real estate business. Number 3 is, what is your philosophy? What is your business philosophy? What is your life philosophy? For me, my life philosophy is this. If I'm on a plane and there's 300 people in it, and that plane is about to crash, and one person is going to live, I believe it's going to be me. That's my life philosophy. My business philosophy is this. Real estate is not a want. Real estate is a need. Everybody needs a place to live, a place to work, a place to play, and a place to die. And those 4 things are real estate, right? That is my business philosophy. Somebody always needs to sell and somebody always needs to buy. And my job is to get in the middle and help both sides out by being a real estate investor. Number 4, and I got this number 4 from a billionaire. I got to go have breakfast with a billionaire back in, I think it was 2007, 2008. And so I went to go have breakfast with him. And one of the big lessons that I got was this. Again, write this one down. This is a billionaire lesson. He said, Hector, you got to take massive, skilled action with calibrated adjustments. Again, listen to what he said. He didn't say take some action. He said you got to take massive action. He didn't say don't know what you're doing. He said it has to be skilled action. Then he didn't say continue to do one thing. He said make calibrated adjustments. He said, Hector, don't be that fly on the wall, correction, the fly in the window that is banging its head, and banging its head. If that fly were to just land and re-anchor itself and look to the left and look to the right, you would probably see an open window this way and be able to live to see another day, or see the doors open this way and be able to live to see another day. And unfortunately, what a lot of entrepreneurs do is they're just hard-headed. They're just like that fly banging their head against that window with bad action. And then what happens? They fail in business and they fail in life. Okay, so yes, you got to take massive skilled action with calibrated adjustments. The last one, number 5, he said, you need to have a mentor and you need to have a high caliber team. Let's go to my next slide. Okay, so this is one of my mentors. You guys may know him. His name is Dan Pena. He was a tough son of a you-know-what, all right? But he taught me a lot. And he's done over $25 billion in mergers and acquisitions. Some people say that, he advertises himself as being a billionaire. He does not. He'll tell you, I am not a billionaire, but he has done over $25 billion in mergers and acquisitions. I went to go stay, go to the next slide. I went to go stay in his castle, and that's the castle in the background. That's his front yard. Those were his four cars in the front: an extended Rolls Royce, a Bentley, an Aston Martin, and a Ferrari. And then in the back of the castle, he has a full golf course. To the right side of the castle, he has a huge, it almost looks like a lake, but it's like a big pond. And then to the left side of the castle, he has other living quarters for his staff, okay? So I went down to his castle and I stayed with him for 8 days, and then he mentored me for a year. And then when I graduated, go to the next slide, please. I call this I'm Mexican, so I call this the Mex I Can in a skirt, the Mex I Can in a skirt. So I graduated from his training, and when I was there, I told him what I wanted to do, and he said, Hector, that's a great idea. You're definitely gonna become a mega millionaire. You may not net 100 million in the bank, but you will have 100 million in net worth. And I said, hey, that's fine with me. I don't need 100 million cash in the bank, but having 100 million in net worth would be really nice. So I talked to him about what I call my PIG methodology, which is what I'm going to go over with you guys right now. So let's go ahead and go over to the next slide. Okay, so this is my PIG methodology, okay? It's simple, guys. Number one, a PIG is a passive income generator. Passive income generator. And this is a time-proven methodology. I didn't invent it. I just fine-tuned it for myself, but this has been going on for numerous years, okay? So here it is. Number one is find the pig. You gotta find the deal, okay? And that is, as they say, finding a needle in a haystack. But the reason why there's that saying of finding the needle in a haystack is because the needle does exist. And I'm gonna show you guys that. Number two is control the pig with an unconventional contract. So now you find the deal, you make the offer, you're controlling the asset without buying it yet. You're still gonna have to do your due diligence and whatnot, but now you're controlling the deal, and that unconventional contract is gonna protect you to make sure that you don't lose your, make sure you don't lose your deposit. Number three is you're gonna bring in a private investor, or you're gonna bring in a funding partner, or you're gonna bring in hard money, or you're gonna bring in soft money, or you're gonna create terms on the deal, okay? So there's always two things with real estate. There's price, and then there's terms and conditions. And what I always try to get is, of course, I want price, but more importantly, I want terms and conditions. Number four, you close the deal, and if you're licensed, you get paid that 2.5% commission, right? So now you're gonna earn a 2.5% commission, plus you should have your own real estate acquisition and investment firm. So now your acquisition firm is gonna be paid 1 point based on the purchase price of the deal, okay? Now number five, you're gonna be managing the deal. You're gonna be doing a repositioning play, a value add play, so you're gonna be paid some type of compensation for doing what we call the project management. Number six, you're gonna have to lease up the property, right? So now you're gonna be paid a leasing fee of 3% of whatever the lease amount is. And that's just, again, another form of income. Number seven, you're gonna be paid for property management and accounting. And that's gonna be about 5% of collected rents. 5% of collected rents for property management and accounting. So while you guys are growing, I do recommend that you do your own property management, but hire someone to help you out, because nobody is gonna take care of your baby the way you're gonna take care of it. At some point down the line, get out of property management. Maybe you're gonna hire a full-time property management company. Maybe you hire a full-time property management company, or like I have an in-house property management company. We only manage my portfolio, but I don't take any calls from tenants. I don't go do any inspections. I don't do any leasing. I have my whole team that takes care of that. I'm just overseeing it to make sure that we create the most value with that asset. All right, next, number eight. Now that I reposition it and I add value to the deal, now I do a refinance cash out. So guys, when you do this, I just did one, and how much did I get on that one? I forget if I got 700,000 or $1 million on a refi cash out I just did in June, I think it was. And that was for me and my partner. But again, that money is tax free. We don't pay any taxes on that. Now I take that money and I go buy another deal, okay? So we're always turning the money, we're value add, repositioning play, then we refinance cash out. That cash that we pulled out is tax free. All right, the next one. Once you've repositioned the property, going back on that, when you do refinance it, if you're gonna be in charge of getting the loan, of getting all the documents together and doing the refinance, you could charge the partnership 0.5 point or up to 1 point, whatever you feel is fair, and depending on how much work it's gonna be to make sure that you're getting the best financing possible. All right, the next part is now you're gonna list the property. So again, if you're licensed, right, you're gonna list the property and you're gonna charge whether it's 4% or 5% to your brokerage or to you as an agent. But now your acquisition company, your acquisition firm is gonna charge a disposition fee. And that disposition fee is normally gonna be 1%. So again, depending on how good the deal was and how well you guys did, maybe it's 0.5 point, maybe it's 1 point. I've seen people charge up to 2 points as a dispositioning fee. Okay, now once you've done that and you sell it, let me make sure I'm not, hold on 1 second. How much time do I, oh, I gotta hurry up. How much time do I have? Is it till?
Yes, till, let's see, you have about 10 more minutes and then we'll do Q&A.
Okay, all right, let me speed it up. Okay, so now all we're doing is we sell it, we do a 1031 exchange, we buy a bigger asset with more value add, and we pay no taxes again. Then rinse and repeat. All right, moving on. Let's go to my actual closed deals. And I want to get to your Q&A. All right, so here's a deal that I bought for $6 million, okay? But what I did, this is in downtown LA by MacArthur Park. What I did was I bought another property with none of my money. I did a value add. I brought in a funding partner for that other property. I sold it. I did a 1031 exchange into this property. So I have no money in it. Then I got seller financing. I put 20% down through a funding partner at an interest rate of 3.5%, interest only, fixed for 5 years. The value on that property is 9.5 million. Is that exponential growth? Yes or yes? Okay. And everybody always tells me, oh, you can't do it in LA. Here's the next one, the Brentwood building. I bought that building for 4.1 million. The same thing, I got seller financing, and I was in a 1031 exchange. I was running out of time. I had talked to this owner before. Here's another lesson, guys. Remember that a no yesterday is not gonna be a no today, because time changes circumstances. Time changes circumstances. He had already told me he would never sell the property because he was gonna leave it for his kids. I'm in a 1031 exchange. My time is running out. I need to identify my up leg. I had already worked all day. I was tired, but I said, you know what? Let me just make that one more call. One more call. I called this guy and I asked him, I said, hey, would you sell me the building on such and such a street? And he was like, yeah. And I said, okay, I'm going to need seller financing. Will you give me seller financing? And he's like, yes. And I'm like, is this guy, like, it sounded way too easy. I'm like, is this guy pulling my leg or what? And I said, hey, I thought you said that you would never sell it. Now, I shouldn't have said that. I should have just kept on going, right? But he caught me off guard. So what he said is, he said, my kids don't want the property and I'm tired of property management. So, so he decided to sell it to me. So he sold it to me for 4.1 million. Again, I did a 1031 exchange into that property. That property today is valued at 6.2 million. And I'm now refinancing that property and pulling cash out. Another property, again, in Hollywood, right? Hot area near Highland and Sunset. I bought it for 1,675,000. I used none of my money. The seller carried a second. We left the first loan in place. We did what's called an AITD, an all-inclusive trust deed. I brought in a funding partner for the down payment. The seller carried a second. I had no money in the deal. We sold it in 13 months for $3,150,000. And we didn't even put any money into any repairs. All we did is we just raised the rents for 13 months and then we exited that property. Here's another one. In Torrance, I bought another apartment building. I bought it for $3 million. It's now worth 4.2 million. I've already repositioned it and I've already done a cash out refinance on that one. And I'm gonna hold that one a little bit longer, okay? But when I bought that one for 3 million, I sold another property that I had no money in on it. I sold it, I did a 1031 exchange. I took my profits to buy this property for 3 million. So again, I got no money in the deal. That's called exponential growth. And you guys, I don't know if you guys can see this back here. Let me show you guys. This is an art piece that my wife got custom made for me. And what it is, it's Monopoly, all right? And that's all we're doing. All we're doing is we're playing Monopoly. I went from flipping little houses to duplexes to fourplexes, now into multi-million-dollar deals. We just keep on leveraging up. That's all we're doing. It's not rocket science. Last deal in the Valley. I bought this building for 2,475,000. Guys, something else you guys got to know is when you guys are talking to the seller, you want to find out what's the story. What is the story? Why are they selling? This deal in the Valley, the story was the husband had passed away. She was about 75 years of age. She had never run the apartment building. She didn't know what she was doing. She had 3 vacancies, a leaking roof, and a lien from the city. So I come in and I tell her, ma'am, listen, I am not going to be the highest price, but what I have to offer you is certainty and peace of mind that we will get the deal closed. Okay? If you're looking for the highest possible value, it's not gonna come from me. But what I can offer you is certainty and peace of mind that we will get the deal closed. You're gonna pay no commissions, you're gonna make no repairs, and we will take care of the lien from the city. It's gonna be a hassle-free close. I can close in 10 business days if you like, or I can close in 60 days. Whenever you wanna close, we'll close. So long story short, that's how we got that deal. Okay, that one is now worth $4 million. So again, how many of these deals do you need to close per year to live your definition of your dream lifestyle? All right, next slide. All right, so guys, here's what I am going to do. I'm only taking 7 students. Why only 7? Because again, I don't do this full time. So it's gonna be in my conference room, in my office. It's not gonna be in a big auditorium. It's not gonna be a Tony Robbins event where everybody's gonna jump up and down and give each other high fives. Okay, we're gonna sit down for 2 days and we're gonna get right down to business. Okay, so it's 2 full days in my conference room. Only 7 students will be there. I don't have another one coming. Again, I'm not a professional speaker. We're gonna do case studies of my real life closed multi-million-dollar deals. Everything from how I got the money, how I found the deal, how we negotiated the deal, how we did the value add, how we did the cash out refinance, how we did the 1031 exchange. These are real closed deals, not I put this under contract and I almost closed it, or I put this under contract and I almost got it. These are real deals in Los Angeles. You're gonna get copies of my actual purchase agreement. I say that my purchase agreement is valued at $2,500 because that's how much I paid my attorney to give me my custom purchase agreement that's gonna protect me so that I don't lose my deposit. You're gonna get a copy of my inbound call scripts, exactly what to say and exactly what not to say. You guys heard me say earlier, what I shouldn't have said is, I can't believe you want to sell the building, right? I should have never have said that. Okay, so you're gonna get a copy of my actual scripts, dialogue for brokers to give you the inside scoop. That's a $500 value. A lot of you guys don't want to call sellers directly, which is fine. And some of you guys don't even want to call brokers. So I'm going to show you my email system so that you guys can prospect directly to brokers so that they give you the inside scoop on what they got in their back pocket, right? Off-market listings. What else? The LOI system. I'm gonna give you a copy of my LOI system. An LOI is a letter of intent. Again, it's the tiny things that make the huge difference. That's a $1,500 value. And I'm gonna show you guys how we use that to get deals done, okay? That's my LOI system. An unconventional amendment that allows you to control the transaction. That's a $2,000 value. Why do I know that? Because that's how much I paid my attorney to write it. Okay, so you're gonna get a copy of my unconventional amendment that you can attach to any purchase agreement to protect you. Second, on my actual addendum, I have a note here. My own attorney that's helped me with this, he's got 47 years of experience, and he gives me compliments on how I structure deals. Okay, so you guys are gonna get to see that. Documents for sellers to create instant credibility. A lot of you guys have that issue of how can I create credibility when I really haven't done either any deals or I've done small deals. So I'm gonna show you how to create instant credibility. I'm gonna show you the system that I used to raise literally millions of dollars in private capital, okay? That system alone is worth $5,000. I'm gonna give you guys the raw and brutal truth of my 20 years of experience. I'm gonna talk to you guys how I got into what they call a global lawsuit, which was with 5 different attorneys, and how I survived it and how I got myself into that. I'm gonna talk about, again, the raw and brutal truth, right? I got myself into an IRS audit that lasted almost 5 years. At the end of the day, I was fine, but very stressful situation. I don't wish that upon anybody. And I'm gonna talk about how we got into that and how we got out of it. At the end of the day, it was just, it was something so simple and so dumb that could have gotten resolved very easily, but it just turned out bad. But at the end of the day, it worked out, okay? I'm gonna share you guys what I've learned from my global mentor, which is Dan Pena, after he mentored me for 12 months. That alone is a $30,000 value, okay? Okay, because we're running out of time, next slide. Okay, the cost to attend my 2 days of training is 0. Are you interested in attending my elite training? Yes or yes? Think about that. Next slide. Now I say the cost is 0, but the investment, okay? The investment is 77 cents per day. 77 cents per day. That's less than a Snickers bar. Now, are you ready to commit and take my training for 2 days in my private office with only 7 students? And we're gonna go visit some of my projects in LA. Next slide. Okay, so the investment is $5,000, but you can write it off as a business expense. And you guys hold on till the end. Again, I'm gonna give you guys an opportunity to come and come to my office and have a free mentorship session. So hold on tight, okay? And then I'm gonna answer all your questions right now. All right, so it's $5,000. Next slide. As seen on TV, but wait, there's more. Next slide. Here is Linda asked me to give you guys, if you guys have ever heard me speak, which again, I don't speak very often, but I never discount my training because there's just so much value in it. But Linda said, you know, Hector, can you please do something? This is the COVID days. Can you give them a COVID-19 special? All right, so again, my the normal price is $5,000. I'm gonna unmask the COVID-19 special, and the price is only $29.97. That's $2,997, okay? That is a $2,000 discount. Plus, when we close a deal, now you don't need to partner with me. You're gonna learn enough to go do deals on your own. But a lot of you guys may not have the down payment. Maybe you don't have the $1 million, $2 million, $3 million for the down payment. I will put the down payment and we partner. When we partner, I will give you a $3,000 bonus. Plus, again, you can partner with me on the deal. So if you guys are serious, if you're serious and you're willing to do the work, you're gonna invest $2,997 to take my training. If you go out and you work and you find the deal and we close on it, I'm gonna give you $3,000, plus you partner with me. So it's a no-brainer. So here's the question you have to ask yourself. Can I teach you how to find one deal in 12 months? Yes or yes? That's what you have to ask yourself. And are you willing to do the work? Yes or yes? Next slide. Okay, I always said I have great mentors, right? Here's one of my mentors, the Grand Master Yoda. And he said, try not. Do or do not, there is no try. Train yourself to let go of everything you fear and commit. You guys have to commit. You have to commit to your success. And the time is now, guys. I mean, literally the time is now. I had a call with Dan Pena when the COVID started, and I told him what my next plan was for these, what I call the COVID days. And he's like, perfect. He's like, your new plan is going to be great because we're going to have motivated sellers. There's going to be a lot of seller financing. So my PIG methodology is going to work phenomenal in Q4 of this year and going into next year. Next slide. Okay, so decide right now, believe in you, partner with me so you too can live the good life. If you are ready to commit, again, I'm only taking 7. It's first come, first serve. It's only 7. That's it. I'm not doing another event. Okay, so it's the first 7. Email me info@hpcinvestments.com. Email me right now, info@hpcinvestments.com. So send me an email, tell me you're in. I'm going to send you the sign up sheet and you're in. I'm only taking 7. The first 7, that's it. That's all I'm doing, okay? All right, and with that, I'll answer any questions. And how much time do I have for questions?
Hey, Hector, you have another maybe 5-8 minutes. And we had a couple questions.
Okay, go ahead.
Where are you going? What was that?
Can you read the questions to me?
Yep, that's what I'm doing now.
Go ahead.
Where are we going in commercial sector in the next 3 years? And what's the exit strategy with that sector?
Okay, the next 3 years, guys, listen to what I said earlier, okay? As a matter of fact, before I answer that question, let me see who answers this first. I said that there's something that everybody needs. And I said there was 4 things, right? I said this one thing is 4 things that we absolutely need. Send in that answer to that question to info@hpcinvestments.com. The first one to get the right answer is going to get a mentorship lunch with me at my office. Patty, can you check the email and let me know who gets the right answer to that question? Thank you. All right. So where are we going, guys? Here's where I'm going with it. Everybody needs affordable housing. And I'm not talking about doing affordable housing with a government agency watching over you. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm really talking about affordable units, okay? So right now, like as an example, I just did 14 micro units right across the street from the Ram Stadium and the Charger Stadium in Inglewood. Those micro units are 250 square feet. I'm getting $1,200 for them. And now I can get about $1,350 for those units through Section 8 rents. And those are micro units, okay? So everybody needs affordable housing. So I'm definitely going for that. I'm not going for Class A properties. When you have apartments that are renting out for $5,000, $7,000, $10,000, $15,000 a month, a lot of those are gonna go vacant and they're extremely difficult to fill. Plus, when you have just one vacancy and you're charging $10,000 a month and you're vacant for 3 months, guess what? You just lost $30,000 in income. With affordable units, the masses can afford affordable units. So that's my focus with that. With commercial, the same thing, office suites. I'm not renting out 8,000 square feet to one tenant. I'm renting out office suites. And what I do is when I buy that bigger commercial building, I can slice the suites. Did somebody get the right answer? Let me see, who is this?
Boris.
No, okay, this is not the right answer. Okay, so Boris, you said self-esteem, self-confidence, philosophy, massive skilled action with calibrated adjustments. Those are 4 correct. The 5th one, though, is having the right mentor and having the right team, which I'm going to show you how to recruit the right mentor and the right team when you come to my training. But I talked about 4 things that every human needs, right? What are those 4 things that every human needs? Let me know if somebody answers that. All right, next question.
Hector, yes, they're talking about the COVID challenge. What's going on with your collection process with the commercials? Any challenge in collecting and with the moratoriums that's been happening?
You know what? I've been very blessed. You know, my philosophy is that I've been blessed in life and now I'm being a blessing.
Here,
So
here.
the people that are honest with us and just really say, hey, listen, here's my situation, we work with them. We'll put them on a payment plan. We work with them, but just communicate with us. Guys, whether it's your wife or your kids or your business partner, the number one cause of relationships falling apart is not having crystal clear clarity with your communication. Crystal clear clarity with communication gives you power. So as long as our tenants are communicating with us, we put them on a payment plan. I got a few SOBs that are taking advantage of the situation, that they have money because we know they're working. We know how much money they had in reserves, and they're just taking advantage of the situation. And those are just, plain, evil, just dirty people. Okay. And, I believe the universe, I believe Mother Nature, I believe God will punish them when their time comes. So I just move on with that. But luckily, we're pretty good on our collections. Pretty good. Next question.
Yeah, great. And absolutely, there are those people that'll just happen, right?
Oh,
And
God. You know what? They're just there's just roaches, I mean, it is what it is.
love that. Yes, it is what it is. And I'm going through the questions and making sure that I got them all. There were a couple here. Hold on, they've been coming through. Who taught you how to reposition apartment buildings?
Oh, I had some great mentors. One of them was Ron LeGrand. I paid him $50,000 for private mentorship. It was 8 mentoring sessions for $50,000, and I got to travel with him and sit with him and really get to know the business. Then the funny thing is that Dan Pena, I didn't know this when I went to go see Dan Pena, but Dan Pena was the mentor to Ron LeGrand. And so then Dan Pena helped me how to take my business to the next level. I also was mentored by Mike Ferry. I was also mentored by Tom Ferry, and Tom Ferry is Mike Ferry's son, and he mentored me. And then I became a coach for Tom Ferry's company. And then I was also mentored by Matthew Ferry, who is the son of Mike Ferry. So it's a small little circle. And again, it's the quality of your mentors, guys, the quality of your mentors. I paid Dan Pena $30,000, plus I had to fly to Scotland to stay with him for those 8 days and then have him mentor me for a year.
And one other question on the AITD, if you wanted to go and elaborate a little bit more on that paperwork and that transaction, that loan.
Patty, has anybody given us an answer on that?
Correct answer.
Let's see. Close. Somebody said, Boris said, live, fun, die, share. Well, I don't know if anyone else is sending us emails, but guys, it's, I said at the beginning that there's something that, there's 4 things that we all need, right? 4 things. So email that answer to info@hpcinvestments.com. Boris, hey, good job on being relentless. You're getting close. I'm sorry, what was the question again?
The AITD.
Got it. Guys, I suffer from, ADD, right? What do they call it? Attention deficit disorder. But I actually call it ADA, attention deficit advantage. All right, if you guys look at high performers, most of us are blessed with attention deficit advantage. We got to move quick. All right, so AITD. An AITD is an all-inclusive trust deed. So basically all that is we're leaving the first loan in place. So on that apartment deal I did, the loan was with Chase. So we left the first with Chase. We did an all-inclusive trust deed. The seller carried a second trust deed, and then I brought in a private funding partner for the down payment. And guys, it's very simple. Go to YouTube. Again, we don't lack resources. We lack resourcefulness. When I started off in this business 20 years ago, we didn't have YouTube and Google and all these resources. Okay, so just go to YouTube and Google all-inclusive trust deed. Also Google wraparound mortgage. It's kind of one and the same. All right, next question.
Indeed, and all that you have been sharing is exactly, we're talking the same language. And I'm just double checking that we got all of the questions. One more I see is portfolio in residential versus your multifamily versus your commercial percentages. balance between those three?
Yeah. So again, you know, my thing is, my number one thing is affordable apartments, because everybody needs a place to live and the masses can afford them. When you have rent, and especially right now, guys, I wasn't doing Section 8 before, just because it can be a little problematic, but in today's market, Section 8, come on in. It's government money. It's almost guaranteed. And here's another thing, guys, I talk about being a blessing, right? Before I wasn't really open to nonprofits because I didn't understand it. I was ignorant. So now I'm getting into nonprofits, and I found this nonprofit that's for single mothers that have been battered. So now you have these single moms that they can't afford daycare and then go work, because whatever they make, they got to pay for daycare. So it's a catch-22. So now this nonprofit gives them a unit, they pay the rent for 2 years, and they fully furnish it. So now I'm being a blessing to that person. Let's see, somebody got it. Who's this? Did somebody get it? That's it, man. Winston. So Winston, you got the answer. We need a place to live, a place to work, a place to play, and a place to die. And those 4 things, my friend, are real estate. It's a time-proven system. You can't go wrong with it as long as you do it right. So Winston, we'll send you an email and set you up so that you can come and have a mentoring session with me. All right, any other questions?
We are good. We're running close to our time here, so let's close out. Hector, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much. And Linda, and are you coming on board now?
I'm going to say one last thing, guys. One
Yep.
last thing that one of my mentors said. He said, Hector, look for the low-hanging fruit. Look for the low-hanging fruit, right? So what we look for is sexy cherry deals. And that's why my wife got me this piece of art. She said, it's sexy. It reminds you, we got to find sexy deals. We got to get the cherry deals, get the low-hanging fruit. Thank you, guys. And as I always say, make it a great day.
Thank you so much, Hector. You were amazing as always.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hector,
Thank you. We really appreciate you, Hector. And I've known Hector over 20 years. We've actually done several real estate deals together. He's helped me make a tremendous amount of money. So thank you from me and my family to you, Hector.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Hector, we should catch up. I spent a lot of time with Ron LeGrand as well, learning from him. And then I worked with him running his events for about 2 years. So yeah, know it well, did some coaching for him, and just absolutely a great place to learn. And for all of you, you got to get mentors. You got to get connected to the people that are here. Hector's a great choice. Absolutely take advantage of his offer. It's one of the best I've seen in a long, long time. Great job, Hector.
Thank you very much. Take care. Bye-bye.
Take care now. We are moving right along. We've got our next speaker ready to go. Want to make sure that all of you are on task. Continue to chat in the chat. We'll be collecting those questions and making sure that we have time for Q&A with our speakers. So be involved with that. We're paying attention to all that. And we're here for all of you. Absolutely. Take notes, be involved, take action. And right now we've got Hannah Kessler is in the house. She is here. She's an operations manager for The Money Multiplier. It's a family-owned business that teaches investors how they can start leveraging their purchases to build wealth faster than they ever thought possible is really key. Hannah is passionate about sharing the family knowledge to empower millennials to take control of their financial future early. You've got to take charge of your financial house. Hannah is going to be talking to us about that. Hannah, welcome.
Hey, thank you, Paul. Thanks for having me. So
You're
Hector, that was a pretty cool presentation that Hector put on, though.
He did awesome.
So hey, so anyways, I'll hop right into this. I just need a host to give me permission to share my screen.
Do we have that going on, Dave?
You are enabled as soon as I made you a presenter.
You got it.
So you should have no problem at all.
You got it there?
All right, all right. So no, but we're going to be talking about money though. So people we will talk about money and get into it and how to keep more of our money.
Very good. Do you have control now, Hannah? Just want to make sure you're okay.
I do not.
Dave, could you double check?
I am double check. She is full on panelist, no changes. Everything's good from this end. Any challenge on the share button? Let me try one other thing. Try that again.
There we go. Yep.
Okay.
There we go. Hannah, you are awesome, and she is going to take it away. Thank you.
You got it, yo. Okay. Let's do this. Okay, everybody, can you see my screen here?
We do indeed. You're all set.
Got it. I'll hop into this. All right. So anyways, my name's Hannah Kessler. So the name of our company is called The Money Multiplier. So I am second generation into this concept. So The Money Multiplier, it's a family business. It's so I'm my dad's right-hand man in this business. But anyways, well, we're going to talk about money today. I want to show you a concept of how to manage and grow more of your wealth, how to keep money in the family, and how to pay off debt and pay down expenses, all without having to work any harder, take any additional risks, or lose control of your money. So as I go through this is going to be a new concept, and maybe you've heard about this before. It also goes by the infinite banking concept. So maybe you've heard of it before, maybe this will be new to you, but as I go through this, just keep an open mind. So as Nelson Nash says, I'll show you who Nelson is. He says there's two businesses that you want to be in your life. There's that one business that brings in your income, the main source of income. And then there's also the banking business, the business that finances everything throughout your life. And so that's what I'm going to be talking about today is the banking business. Okay, so my name's Hannah. Okay, and you see two gentlemen up here on the screen. So Brent Kessler, that's my dad. I have to give credit to him. Everything that I know is from him. He is really the one who brought this concept into my whole family's life. So he'll go through and he'll tell you his story, but how we really got into this is that dad's background, he's a chiropractor. And by having his offices and in chiropractic student loan debt and et cetera, he racked up almost $1 million of debt. But by implementing this concept, he was able to pay it off within 39 months. So 3 years, 3 months, didn't have to work any harder, change his cash flow, or take any additional risks. All he did was just add this one step into his financial life. And I'll show you, and I'll talk about it here today. But I also have to give credit to Nelson. So Nelson Nash, so we lost Nelson about last year in March, so early March last year. And Nelson Nash, he's really the one who brought this concept to the public's eye. So he is the gentleman who wrote this book, Becoming Your Own Banker. Okay, so this book right here, you need to add this book to your wealth building library. So this book completely changed my family's financial life, and everything that I go through today, it will be in this book. This is the Mac Daddy, the Bible of it all is right here. So you can go to our website to order it, go off of Amazon too, but definitely a book that you want to add to your wealth building library. And if you don't read, it has 2 hours of audio CDs too, okay? Okay, and another book I'll add to your library as well. So this one, Mapping Out the Millionaire Mystery. This is a new book, just came out at the beginning of this year. So Brent Kessler, my dad, he co-authored in this with another guy named Chris Noggle. And since we're sitting here on a real estate webinar today, Chris Noggle is very active in the real estate world. He has some flip out academies. He had an HGTV show called Risky Builders. So Chris is very active in the real estate world, and he was a financial advisor for 16 years. So they came together, and this is kind of a 2020 spinoff of that other book I just shared with you, the Becoming Your Own Banker. Okay, so to make sure my audio is working and just why the whole reason of why we're meeting here today. Some people got to have it. All right, so money is what we're going to be talking about today. So in order to really hop into this, I want you to go home and do some homework after we get off of this. Just because of time today, I'm not going to play this video, but this video really gets your mind geared into the right mindset of this paradigm shift of what I'm going to be talking about. So this is about a 7.5-minute video, and he goes through, and I'll show it here of how it starts. So go to YouTube and look up something called the backwards bicycle. On YouTube, backwards bicycle. It's about a 7.5-minute video.
Hey, it's me, Destin. Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. You've heard people say it's just like riding a bike, meaning it's real.
Okay, so it starts off like that. But anyway, so this is something that I'm going to go through. This is not normal thinking. This is not the conventional way of what we've been taught of how to handle our money. So this is probably not what your parents are doing, probably not what your friends, colleagues, and coworkers, they've probably never heard about this before. So as I go through this, just keep an open mind. Okay, so there's a gentleman by the name of Will Rogers. Will Rogers says, the problem in America isn't so much what people don't know, it's what people think they know that just ain't so. So a lot of the things that we've been taught about money might not actually be the truth. So I'm going to challenge you, and I'm going to challenge your mind, and I want to show you, hey, what's really going on in my financial life? So let's talk about it. So, okay, so how does your money flow? And the method to get all of your money back. So when I get done here, I am going to show you how to get all of the money back for every car you will ever purchase in your lifetime. I'll show you that after we get off the call today. But what I mean by that is right now. So right now, how you spend money is you take your money and you go give it to the product or the service people that you want to do, right? You want to buy that car, you want to purchase the house, that airline ticket, the pack of chewing gum, whatever it is. So right now, when you give that money over, that money is gone. That money has left your family forever. So now I want to show you a concept of how you can still hand that money over to get that chewing gum, the airline ticket, whatever it is, but now you have a method to get all of the money back. So how can I show you how to get all the money back for all the products and services you will ever purchase or buy in your lifetime? It'll be a pretty cool day. I hope so. So what I'll be going over today, all right, so the mysteries of money, the machine, what is the machine that we're going to be using to build our wealth? The mission, the marathon. So this is not a get rich quick. This is not a sprint. This is a marathon. So this is a process or a concept that you're going to be adding to your financial life, an additional step. So the millionaire and then the movement. Okay. All right, so let's rock and roll. Let's hop into it. All right, the mysteries of money. So right here on the screen, you can see there's 3 calculators. All right, so sitting at the local bank. So I live down here in Florida. Okay, so the Daytona Beach area. So in my local bank at Daytona Beach, I'm going to say I have $25,000 sitting at the bank, and it's earning me 4%. Now, we're just going to say for this example that we found a really good bank and they're going to pay us 4% on our cash that we leave there. Okay. And so let's say now that I'm in the market to go purchase a car. I want to go purchase a $25,000 car. So I go down to the bank and I say, hey, bank teller, I want to take my money out that's earning me 4%. I want to take my 25 out that's earning me 4%, and I want to go pay cash for this car. And the bank teller tells you, no, 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 you don't want to take your 25 out. Instead, I'm going to make you a loan for 25 at 6%. And over the same equal time period, our bank is going to pay you more on the 4% that you're earning than the 6% that you're borrowing. So for a $25,000 loan, let's say that we're going to have that loan outstanding for, it can be 4 years, 5 years, 6 years. We're just going to say it's 5 years or 60 months. So what the bank teller is telling us is that he's going to pay us more on our 4% right here sitting in the bank than what we will pay him at the 6% that we're borrowing. And so how can that be? I'm sitting here thinking, okay, well, if I have to pay 6 and I'm earning 4, that means I'm losing 2, right? 6 minus 4 is 2. Well, no, no, no. The bank teller is telling you the truth, and let's walk through it. So each month, my monthly payment for that $25,000 loan, we're going to call it $483.32 a month. So $483.32 a month over 60 months, that means I paid $25,000 in principal and about $4,000 in interest. I paid a total of $28,999 to the bank teller for that loan. Over the same equal time period of 60 months, over here in my savings account, my cash grew to $35.25. Now my question is this number, the $35.25, is that a larger number than the $28,999? Or do y'all do math differently than I do down here in Florida? Right? It's a bigger number. But how can that be? How can that be? What's going on here? So what's happening is that this $25,000 loan, it's on a decreasing balance each month. We're paying it down. But our savings account, that's on an increasing scale where it keeps going up each month. So one's going down and the other's going up. But our minds are not programmed to think that way. Now, with this just little exercise, I just wanted to prove to you how you can make money all day long earning 4 at the same time you're paying 6. And I hope I proved that to you in this little exercise. So the things that we think we know about money might not actually be the truth. So let's keep going. I'll show you why those numbers are important. So the machine. What is the machine that we're going to be using to build our wealth? Well, the machine that we're going to be using is a whole life insurance policy and a mutual company that pays dividends. Now, before everybody shuts off their screens, walks out of the room, and throws their hands up, and y'all are sitting there thinking to yourself, Hannah, I know everything that there is to know about life insurance. I know everything. No, you don't. And I'll show you. I'll show you how we're going to use this tool specifically designed for high cash value banking. So the machine, and why on earth do we even want to use this tool? Why do we want to use a whole life insurance policy? Well, when we do live events, people in the room, they give us a lot of good answers. But the number one reason of why we want to do this is because this is what the elite are doing. This is what the super rich and the wealthy are doing. In fact, the number one purchasers of whole life insurance in the world are conventional banks. Conventional banks own more in whole life than their land and their buildings combined. In fact, since 2013, they've even quadrupled their portfolio in whole life insurance. So why are banks owning so much in whole life? Is it because they're stupid, or do they know something the rest of us probably don't know? They probably know something, right? And how you can fact check me. You guys hear me talking up here, go look it up. Go Google something called BOLI, B-O-L-I. It stands for bank-owned life insurance. And it'll come up and it'll show you the hundreds and thousands of pages of life insurance that banks actually own. Okay, so can we make money all day earning 4 and paying 6? So why were these numbers important? The 4%, that is the guaranteed growth within your policy. That is just the guaranteed side. I just want to talk about the guaranteed. I don't even want to talk about if the company gives out a dividend each year, right? And the 6%, why is the 6% important? The 6% is the highest interest rate the insurance company will charge you to take a loan from your policy. So can we make money all day earning 4 at the same time we're paying 6? Yes. Okay, let's move on. So the machine. So the mission. So we're meeting here today and we're talking about money. So just for the time being that we're talking today, we have to think of a definition of money. We just have to all agree on what is the definition of money. Well, all money is just a means of exchange, is it not? We exchange money for food, food for money, car for money, house for money, money for house, airline ticket for money, right? All money is just a means of exchange. And the purpose of it, we use the money to go purchase the things that we want in life. We donate it. We go buy that new house. We send the kids to college. We purchase that airline ticket to go on that vacation that we want to go on. All right. So that's the purpose of money. Now, who in here believes in compound interest? Everybody's hands go up. Yes, we've all been taught that compound interest is such a great thing, but let's talk about it. The only way for compounding interest to actually work is if we let our money or our product sit still. So in other words, if I have a $20 bill and I want it to go compound, I go take it down to my local bank and I put it in there and I let it sit there. Now, let's say if I go back in a week, a month, a year, and I want to take that $20 out, I now have stopped that compounding. Okay? But isn't motion a natural law of God? Motion is a natural law of God, is it not? I'm up here talking, my hands are moving, I see the cars outside, they're going back and forth, the birds are flying in the air. I ate my lunch and my lunch is about to soon be in motion in me, right? Motion is a natural law of God. Who would like to eat fish out of a stagnant pond? Nobody, right? But compounding stops that motion. I want you to name me one business in the world who actually uses compounding interest. And we think of banks, right? Banks use compounding interest. Well, let's think about that. Do banks actually use compound interest? No. They pay you compound interest and they charge you compound interest, but do they actually use it themselves? No. Let me give an example. So for instance, that same $20 bill, let's say that I highlight it and I put my initials on it and I go down to the bank and I give it to the bank teller. And then I come back in a week, a month, a year, it doesn't matter. Let's say even 20 minutes. And I ask for my $20. Do you think they're going to give me that same highlighted $20 bill? No. Because why? They're moving it. It's in motion. Not one business in the world actually uses compounding interest. Grocery stores. How much does a grocery store make if groceries aren't moving off the shelves? Cars, right? A car dealership. If cars aren't moving in and off the lot, how much are they making? How about all of us in the real estate world? If tenants aren't moving in, we aren't doing home remodels or fix and flips, well, we aren't making money. So not one business in the world actually uses compounding interest, but we've all been taught it's such a great thing. So now I want to move on to in here, who has an IRA, a 401k, or qualified plan? And most of us do. Right? And why do we have one? Well, when I was 18, I got my job and they said, hey, I'll open up my 401k and I'll start saving for retirement. You know, my family, my friends, my colleagues, they're all doing it. I'm saving up and I'm saving for the future. Right? But let me ask you, are there any guarantees in your IRA or 401k? Well, there's one guarantee. It's guaranteed to never go below zero. But how exciting would that be if that actually happened? Right? And who controls it? Is it you or somebody else? Somebody else. And I bet you could be using the money that you're putting away. I bet you could be using it today for some deals that you want to do. Right? Or what do we know about a retirement account? Right? Tell me what you actually know about your retirement account. Wait, don't tell me, I'll tell you. You know whether it goes up or down based on the quarterly statements that you get. You know whether it's invested in a high, moderate, or low risk category. But other than that, y'all don't know crap about what's going on in your retirement account. And what are you doing? You're putting away good dollars today to get paid back with weaker dollars in the future. And again, I bet you could be using those dollars today. I bet you have credit card bills. I bet you have some debt. I bet you have expenses that you could be using them. So are dollars worth more today or in the future? Today. And if you ever forget about that, just think about how many candy bars you could buy today versus how many you could buy 20 years ago with just $1, right? So dollars are worth more today than they will be in the future. Are taxes going to go up or are they going to go down? They're going to go up. And if they don't go up, aren't we taxing more crap all the time? And if you were to pay tax, do you want to pay tax on the small amount, the seed, or the large amount, the harvest? The seed. I agree with all of these answers, but we are totally violating them by putting our money in our 401k, that IRA or qualified plan, because you're giving up good dollars today, get paid with weaker in the future. The taxes are always going to be there. Even if we wait until age 59 and a half to avoid the penalty, that tax is just going to keep compounding, always going to be there. And if we were to pay tax, we're going to pay it on the large amount, the harvest, when we take it out. Right? And so we came to agree that the definition of money is all it is a means of exchange. Okay. So I'm going to go take my money and I'm going to go down to my local grocery store and I'm going to purchase a loaf of bread and a gallon of milk. And with that, I'm going to come back and I'm going to put it in my freezer. Now, in 10, 40, 30 years from now, how good is that loaf of bread going to taste as I open it up and it's going to be pretty freezer burnt? Is it not? Why are we doing the things with money that we would never do with things that money buys? Totally unconventional flip-flop of how we've been taught to handle our money. I want you to start to be in control and to really learn about what's going on in the financial world. Okay, so I beat that up, so I want to move on, okay? So as I go through this, y'all, I want you to write down your questions. A short pencil is better than a long memory, as my dad always says. And we'll go through these. After I'm done here, I'll give you my contact information, and you can talk to me. You can talk to Brent if you want. We'll be here. We want to help you understand this infinite banking concept. So, all right, so how does a bank work? I want to talk about how banks actually work. So what we do is we, the depositors, we go and deposit our money into our local bank. Now, they're going to pay us 4% with our deposit that we left there. And we're going to leave $100,000 of our deposit. Now, don't get hung up on the numbers. I just want you to get the concept. The main thing I want you to get here is that this is your money. This is your money that you are leaving there at the bank. So now that you've left your money there, how does that, so that money now is a liability to the bank. Okay. And so now how does that bank turn its liabilities into assets? Loans. Banks are in the lending business. So they take your money and they lend it out. So let's say that we are in the market to go purchase a house. We're going to go take a loan from our local bank and we're going to say that they're going to give it to us for 7%. We're going to take a loan for 7%. We're going to go purchase that house. And then with the bank, we have to pay them back. We got to pay them back with interest. And we never skip a beat doing it, right? Pays them back, pay them back with interest. Money goes back to the bank. Let's say we want to go purchase that car. Bank's going to lend us out money to go purchase a car at 8%. We go purchase it. Money's got to go back. Got to pay it back. Got to pay it back with interest. Money goes back to the bank. Let's say we're going to go do a home remodel. We take a loan from the bank at 9%. Go do our home remodel, pay them back, got to pay them back with interest. Now, can you see what's going on here? All banks do is they move money out, move it in, move it out, move it in, move it out, move it in. All banks are doing is moving money around. They're in the lending business. Lastly, let's say that we want to go do a debt consolidation. We want to go pay off all those credit cards. Bank makes us a loan for 12%. We go pay it off, pay it back, got to pay it back with interest. Money goes back to the bank. Now, I just want to see how well we did and how well the bank did. So we made 4%. This is us right here. We made 4% in this first transaction. So I know it's kind of early in the morning. It's on a Sunday and everyone's kind of laxed right now, but we're going to do a little math. And I promise I'll keep it super simple. So the bank made 7%. We made 4%. 7 minus 4 is 3. Over here in my car transaction, the bank made 8% and we made 4%. 8 minus 4 is 4. Home remodel. The bank made 9, we made 4. 9 minus 4 is 5. The credit cards, our debt consolidation, bank made 12, we made 4. 12 minus 4 is 8. So the bank made 20% and we made 4%. How much more did the bank make than we did? 16%? No. How about 500%? Because doesn't 4 go into 25 times? Banks are making no less than 400 to 1,300% annually on the money that we leave there with them. And if you think about it, y'all, it just makes sense. Right? Because it doesn't matter where you're at. We could be down here in Florida. We could be over there in California. We could be up in New York if we want. It doesn't matter. We all get into our car and we drive to the main intersection in town. And there's 4 corners on that intersection. Name me one of the buildings of the 4 corners that are there. A bank. right? And our banks on the rundown property, the bad landscaping, bad architecture? No, they're the nicest buildings in town, aren't they? And who's paying for all of that? We are the depositors of the bank. So with this, all I want to do is that I just want to replace the bank with you. And I want to show you how you can be making all of this money and how you can be the banker in your own life instead of giving up all of that extra interest payments that are going out the door to these other creditors. I want you to be the banker in your own life. Okay. So anyways, to fact check me, banks make anywhere between 400 to 1,300% annually on the money we leave there. BauerFinancial.com, B-A-U-E-R, BauerFinancial.com. You can go in there, look up your small local hometown banks or the big Wells Fargo, Bank of America, big institutes that we all know the names of. Go look up their annual report and you will see that they're making no less than 400 to 1,300% annually. Okay. So that's banks. I'm not going to go through this little section right here. It is important, but just because of time today, I'm not going to go through it. But as I get done here, I will show you how you can go back through and you can go rewatch everything that I skipped over today. So now we're to the exciting part. So now this is where I'm going to show you how to use this specially designed vehicle to go purchase cars. Now, I'm using cars today just because everyone understands cars. We've purchased a car, we've ridden in a car, we've driven a car. People get cars, okay? But it's not just for cars. We can do it for houses, for college tuition. Ooh, what about taxes? Okay, we'll get into it later, okay? I'm getting a little excited here. All right, so this is the exciting part. So remember, so the machine, what is the machine that we're using? We're using a specially engineered whole life insurance policy in a mutual company that pays dividends. So we're using a whole life policy. So as you can see here, age and death benefit are grayed out. See this age and death benefit, they're grayed out because they're not important. But as I say that, there's going to be some analyticals on the call and we can't move forward unless I explain it. So I'm going to go through this quick example really quick. So let's say that we have 3 people, all in the same equal health, age 20, 40, and 60. They all walk in, excuse me, so age 20, 40, and 60, okay? All same equal health, and they have $20 in their pocket, okay? They all walk into a grocery store. Who is going to be able to buy the most amount of groceries with their $20? Well, all of them, right? It doesn't matter the color of your skin, how bad you look, how great you dressed, what you smell like, right? It doesn't matter. The same $20 is going to purchase you the same amount of groceries at the grocery store. Now, age 20, 40, and 60, all in the same equal health, all have $20 in their pocket. We walk across the street to the life insurance store. Who is going to be able to purchase the most death benefit with their $20? The youngest one, right? It just makes sense. The youngest one can purchase the most death benefit with that $20, okay? So age is not a factor in this because we are not meeting here to talk about death benefits. I want to talk about the cash inside of these policies and how you can be using them in your financial life. Okay, so let's move forward. I know that there's some numbers here on the screen, but I'm going to keep it very simple. So on the left here, all of this is just time. Years 1 through 8, years 9 through 13, and our age. Okay, so in this example, this gentleman, he's going to put in $10,000 a year into his policy. Now, he chose the amount. I'm never going to tell you how much to put into your policy. Take a zero off, put in $1,000, add a zero, put in 100,000. It doesn't matter. You are going to choose the premium that you want to put into your policy. I'm never going to tell you how much to put into your policy. So in this scenario, he wanted to put in $10,000 a year into his policy. He's putting in his $10,000 for 7 years. Now, in real life, I'm never going to have you stop paying your premium. And when you truly get this concept, you'll see why, because of the growth within inside it. In this example, though, he stops paying his premium after 7 years. All right. Now, he's going to use this policy to go purchase his car. So in year 4, he takes a loan from the cash value inside of his policy to go purchase that car. He takes his $25,000, gives it to the car dealership. The car dealer gives him the money. The transaction is done and everybody walks away. Now, to play honest banker with himself, he's going to pay himself back and pay himself back with interest. So in this scenario, he's paying himself back $500 a month or $6,000 a year. Because if we do not pay ourselves back, what we're doing here is that we are essentially stealing from ourselves. We are saying that because when we take a loan from a bank, we have to pay them back. We got to pay them back with interest, and we never skip a beat in doing it. So wouldn't it be wise to treat our money like we treat a bank's money? Right? So yes, we want to treat our money like we treat a bank's money, because if we don't, what we're saying is that our money is just not as valuable as the bank's money. And that is simply not true. So let's see what's going on here now. So he went and purchased the car for $25,000 and he pays himself back $6,000 a year for the course of 5 years. So let's see what's going on. So from year 1 to 7, he's put in $10,000 a year for his premium. That equals $70,000. So my true total net injection up to this point is I put in $70 for my premiums into my policy, plus $30 for my loan repayment. But I took out $25 to go purchase that first car. So 70 plus 30 equals 100, minus 25 equals 75. My true total net injection is 75,000. But I'm sitting here in year 8 and I have 73,226 sitting inside of my cash value inside of my policy. If you take 73,226 and divide it into 75,000, you just got back 97 cents for every dollar that you purchased on that car. Let me ask you today, as you are sitting here today, I don't care if you're 18, 30, 60, 85, how much of the money do you have sitting here right now how much of the money do you have back from purchasing the cars that you have purchased in your life up to this point? I'll give you a hint. It's 0, right? So if I can show you how to get all the money back for all the cars that you're ever going to buy, that's pretty darn cool, right? So let's keep going. He's going to keep playing this game. So let's say that, so now we have our 5-year-old car sitting in the driveway, plus we have our cash sitting inside of our policy. Let's say we're in the market for another car 5 years later, right here in year 9. We're going to go take out from our cash sitting inside the policy, we're going to go take out another loan for another car. So from that 73,226, let's go take out another loan. We're going to go purchase another $25,000 car. Now remember, I told you we stopped putting premiums in, so we're done here. We're not putting any more into premiums inside the policy. So when I took out my loan, went and purchased my car. I'm paying myself back again, $500 a month, $6,000 a year over the course of 5 years again. So now what do we do from year 9 to 13? My true total net injection is 30, but I took out 25 to go purchase the car. So 30 minus 25 is 5. How much cash am I sitting here inside of my policy here in 13 at year 13? 95,797. So are you telling me, Hannah, that with a $5,000 net injection, my cash grew from 73,226 to 95,797. That is a $22,000 growth inside of the policy with a $5,000 net injection. Y'all, am I doing anything stupid or ridiculous or idiotic here? No, all I'm doing is I'm using my policy. I'm taking loans from it to go purchase the things that I want in life. Because y'all, you guys are going to go purchase the car anyways. Wouldn't it be more efficient to purchase it this way? So all I'm doing here is I'm turning every liability into an asset, just like how the banks do. I'm not going to recreate the wheel. Now that I know how to do this and play this system, I'm just going to play this game right along with them. Right? So anyways, this is the power behind the money multiplier method and this infinite banking concept. When you truly start to become the banker in your own life, you will see your financial life drastically change. Okay, so now let's talk about what we did. Or excuse me. So let's talk here now as we go on. So rule number one, we want to pay ourselves first, our premium deposits into our policy. So what does that mean? Pay ourselves first. Because right now what you do is you get your money in and you pay everybody else first. You pay the car people, the house people, Billy's soccer practice, Susie's piano lessons, and you hope that there's some left over for you. Make yourself the priority in your life and pay yourself first. Rule number two, pay yourself back. Pay yourself back and pay yourself back with interest, because if you don't, you're just stealing the peas, is what Nelson Nash says. You're not treating your money how you treat a bank's money. And then rule number three, recycle and recapture your dollars. Okay, and again, so I will give you access to this recorded presentation so you can go back through this and rewatch all of this over again. So 3 rules: pay yourself first, pay yourself with interest, recycle and recapture your money. If this works for a car, what else can it work for? Right? Those house, that home remodel, those credit card bills that we have going out. This can work for anything. Taxes, charitable giving. Oh, I hit a sweet spot. Not charitable giving. Hannah, God does not want me to get my charitable giving back. Well, if God didn't want you to get your charitable giving back, he wouldn't have you sitting on this call with me showing you how to get it all back. Do you know any poor people at any wings to any churches? I don't. So let's keep going. So this concept that I've talked about today, this has been shown in all of these books that y'all have probably read. You guys know this gentleman by the name of Tony Robbins. He talks about this concept in section 5.2 of this book, Money Master the Game. But when y'all read it, you read right through it and didn't skip a beat because it was never explained to you like this. And Robert Kiyosaki's Second Chance, I like one of his quotes that he says. He says, "It doesn't matter where you start. It only matters how you finish. This is the game of life." So y'all, as I just went through here in this car example, you know, I can't sit here and tell you that these cars cost you nothing to go purchase and drive and own. Because what you had to do is you had to start somewhere. You had to start this policy and this process. In year one, when you put in your full 10,000, that full 10,000 was not made available for you to use. But in real life, even though in year one you have this 58 sitting here, I want you to go in, I want you to use it. Use that cash, keep the money in motion, because that's where the money is made. Money is made in the motion of it. Okay. Let's keep going as I am cracking down here on time. So what's next? This is the money multiplier map. So this map I'm not going to go over just because, again, of time today. But this example, this is a real life example of one of our members of how he was I believe it was 470,000 of debt. So if you add up all of these debts across the top, Discover, Chase, Amex, right across the top, he has 470,000 of outstanding debt. With this concept, he started to implement this concept and he was able to pay it off within 5 years. It was a shade over 5 years. I believe it was 5 years and 1 month. When originally, if you would have done it the traditional financing way, how everybody else in this world lives, it would have taken him 18 years. So this is exactly how in my family's life, my dad, he implemented this, and this is how he was able to get out of his almost $1 million of debt. So I will give you access to this, but I'm not going to go through it just because of time today. But we create these money multiplier maps and tools. We create these tools for our members to help them use their policies. So, okay, so we'll keep going here. Okay. So anyways, as I share this with you though, I hope y'all are seeing why this is so important and crucial into what we're living in today's society, just because I think people are kind of sick and tired of taking the bloodbath in the stock market and just not knowing what's going to happen. Because if you know what's going on in the financial world, you will know what to do. So I want to show you some real life examples here of just people, the people that we know the names of who utilize this concept. So this concept that I'm sharing with y'all, this is nothing that I invented, that my family, or even the gentleman R. Nelson Nash, this is nothing that he invented. This concept's been around for over 200 years. So you know our tax code's only been here since 1913. So this concept has so many resources and mechanics into it that it far exceeds any other vehicle on this planet. So I'll continue on though, but right here, this was actually, my dad found this article. It was ESPN. So on ESPN, he logged on and he was about to do a talk. He was sitting in the hotel, he was sitting in his bedroom at the hotel, you know, on his laptop. He just wanted to go check on the scores of his game. And this was the article that popped up on the front page, dated November 16, 2016. Cash value life insurance makes Harborough College football's top paid coach. Right? So why do you think they're paying him through the whole life policies? Probably because they can recycle and recapture all of those dollars that are being sent out. All right, let's talk about Disneyland. Walt Disney wanted to start Disneyland, but after failing in the pursuit of traditional means of financing, meaning that the bank wouldn't give Walt Disney a loan, what he did is he took a loan from his life insurance policy and he started what we now know as Disneyland. Okay, Ray Kroc with McDonald's. How we know the mascot Ronald McDonald, he financed through his whole life policy, took a loan from it and used it to go start up what we know as Ronald McDonald. The Pampered Chef, using $3,000 she borrowed from a life insurance policy, Doris Christopher started the Pampered Chef in her suburban Chicago home. And then in 2002, Warren Buffett bought it out for $1.5 billion. She started that company with $3,000. She had a loan from her policy and she sold it for $1.5 billion. So people are using this in their lives. And this is just my opinion, but now that you know this, everybody should be doing this. And if you don't, what you're doing is you're stealing from your children, your spouse, and your grandchildren and future generations to come because you're letting money leave the family. By implementing this concept, there's no leakage of money going out. Everything is secured and tight-knit, and you are creating a legacy for your family. So Warren Buffett, this is one of my favorite quotes, and I think about this a lot. If poor people would just start doing what rich people do, they wouldn't be poor anymore. And how much sense does that make, y'all? How much sense does that actually make? You see, what we're going to do is we are just going to mimic and imitate exactly what the wealthy are doing. You see, the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, the Morgans, the Stanleys, the Barclays, they all knew how to keep money in the family. And this is what the super rich are doing. So now that I just know this and I know the game, I'm not going to reinvent the wheel. I'm just going to play it right along there with them, right? So one of two things is going to happen to us in the next 10 minutes, 10 hours, 10 weeks, 10 years, 10 decades. I don't know. One or two things is going to happen to us. We either live or either die. Nelson Nash likes to use the word graduate. So out of respect, I'm going to use the word graduate. So if we live, are we better off with or without this? Hopefully I prove to you with. And if we die, are we better off with or without this? Hopefully with, because of our beneficiaries and the death benefit. You see, I didn't even talk about death benefit. Death benefit's just that cherry on top of the cake. So honestly, how much did I even talk about life insurance as a whole? You see, life insurance is just the vehicle and the platform that I know I can practice this concept on that has guaranteed values and that lets me be in control of my cash. If I could be sitting here talking about how I could do this with chapsticks, I'd be sitting here talking to y'all about how great chapsticks are and I can recycle and recapture my wealth with these chapsticks, right? That's the only reason I'm using this platform. How much did I talk about? Policies are exempt from judgments and liens in most states, right? Hands off on the policies in lawsuits. That money's protected. The internal values grow tax-free. Our loans grow, the cash inside of our policies grow tax-free and death benefit is paid out tax-free. You see, what we want to do is we want to pay tax on our money one time only, at the lowest amount possible, and then get it into a tax-free environment where it can grow tax-free. And that's exactly what we're doing here, and get the government totally out of our hair. How much I talk about loans never have to be repaid. So loans do not have to be repaid to the insurance company, right? So all policy loans are, honestly, policy loans are a prepayment of the death benefit. So what we're doing is we are borrowing from our death benefit while we are living. And if I can solve your need for finance and cash while we're living, I promise we'll have enough death benefit to last. Okay. So anyways, why are we doing this? And this probably isn't the main reason we're doing this, but why are we here talking about it today?
I wanna be a billionaire so freaking bad. Buy all of the things I never had.
So y'all, anyways, I'm going to give you, I'm finishing up here, and I'm done kind of talking about what's, and I bet I might have some questions and I can maybe go over them. But what we're doing is we're using our good dollars today, and we're paying everybody else back with weaker dollars in the future. Totally unconventional about how we've been taught to handle it. And I just want to show you how you can really truly be in control of your financial life, and how it's drastically just changed my life. You know, I'm sitting here, y'all, I'm 21 years old. You know, I own my own condo. I have my car paid for. And the only reason I can do that is through this concept itself. So anyways, if you want to talk more, I'll give you my cell phone number. It's right up there on the screen. You can call me, text me. There's my email. If you want to talk to my father, I can get you in contact with him. And you can view this presentation again as well. So if you go to our website, themoneymultiplier.com, click on the resources tab, and you'll find the presentation. So it's a recorded full-length 90-minute webinar of this powerful financial concept. And please, if you know somebody who should have been on this call, or that could benefit from this powerful concept, please share them the link, share the love, and we'll be here. So I appreciate Realty411. Thank you for having me today.
You are very welcome, Hannah. Amazing presentation.
Absolutely. Do we have any questions? Do we have any questions, folks?
We've got a couple. One is Hannah asking about age. You know, 53 or in that later stages of life, are we supposed to be getting into a whole life policy at that time? What's your advice?
That's a good question. So honestly, I mean, my dad, when he first heard this, he was, what was he? Was he 40? Early 40s, I want to say he was like 42. Okay. Cause he just turned 54, and he's been doing this for 12 years. So he was 42 when he got into this. It's life-changing. And y'all, even if you're sitting there thinking, you're like, oh crap, you know, Hannah, I don't know if I can get a policy. Maybe I'm uninsurable. You know, I had cancer or something. Well, here's what you can do. You can practice this concept by putting the policy on somebody else, somebody that you have invested interest in, a spouse or a child. You can make them the insured body, and then you be the owner of that policy. You operate, and it works that same way. But you know, we have individuals and clients all the way from 2 years old up to 75, 80, right? And they're still getting policies.
Mike asked, at 67, can he still get a policy?
At 67, yes.
Awesome.
Okay. So insurance companies typically stop giving out policies at age 70.
Got it. Yeah, that was the next question. Awesome. Good for people in their 70s. At age 70, they tend to end the insurance policy. Is correct?
Well, they tend to, yes, not be able to, you be that insured body. That death benefit would not be on your body. So just put somebody who you have insurable interest in, a business partner even, you know, children, siblings, parents, right?
Awesome. Yeah, and if you could unshare your screen now. And absolutely, and you said you were how old?
I'm 21. So I just turned 21 on August 14th.
God bless you. I've got 6 children that are all in their 20s now, and they're all powerhouse as well. And I'm so impressed. I know what most 21-year-olds look like, and you are not it.
Oh, not it.
Absolutely amazing. Keep on the great work, whatever your dad's been doing. Just aces. You are amazing.
Now we just got to tell him to give me a raise.
That's it. That's it. No. Just tell him to keep leaving the company to you, and everything's going to be A-okay. You've got a bright future. Yeah, just
Thank
awesome.
you for having me, Paul.
Yeah, man, stay connected. I would love to continue to communicate with you. This is the first time I've met you and seen you, and I'm highly impressed. Highly impressed.
Thank you.
Awesome job. Everyone, absolutely everything she said, I've been familiar with whole life as well. It is the aces. It's something to pay attention to. It is absolutely a tool of the wealthy. So do your due diligence and check it out, but it's worth your time. Awesome job, Hannah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now we are continuing along. You guys have been just phenomenal. Keep up the great work in participating fully. And we've got my good buddy Dutch. He's back with us. He was here yesterday. He is back with us today. How you doing, buddy? All right, are we
I have
live?
to speak in order for you to hear me. I'm doing great. I'm doing great. And I'll just, reiterate the point, everybody. Hannah's point is just so smart and so important. My 3 and 4-year-old have both had policies on them since they were born. It's part of what's behind the scenes, right? As you build wealth, as you grow wealth, there's levels to this game. And part of knowing what the levels are is unlocking what's behind the scenes, unlocking what people don't understand. I wish they gave a whole life policy. I wish they gave a cash benefit policy when you are in elementary school and junior high. I wish they, taught you about IRAs and 401ks and solo Ks and different things when you're in junior high or high school, right? Because it would make a difference. Now, your kids probably were learning those things in junior high and high school, right, Paul?
Yes, and I will tell you that let's not go crazy here. Let's just get our school system to teach them how to write a check. Like just know what a bank account is.
But you probably have grandkids in high school now, right, Paul?
Yeah. Now. No. They're all just in their 20s. We
no grandkids yet, huh?
They pace themselves effectively. First they go to school, then relationship, then babies. Not in a reverse order. Absolutely not. So and all my kids have been learning about financial understanding most of their life and really getting the concepts that Hannah was just teaching. It's so important for all of us to really understand. One of the biggest things that makes the difference between the highly successful and the ones that aren't is just understanding how money works. And, where Hannah was talking about the banks, I joke, the banks line their walls with marble. Wouldn't you rather line your walls with marble? That's what all this is about. That's what everything we're talking about today is about. Lining your walls with marble instead of theirs and figuring out how you can do all these systems for yourself to create a magnitude of results, which is a great lead-in for you, Dutch. Because now we're going to learn even more systems, processes, techniques, and strategies. Dutch Mendenhall going to talk about tax auction investing is your mainstay. Already running 3 investment funds, over $7 million in properties, $3 million in profits. And that's just in the last 12 months. And we all know the last 12 months has been not normal for most people. And so anybody that's making that kind of magnitude of profits in the last year is just somebody to pay attention to. I've known Dutch for a long time. This is definitely a treat. And it's all yours, buddy.
Awesome. Well, the first thing I got to do is make sure the screen is sharing correctly. And Paul, thanks. Paul
I will be paying attention to that today for you.
Paul is one of the first people I met when I began on my journey of wealth building, right? I was actually training and teaching at a personal development seminar, and Paul and his wife, Deborah, came through the seminar, and then they immediately, within 24 hours, became coaches with me. And we coached side by side and helping people grow and develop. And I said a decade, but it was actually 14 years ago, Paul? I actually looked some stuff up. So,
Five?
and I
2006?
remember Paul saying to me, he had 6 kids, right? And he had a concept of money that I couldn't understand as a single male at 25 years old, right? At one point in time, we're in a mastermind meeting, and Paul says, you know, if I don't make over $20,000 a month, I'm hitting the poorhouse. And that, like, to me was revolutionary, because as a single male in my 20s, I couldn't understand why in the world would someone need to make 20,000 a month, right? And now being 40 years old and having had my own kids and been through the journey, and as you stack wealth and as you understand taxes and different things, and as you begin to grow, and you're not just building wealth for yourself, right? You're not just feeding yourself, you're feeding your kids, and you're not just building wealth for yourself, you're feeding wealth for your kids too. And so there's things with your vision of your goggles, with your glasses, that are just it changes so much. I am on my Zoom home screen, but I do not see a screen share button. There it is. All right, screen share. I have shared it. Can you guys see the welcome to your COVID real estate survival presentation?
Yes.
Awesome.
Perfect. Dude.
I'm going to start the presentation today with a story that was just something that came across my table in the last few weeks. And I was watching Kevin Hart, and he was being interviewed by Joe Rogan. And Kevin Hart was saying that, you know, he was at a Super Bowl gathering, right? And those of you who don't know Kevin Hart, he may be the most famous person in the world at this point in time. And he was at a Super Bowl party, and he was with his wife, and he was with a friend, and he's with his wife, and he sees Robert Kraft, right? And he sees Tom Brady, right? And then he sees Jeff Bezos, right, from Amazon. And he says to his wife, he says, I'm going to go talk to Jeff Bezos. That sounds exciting to me. And his friend says, don't be that guy. And Kevin Hart says, what guy? And his friend says, don't be that hungry guy. You're the only guy in here who's going to be hungry, right? People are here to celebrate and have a good time. And he looks at his friends. He goes, you stay here, sweetheart. Come on. And he goes and he says, Jeff. And Jeff Bezos looks at him and says, hi there. He goes, I'm Kevin Hart. He goes, I know who you are, Kevin. And he goes, man, I'm just so impressed. I'm so amazed. It's so incredible to see who you are, to know who you are, to know what you've accomplished. I just want you to know that I admire you. And someday I'd love to be able to chat with you. I'd love to be able to talk with you. I know now is not that time, but I just wanted to introduce myself and say hello, right? And Jeff says, well, Kevin, I know who you are. And yeah, today may not be that time, but I look forward to the time when we can spend a few minutes together. And, you know, that is someone that has gone from nothing to being worth, I don't know what Kevin works with, but I think it's over $100 million. And someone who understands that there's games behind games behind games. He says there are levels that Jeff Bezos has been through, who understands business, that understands real estate, that understands life, that understands the ability to create a platform, the ability to create a level that the average everyday person will never understand, because there's levels behind levels behind levels when it comes to building wealth, when it comes to power, when it comes to growing. And I share that with you because part of today's presentation is I'm going to talk to you about some creative real estate things that we've done during COVID, some things that we've done that have made us a tremendous amount of money and can make you and will make you a tremendous amount of money for every single one of you that are on here. I remember my first commercial real estate deal I ever did in my life. And now I caveat this, everybody, with the fact that I grew up with literally nothing, right? And so we're talking about a guy in his 20s, right around actually the time that I met Paul, and maybe a year or two later, I was doing this commercial real estate deal, 38th Street Apartments in Jacksonville, Florida. And it didn't have a ton of money, right, to invest. I didn't have a ton of money to get into deals. And so in my mind, I said, let me go wholesale these apartments. Let me go put these apartments out there, right? Let me go find these deals. People got to want deals. They got to want to buy deals, right? And so I started structuring this deal, and we were able to get these 40 units of apartments down to $1.4 million purchase price. And we started doing the due diligence, and we started getting deep into it, and we found there were some things wrong with the rent rolls. And so we began to renegotiate, right? And I already found a buyer to come in at $1.4 million, right? And so this buyer was to come in. And so when we renegotiated, though, we were able to get not just the deal down to $1.2 million, but they were seller financing $1.1 million. And I said to the gentleman that was buying the property, I said, if I can get this finance for you so you don't have to worry about it at all, and you have reasonable financing, and I can get $200,000 off the purchase price, I said, can I retain ownership? Can I keep ownership in this deal? with you? And he said, yeah, absolutely. And so I ended up keeping ownership in the deal and the transaction with him. And so I was able to get into a deal with no money, bringing in a partner and able to do a creative type of deal, creative type of real estate. And that was just revolutionary for me. That was a light bulb for me. It was one of those things over these years of business where these little bubbles start to pop up, right? These think bubbles. And maybe I'm different than some people, but I actually get think bubbles, right? Like you see in the cartoons. And I'm like, that's how it works. That's how it's done. That's how this deal is done, right? I ended up selling off my interest in that 38th Street Apartments for $400,000 2 years later. And think about that. No money down, sell off my interest in it for $400,000. That's the magic behind real estate. Sometimes it's about doing deal after deal after deal and not even knowing which one's going to be the home run. And then the home runs appear by doing lots of deals. Today, I'm going to talk to you about things light bulbs that have gone off for us. Things that have literally changed my life, changed my world on how I see things, on how I do things. Presentation, there we go. So, those of you who know me yesterday, right, I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about who I am and how cool I am and how, I've done $30 million in partnerships with my students and all of the different things that go with who I am, because I want you to know who I am. Who I am as a father, I'm a husband, I'm a man of faith, I'm a friend, I'm an investor, I'm a businessman. I've made a lot of money. I've made more money in my lifetime than most people, will ever dream of making. I've been highly blessed to do that. But I also came from nothing. And though my kids will grow up with whole life insurance policies and they'll grow up with a financial education, when I turned 18 years old, I didn't even know what credit was. I didn't know how to get a credit card. But I grew up working, so I knew how to work. And that was something I think that growing up poor, growing up with the parents I had, I think was incredibly important to me, is I knew how to work. I knew how to drive. I knew how to push. I knew how to really put in the effort. And so over the years, I think that's something I've been able to rely upon. But what that did was that caused me to get to a place of burnout. I burned out as a college athlete, right? I was in the Big Ten. I showed Michigan coach Jim Harbaugh at University of Iowa. We're never a big fan of Michigan football unless they're playing someone outside of the Big Ten. Played baseball at the University of Iowa, so I burned out and I hurt myself and I got injured. Then I became a college baseball coach, and I coached baseball at the University of San Francisco. And then I started to burn out again. And then I was an executive recruiter, which was my first job, and I actually made great money. I made $250,000 in a year, and I paid $90,000 in taxes, and I spent $50,000 on my education, training, seminars, and different things. But I was getting to a point in that where I was beginning to burn out. And my mentor, my boss, he's the national director, worked for $1 billion company, and he said, Dutch, when are you going to stop working so hard and start listening to me? I said, what do you mean? He goes, there are just things, the way to do this that you just don't understand. Yeah, you can work hard and grind. And yes, you'll make it out. But the question is, will you ever be free? How many of you on the training, how many of you on live right now know you've worked too hard in your life to be in the financial position, to be in the place you are today? The reason you're here, and I congratulate all of you for being here, is because you want more. You're here, and I just have such admiration for you. You're taking time away from your family. We're in the middle of this COVID thing. You're here on a Sunday, wanting to grow, wanting to expand. And so I know what it is to be you, and I know what it is to go from where you want to be to where you want to get. And I just have such admiration for each and every one of you on. And so it's more about, I know what we're going through right now. We're going through this COVID thing. This thing is different than anything we ever saw in our lifetimes. And never in my life did I think my American freedoms would be taken from me. Never in my life did I think my ability to send my kids to schools, my ability to be told whether I have to vaccinate my kids or not vaccinate my kids. And I'm not here to be political. There's pro-vaxxers and non-pro-vaxxers. I'm actually more behind vaccination. My wife's really against vaccination. And so it's a great dynamic in your marriage and in your household. But no one should be able to tell me I have to. And that's more important to me than it is whether than anything else. My rights and freedoms. I wear a mask because I want to respect other people and believe in other people, but I don't know that I should ever be forced to. And I think as Americans, we have to make decisions based on what's right and what's wrong. I know a lot of people that are in the know on COVID. We had investors who've invested with us who passed away, a husband and wife. We also I've had investors who caught COVID and recovered from it. And so, I have an understanding. I know a CEO of a hospital in Houston, Texas. And at one point in time, he said, it's not that big of a deal. It's not really affecting us at all. And then 2 weeks later, he said, our critical care units are completely overwhelmed. And this is something that even we never saw coming. And then I talked to nurses and I talked to doctors who are investors with us. And so I'm constantly trying to get the feedback. And the feedback now is that it's manageable. As long as they can keep the hospitals from being overrun, as long as they can get people in before they get to acute, that it's manageable. And so, this is something that has affected all of our lives greatly. The cases across the world have increased. The scary thing now is children, right? Schools opening up, schools shutting down, schools opening up, schools shutting down. And I say this because we have to pay attention to what's going on. In business, in real estate, if you pay attention to what's going on, it creates opportunity. And a lot of people in life want to shut down. A lot of people go through this grieving mode, and I totally get it. There's a time in my life where I went through a grieving mode. It's fascinating. My sons, the last 48 hours have been going through this weird emotional roller coaster for them. They were on a walk with their nanny and my two sons, and a dog attacked them, and my little dog, she looks like a miniature golden retriever, got bit multiple times, 15 puncture wounds, and stood between them and a pit bull Labrador mix. Not even someone who lives inside our private community, and just scary, and so they've been going through this emotional thing the last 2 days, and they don't even know why, right? They don't know why that wanting a cup of water suddenly becomes an emotional thing, or having to go take a nap, because normally that's not for them. Like they said before, in case you didn't catch it, they're 3 and 4 years old. And so, it's interesting because during this COVID thing, we've all gone through different emotional processes, right? And as I went through this, I saw a lot coming, and part of it's because we pay attention as a business. So I want to just let me know, Paul and you guys, if you guys can hear this video. Hey, what's up, everybody? Dutchman and Hall here. Are you guys able to hear that, Paul?
It's a little bit low. Turn up the volume a little bit.
A little bit low. All right. Let me
go into it. Turn up the volume, and that
best way to turn up the volume on it is right here. We'll crank it up. There we go. Hey, what's up, everybody? Dutchman and Hall here. I have a very important subject to talk to you about because it's coming. It's coming, and you're not ready for it. And the economy is going to crash again. Things are going to happen that you have to be ready for. Imagine that the banks start failing and they start closing. Imagine insurance companies that are no longer insuring. Imagine government bailouts. Well, we were already there in 2008. Now we're a decade later. It's going to happen again. A lot of people talk about the 08 crashes if it's something big and significant, that's something new. It happened in the dot-coms in the early 2000s. It happened in the 90s. It happened in the 80s with the savings and loans crashes. And there are all kind of mini crashes in the middle there. And now it's coming again. So what do you have to pay attention to? What do you need to be ready for? Look, everything we do from an investment standpoint is to prepare for the next crash. Every single thing we do from a real estate standpoint is to be ready for the next economic crash. So what I want you to do is to do the same. I want you to be able to invest in ways that no matter what happens, you're going to make money. If you pay attention to the economic indicators right now, there are few and fewer affordable houses for Americans out there. Rents are going up and up and up. If you have cash flow, you're going to be able to overcome the next economic crash. The challenge is people that have cash flow properties are driving the price of those cash flow properties up higher and higher. So what are you to do? And so I want you to understand that the next crash is coming, and you have to know exactly what kind of real estate to invest in, where to invest, how to invest, what kind of properties are going to make you the cash that you want to make. Our investors have consistently made over a 10%, over a 15%, on some deals over a 30% return. The reality is you don't need to make that kind of money to make really good money, but you need to make money. And so we want to be there with you every single step of the way. And so our inner circle is something that very few people get to do. It's an exclusive elite group. We invest together. We know exactly what cities, what markets, what houses to invest in, where we're going to not only make flipping money, but we're also going to make cash flow money to take advantage of the coming economic crash. Look, Trump is a real estate guy. We all know that. I'm not going to say good or bad about Trump. That's for your own personal opinion. But the reality is he's in real estate. He's going to take care of his real estate buddies. There's opportunity sectors. A lot of you don't know that, where you don't have to pay income tax or capital gains taxes in the future. A lot of you don't understand how he's loosened up lending. He's taking care of his buddies. He's taking care of the real estate people that he knows, including himself, for the future. That's where his policies have led us. So you have to be able to take advantage of what the system is and make your money and invest in real estate the right way. And so we have that process for you. So that's a video from October of 2019, where I was talking about the next real estate crash coming, right? In February, if you go to our YouTube channel, you'll see these videos. In February, I told people that COVID was going to shut down our entire economy, was going to shut down our entire nation, that it was going to be the most serious thing we've ever experienced in our lifetimes. And then in April, I told people there was going to be protests and riots, and there was going to be things that were going on civilly within our country. In May, I said by November, there's going to be 40 million people infected in the United States, and we're well on our way there, and we're on that path. I also said that the coming riots and protests in November are going to be unlike anything we ever said, that there was underlying forces that literally want to undermine and overthrow our country, overthrow our government. And this is just crazy, right? And I don't mean to scare everybody here, because I've never been a person who had this belief system, right? You go back 2 years, I wasn't a person who believed in that in all of these underlying forces. I wasn't a survivalist. I wasn't a person that was a prepper and had 6 months or 2 years of food and 6 months of water. I used to think those people were crazy, right? Though I grew up around firearms, I never owned a firearm before 12 months ago, and now we do. Right. And so the world is changing fast. And so I talk about, how we began to prepare, right, with our real estate business, right? We secured our debt. We renegotiated all of our debt so that no matter what happened during the next 24 months, we knew we were going to be taken care of, right? We activated these marketing machines to bring deals to us, because I predicted that the auctions were going to close, right? And so being in the tax lien and tax deed business, most tax lien and tax deed auctions across the country right now are closed. And so that kind of messed up our normal business model of buying tax liens and tax deeds, right? We started to look at our inventory, and then we came up with our survival project. And this is something that came from two sources. It came from my wife, Vanessa, and it came from one of our investors, Alan Pan, who invests with us. And Vanessa to me said, Dutch, we need a plan B. And I said, well, what does that look like? And I started researching, and I started diving into it, right? And then I said to myself, well, that's great. I can go buy a house in the country, and I can have a plan B for us. But I said, but if we need a plan B, then our investors, the people that are out there, need a plan B. But I said, let me take this a step further. What if I can make a plan B make money? What if I can make it make money for our investors? What if I can have it make money for everyday Americans, right? The rich and famous have bomb shelters, right? You look at land in Mexico, or you look at land in the mountains in Colorado, and you're talking at least $600,000 to $1 million in order to have a type of survival project. But what if I could have something for an everyday American to have an escape, right? What if I could do it for economically for a few $100s a month? But what if I could scale it to a point where it makes significant and creative returns? And so today's all about all of these different things, right? So how do we prepare? We did our 5% amendment, right, to the SEC. You guys heard about that yesterday, right? We are the only real estate fund that I know in America that did a COVID-related amendment to the SEC, guarantee our investors their money. These are all things we did so that our investors didn't want to leave, right? Because they were scared. And we found with our investors that there are certain people that are scared and freaking out. And then a bunch of our investors are investing more money, and they're doubling down, which is something that I like, obviously, right? What we're not paying attention to is some of the worst is yet to come. And this is something that hasn't been talked about, that people aren't discussing. The current flu season is coming. This winter, there's a flu season coming. When you look at when COVID hit New York City, it was during the winter. When it hit New Jersey, it was during the winter. It hit the rest of the country during the spring, during the summer, right? The second wave. And anytime you study the 1918 flu pandemic, you study other major pandemics across our lifetimes, you started to find that this craziness always hits twice as hard the second winter. And we're lucky that it hit in the dead of winter the first time. But this is what's happening, right? There's not going to be a vaccine ready. And when the vaccine does hit, is it something you really want to take or you want to give to your children? The side effects that come with an untested, unproven vaccine are crazy, insane, right? On something that may or may not affect you, your family, your children, right? And so that's where it starts to become scary, right? And you have to ask yourself, when do people become dangerous? And this is something, we began to study, we began to look at, right? If the supply chain goes down, when people have to make a call, they have to make a decision, right? Paul and I have been friends. We've known each other for a decade, right? And we have a relationship. But if we're sitting as neighbors and his kids have no food to eat because they're not able to buy things from the store. And in the beginning, I'm able to maybe share what I've put away as 6 months to a year of storage food for my family. But the day he can't feed his kids and I tell him no, that's when people become dangerous. When you have to make that conscious decision to put you and your family first, it's when the world changes. And so this is something, the reality, we could face in America. And I don't know that COVID's going to bring to us, but it's what is coming next. What else is out there, right? And so when people have to make decisions because it's affected them socially, economically, right? They have to choose between their family and others, right? When the social contract begins to break down is when the world changes. This is something that we saw that was just crazy, right? You saw the thing in Wisconsin, a 17-year-old kid, in my opinion, a good kid, right? Should never have been in that situation, was put into a situation where there's riots and protests and thinks he's protecting his city and then gets attacked and has to defend himself, right? And you can judge or not judge. We can have different opinions on that. But the fact is, that's what we deal with in our world today. In easy times, natural disasters moves people. After 9/11, our country came together. The people came together. What's different about COVID and the pandemic? Do you feel out there listening to this training, listening to this webinar, do you feel like we've come together as a country? Do you feel that the change we had from September to December after 9/11 is anything like what we've experienced during COVID? Or do you feel like we've broken apart? Do you feel like the social nature of our country has changed? The way people view things, the way people judge people, the way people push people is different. And so when you look at the potential of what's happening out there and you look at what's going on, is COVID isn't even a level 10 disaster, right? You have to ask yourself, what would you do if there was chaos? And so, I sat and I looked at what we have as an investment company, right? And I look at Rad Diversified, right? We have a $30 million investment fund. We've made over 15% returns for half a decade. Last year, we made a 40% return. This year, we're on track to make over a 30% return. This year, first quarter, 7% return. Second quarter, 7% return. The question is what if that all disappears, right? What if our real estate market crashes? What if it drops by 40, 50%? What if there is no active value in real estate? What if the dollar starts to disappear? And so how do we react? How do we prepare for this? And how do we start to make the kind of investments that start to do this, right? Look, what's been happening, right? What we've been working towards, if it no longer matters, then what will you need when this happens, right? Here's the things that you need when this happens: electricity, shelter, food, waste disposal, water, security. These are things that you must have if the S hits the fan. And I started looking at this and I said, well, my family needs a plan B. We need water. We need a place to live. Those are easy buildable yurts, right? We need electricity. We need an armory to protect us. Something people never talk about, that if a level 10 disaster hits, people will migrate. You already saw it from New Orleans, people migrated to Texas. You saw it after the Houston hurricane, people began to migrate west, right? You saw it after New York City, people already began moving out. There's more property available, more vacancy available in New York City than we've ever seen in the history of it. People started moving west. They started moving to DC. They started moving to Boston. They started moving to Philadelphia. They started moving past Jersey because Jersey was hit as well. And so when people migrate, if you have the food, if you have the shelter, if you have the different things, you're going to have to protect it. And I'm talking about worst case scenario here, ladies and gentlemen, right? I'm not talking about if, we have another earthquake or another hurricane, which are bad things, or if we have tornadoes. I'm talking about something that's far worse. I'm talking about when your family, when everything in your life is put at risk, right? Think about this. If there's 50 a major electrical grids in America that if we were taking down our entire country would be without power. Now, I have solar panels, but my neighbors don't. The Cold War with China, with Russia, it's something that's really not talked about. We are in our second great Cold War. Nobody really speaks about this. Nobody really talks about this. And this is something for you to consider. China and Russia can make a 30-year or 40-year plan to overthrow capitalism and overthrow the American government. If you don't think for a second that the Chinese leadership, the Russian leadership, the Korean leadership have ever sat in a room and said, we are the communist countries of the world, how do we overthrow capitalism? What's a long-term plan to overthrow the American government, which is the leader in the world when it comes to capitalism? And yeah, there's a lot of this presentation that is scary, right? And then when you take all of those things and you add in natural disasters, and what's the scariest one? What's bigger than every single thing that we've already talked about? The answer is I don't know. Is it nuclear? Is it a natural disaster that we've never seen? Is it? I've always said that the single greatest thing a terrorist could do to the state of California is drive up the coastline with a blowtorch and a motorcycle. And like literally, you look outside right now and you can't see the sun clearly because of the current fires that are here. And those were fires started by lightning and started by a baby revealing party. And it's the air quality here is frightening, right? And so what is it? The question is I don't know. And so we take a step back, and I have to say, look, there's a balance in our universe, right? There's a God balance. God balances things out. But when you look at the Bible, when you look at the second coming, it says you have to get out of the cities. And we're going to see that with COVID. We're going to see a push of people getting out of cities unlike we've ever seen. And sometimes, I say the serenity prayer, right? It's one of the great prayers, right? God, let me control the things I can control, let go of the things I cannot control, and give me the discernment or the wisdom to know the difference, right? So where do we go from here? Well, what we did was we bought a ranch. And this ranch is in Idaho. And this ranch has all the things that we could possibly run, right? It's got livestock, it's got housing, it's got 2 miles of waterfront, it's got irrigation, it has crops, it has cattle, it has everything on it that you could need. Now, then we turned it into an investment. And so we bought 450 acres of land for 1.5 million. Now, based on our project and how we put our project together, it will create $90,000 a month in cash flow. Now, if you buy a property for $1.5 million and you create $90,000 a month in cash flow, that makes the project worth over $10 million on a 10 cap. In today's real estate society, everything is a 5 cap, which puts it worth over $20 million. Each individual acre will be rented for $200 a month. We're giving it access to the public. We've already rented out over 100 of these acres for the $200 a month. It was a project when I first came to my eye, when I first came to my vision, I was like, I don't know. I'm not sure. I believe in this. I think it'll work. The math behind it is crazy. Getting behind this is like getting into Amazon or getting into Google and when they first opened, getting behind Apple right after the craziness they had with Microsoft and the trust laws, right? If you're not paying attention right now and you don't buy stock in Yahoo or Bing, you're crazy because Google is going to face antitrust. But these are things that create 100%, 1,000% return. And that's where Alan Pan came in. He came to me, Dutch, he said, Dutch, if we did this survival project, how could we make 1,000% return? Because typically in real estate, I started thinking, I say, how do we make a 15% return? How do we make a 20% return, right? And people always ask me, Dutch, well, everybody else is struggling. How did you make a 44% return in 2019? And in 2020, how have you already made a 15% return? How did you get there? Well, it's alternative thinking. It's about paying attention. It's about having people around you that are the collective mind think. You heard me talking about our inner circle earlier. It's 100 people who've invested over $100,000 with us. It's 100 people that just to join the club paid $30,000 with us, and most of them have invested over $1 million with us. We get together with them every single year, and that's not what I'm sharing today. That's not what I'm having you guys invest in today. But we get together with them and we put our minds together and come up with the greatest ideas ever known when it comes to making money and it comes to making money in real estate. And so when we came up with this, at first it was just an idea. It was just a thought. It was like, man, what if? Could we? And then we went and found the property. And there were so many better properties than I ever imagined. It's fascinating. When we bought this property for $1.5 million, there are others who have the same thing in mind. Now, not as an investment opportunity, not to open up access to the public, but for their own selfish reasons. You know, when you see Warren Buffett sell his stock in Goldman Sachs and buy 500 million in gold, you got to take a second to think about it. When you see our Fed say, we're not going to worry about inflation, we're going to focus on full employment, we're going to let inflation run rampant. Well, the destruction of the dollar is maybe one of those unknown pandemics that we couldn't even have prepared for, we couldn't even know, right? This is a crazy, insane project that makes a lot of money, right? Like if we decided to sell the property, that's what it'd be worth, $20 million, right? And that's the investment side of it. Now, how many of you that are out there right now know that you wish you had a plan B for your family, right? You wish that there was something there just in case. Hannah was on talking about whole life insurance, and she was talking about policies, and she was talking about being prepared, right? I'm talking about going a step further to ensure that your kids are going to be able to eat, that you're going to be able to eat, that your safety is going to be guaranteed. But what if you could do that for free? What if it never cost you anything out of your pocket? What if you could do that for free? How many of you would do that? And so that's the concept that we came up with when it came to this project. I said, how do we make this so that people have no choice to do it, so that people are safe, so that they are protected? And so we began to figure out, how do we do this, right? And so as we began to build out the model, we created an upgrade option, right? That we would seller finance, right, an acre with a full build out, right? With a yurt, with waste disposal, with a year's supply of food, with access to the armory and access to the community for seller financing it to people for $100,000. So not only are we making $90,000 a month on this project from the cash flow, but on top of that, the upgrades, right? The upgrades are giving us this tremendous return. Now, the crazy part is how I did this project, how I created this project, was I brought my inner circle in with me. And so they came in on the initial investment of the 1.5 million. So my inner circle put up the $500,000 for the beginning of it. My REIT went and got the financing for the $1 million. So we own 66% of it. My inner circle owns 33% of it. And that's the magic behind this project. It's a no money down real estate deal for us. So we have a property that is making infinite returns over the next couple of years. How many of you want to be able to do these type of investments? Or how many of you are on here like, Dutch, you're talking a level, you're talking a game, you're talking a way, you're talking above my head when it comes to a project like this? I get that. I understand. I didn't get here in the beginning. I couldn't have done this at 25 years old when I first met Paul. I couldn't have done this at 27 when I did my first commercial real estate deal. I couldn't have done this before I created my first investment fund, then my second one, then my third one. I couldn't have done this then when I created my real estate investment trust. There's no way I could have pulled a project off like this. There's no way I probably even would have had the mindset to be able to think and create a project like this. Look, I'm a visionary surrounded by incredible people. And so what I wanted to be able to do is now create this investment for other people. And so we were able to build the investment in such a way that everybody can be able to have access who jumps in with us and be able to do it for free and be able to make money and have a plan B for their family. Look, the bigger picture here is we're going to have 20 of these survivalist projects throughout the country, so that within every region, within every market across the country, there is people can get to them. If you're on vacation with your family, you can get to one, no matter what the situation is, because it is coming. We've been predicting it for as long as I can remember. If you haven't watched the apocalyptic, the pandemic movies, I mean, they're out of control. Our society is literally bringing it upon ourselves. There's another one that we haven't even talked about today, AI, artificial intelligence. This is something that blew my mind to such an extent that I couldn't even imagine this is where our world was going. They are literally created a chip that they want human beings to start putting in their heads. If you haven't paid attention, right, from Elon Musk and Tesla, this is something they've created that they're going to be bringing to the market. Elon Musk predicts that AI will surpass human beings as the superior intelligence in the world in the next 3 years. not the next 10 years, the next 20, the next 40 years. And AI is already being used as a weapon by governments across the world, and it will continue to be used as a weapon. This is something that behind the scenes that you can't even fathom. You know, like the Terminator movies, Arnold Schwarzenegger, I'll be back, right? Those are things that exist. It's crazy, and this is exactly why we built this project, right? And so here's what I'm going to be able to give you, right? We have an acre of land for only $200. You can get access to the community, you get access to the property, you get access to the resources if the S hits the fan, right? If it comes to a point in time where you've got to get out of Dodge, where you have to leave your home and you have to come. We're going to give you our educational matrix. Look, we teach tax liens and tax deeds, bar none, hands down, right? Those of you who follow us on YouTube, I mean, our tribe is huge, right? We have over 1 million followers, over a million tribe members across the world. To say we're a big deal, I don't know, but we care, right? We're putting it out there for people every single day, right? And then I'm going to take the $200 and I'm going to make that an investment in our REIT for only $400. So what's going to happen is that this project works off of each other. It's like a teeter-totter. And so when one sits on one side, right, the teeter-totter starts to go up. But when more weight starts to be on the other side, the teeter-totter starts to go up. So not only do you have an investment that is going to make you returns and make you money, but you also have access to your plan B. And some of you are probably a little confused right now, and that's okay, because this is the first time we're pitching this in this type of environment, and we're sharing this with people in this type of environment. And when I had a chance to come and share, you know, it's fascinating. Like sometimes people say, Dutch, your mind works on a different wavelength, a different level than other people, and what you've been able to create and what you've been able to build is amazing. I don't always get it, I don't always understand it, but we've always been able to make money with you, and that's kind of the magic behind the sauce. But this is something that we built for everyday people who want an escape and want it to be an investment. And the crazy part is your investment starts to make returns, starts to make dividends in the first year, right from the beginning. And that's the insane part about how this project works, right? And so what you're going to do is be able to invest a small amount of money to be a part of the entire project. Also do have a plan B to have an escape for you, your family, and all of the things that you do. And so as this project grows, your investment grows. As they feed off of each other, it's this kind of magical equilibrium, this magical relationship, right? And so what I want to be able to do is be able to open this up to questions. But what I want you to do right now is book an appointment to talk to our team to talk about the survival project. So Michael Carter, go ahead and put the link in there. And here's the bottom line is our spots are filling up incredibly fast, right? We first released this to our tribe, to our database, and about a 5-minute presentation, and 100 of them sold within about 5 hours. And so that was 4 days ago. And now we're sharing this with all of you, and a bunch of you are going to join this, and the 454 spots are going to be closed incredibly fast, I imagine within the next 30 days. You're going to see things that are coming in the coming weeks and the coming months that are going to change everything, right? I mean, what's worst case scenario? Where else in the world can you get an acre of land for $200, right? Now let's talk about these acres, right? These acres we're selling for about $4,000 an acre, right? For irrigated, developed, right, farmland. Right now, they're selling for $10,000 an acre. So we recently bought this property, and within 90 days after buying it, the price of land, the price of farm shot through the absolute roof. And so we literally, in the first, it's crazy, within 90 days of buying the property, we doubled our money in buying this income producing farm, right? And so as things get worse, this property continues to make more and more money, right? So make sure you book your appointment, right? It's incredibly important. Jump on the phone with the team, ask the questions you need to ask. I haven't checked the time to see how we're doing. We're doing good on time. So, go to go.oncehub.com/survivalist, right? We'll post the link in the chat for everybody that's on there. Feel free to start feeding in questions, right? Take 2 seconds right now. Write down questions. If you haven't thought this way, then you're like I was 12 months ago, 18 months ago, right? 18 months ago, I lived in a nice house. 18 months ago, I had food and refrigerator, right? 18 months ago, I had a life that I felt was safe and secure. Then I started to face reality. Next thing I knew, I had 12 months of water inside my house. I had 6 months of food. I had 2 backup freezers in my house. My wife told me we needed a plan B. I went and built a plan B for the ages. You can become a part of what we do, become a part of our tribe, become a part of our community. You're going to learn how to do real estate, every aspect of it. And I think that's the thing that, I think in doing these alternative different presentations this time is a little bit different, is we don't talk about, the amount of training, whether it's wholesaling or subject twos, or whether it's marketing and advertising to find deals. Every single one of you who books an appointment right now, that books an appointment with us and schedules a call, we're going to give you access to our entire library, something we sell as a part of our coaching and mentorship for $500 a month. We're just going to give you access to that entire library for free for every single one of you that book that appointment. So go.oncehub.com/survivalist, right? And then I want to be able to open it up to questions. I think my screen just went black and my screen sharing stopped on me. All of a sudden it just auto shut down. So let's see if we can get that back up and have that link up for all of you. Paul and you guys, can you guys see the link and see the screen on there?
Yeah, you're not on the screen. You're on the other.
Just on the edited slides, right?
Yep.
Now do you see the beginning of the slide presentation? And the screen through to the end?
Yeah, it's not showing up the same way that it was. It's showing up as the back side of your presentation, but we can see the link.
That's all right. It doesn't matter. You guys, book the appointment, right? Jump on. It's incredibly important. We'll work on getting that link back up, but the link is in your chat, and so that should make it easy, right, for all of you to be able to do the things that you need to do. And here's the key: is let's go ahead and open it up to questions, and let's talk about this, right? Let's get into the importance of the survival, the importance of it being a great investment where you're going to make money at the same time. Let's talk about, the free education, the free training that we're going to give you for just taking the step and booking the appointment to talk with our team in order to make the investments that you want to be able to make.
Dutch, one of the questions that came up is, what is the exit strategy?
Yeah. So our exit strategy on this, right? Well, there's a couple different things, right? Number one, your investment is into that of a REIT, right? And so the investment you make as a part of getting your access to your Survival B project is into our REIT. So you can always withdraw and take out full cash and fake out returns and take out dividends and everything out at that point in time. The next thing is there isn't a time when we're going to want to sell our communities, right? Now there may be a point in time when a large multi-billion-dollar investment fund, hedge fund wants to come and buy us out, and at that point in time, because the returns on the multiple, we would. But the only reason they would buy us out is because they want to expand upon the model that we've already built, right? You don't suddenly a year from now, 2 years from now, want to stop having a plan B, to stop having an escape, to stop having a place to get away. And so by the way we did it, where not only are you able to make it an investment and get access to your plan B, but on top of that, make money and make returns, there becomes the non-need, right, for an exit strategy. Now, let's say the S doesn't hit the fan. In 5 years from now, we have this massively cash flowing property where people are still investing in it. Guess what? That's when the next major catastrophe is going to happen, right? Every 4 years, we're going to be facing protests and riots with our elections. Every year, we're going to face new natural disasters. The next COVID is coming faster than you and I can imagine. And if the next COVID is truly a manufactured, produced COVID, it'll change everything tremendously.
What happens if the dollar crashes?
So, if the dollar crashes, right, what's going to happen is that's going to cause inflation to shoot through the roof, right? And so if inflation shoots through the roof, that makes a project like this more valuable, right? Worth more money. You have to invest in things that are going to keep up with inflation. The dollar is going to be changed forever. In the next 12 to the next 24 months, the dollar will no longer look the way it is. If you have money in an IRA or a 401k that is not making a return, it will be worth 20 to 30% less in the next 18 months. That much you can be 100% sure of. Think about that. If you have money in a savings, in a CD, it's going to be worth less. Never before in the history of our country has our Fed said, we're not going to worry about inflation. We're going to focus on full employment. There is massive amounts of money being shoved into our economy. And yes, I'm all about stimulating and growing and building our economy, but what no one talks about is there's a new economy emerging. Having economic cycles is a part of what's supposed to happen in a capitalistic country. But what's not supposed to happen is you're supposed to allow it to come back. When you start to completely force it to come back, what happens is this rapid force is what causes the inflation. And I get it, because what's happening is an election. And what's happening in November is a new government, right? Every 4 years. In America, we're not allowed a 40-year plan. We're only allowed a 4-year plan. Sometimes we're allowed an 8-year plan, but it's still really just a 4-year plan. And if you think that it's our government causing inflation, maybe it is. But if you think it's foreign governments that started planning this 20 years ago, when the wall came down and we thought the Cold War with Russia actually ended, and that's actually when the new Cold War began, the whole thing is different. What is behind the scenes is different.
I'm not sure whether you actually mentioned this or not. Are you looking to build on this and see it through to fruition and then continue this model, or are you looking to sell it off as a company?
We're going to continue to build it and keep it on as a model and continue to grow it, right? So, this was our first asset and our first property, and we sold the first 100 acres within the first week, which blew my mind, right? I didn't expect it to go that fast. I actually thought we would be 18 months before we'd really see some real returns and see some real difference in this. And I think it's just the world we live in right now. People just are diving in left and right, and so it's something that is just crazy. And there's going to be no need, right? There's not going to be the change that people need, a way out, that people need an escape, that people need something different. And what's also never going to change is people need to make money. People need investments. People need to make money on their investments.
Hear, hear. And how are you tying all this in? And kind of a side note is the cryptocurrency, and how are you tying the value in the cryptocurrency? Is that part of the game plan as well?
Well, here's the key behind cryptocurrency, and it absolutely is part of the game plan, right? We've already started the process to get our survival community, right, access and our survival products on Amazon. But we have good friends, Perry very well, and he's one of the largest survival communities in America, right? And it's not like this is a new community or a new thing. It's newer to me, right, in the last 12 months. But there's literally tens of millions of people buying survival products, buying continuation, emergency packs, emergency family stuff every single year.
Yeah, no question. Just double checking them to make sure that we've got all the questions. It looks like we've got all of them completed. Dutch, great job. And amazing project. Just amazing. Scary and amazing. And
scary and amazing. Everybody go book your appointment, right? Get on the phone with our team, and we're going to give you access to an education library that's incredible. Let me just tell you a little bit about the education library. The first one is our pre-auction profits, right? It's how to do non-type of auction deals, pre-foreclosure deals, right? We give you the marketing. We take you through 4 deals step by step from start to finish, how they were found. There's recorded conversations with sellers and buyers. Then on top of that, we give you all the contracts, all the paperwork, all of the knowledge base, right, that came to doing those type of deals. We're talking about, whether it's power of attorneys, we're talking about airship affidavits, we're talking about the purchase and sell contracts that we did in order to do those, right? So it's pretty amazing. Our home study course on tax liens and tax deeds, taking you through that business, how to buy those types of properties from start to finish, right? We give you access to that entire home study course. And so there's just a tremendous amount of value in that. So book your appointment. We're going to give you access to that. Talk to one of our team. This is essentially a project that is built for you to be able to make an investment, make money on your investment, and have a plan B for you and your family. And so go now, right? Go to go.oncehub.com/survivalist R, and it's incredible. You know, in typical survival mentality, for the rich and famous, for the wealthy, to have a plan B, it's $600,000 to $1 million. We've been able to build this community for $200 per family unit. I mean, it's incredible. We have armory and fencing, and we have water, and we have electricity, and we have shelter, and we have food. We have cattle, we have corn. And so let's say the S never hits the fan and you never go to the property, then you simply make money. But if it does hit the fan, now this is your opportunity to protect you, protect your family, to have access, right? To get the people you love access. And so it's just a win-win in every single way. So go to the go.oncehub.com/survivalist R. Paul, appreciate your time, and Linda for having me here. If this didn't blow your mind to alternative types of real estate investing, alternative types of real estate to make money and build your life, it should have just opened your eyes in ways you've never seen before. So go to the go.oncehub.com/survivalist R. Go ahead and do that now. And as well, make sure you're following us on Instagram and Facebook and YouTube and all of those cool community places where we give so much content and great information for people on this world that is changing fast. Things are happening at an accelerated pace, and it's just fascinating, and it blows my mind on how fast things are changing, and you must adapt. You must be ahead of it, not only just to make money, but you must be ahead of it in order to make sure that you're protected, that you're safe, that you're taking care of your family. So go to the go.oncehub.com/survivalist and change how you look at everything. All right, Paul, thanks for having me.
Michael, put that link in the chat one more time. I know a couple people were saying that they were having challenge with the link. However, I tested it and it went through just fine. So continue to go to it again, and it could just be your own computer. Come back to that link or type it in separate, and you'll be fine. The link does work. Absolutely make the appointment. Find out so much more about the investment and what it really means, and how it can change your life, because there's so many levels to this that are important.
The link should work on every type of browser and on cell phones. But if it's not, just maybe choose a different browser. It's always possible that your browser isn't the latest version. So maybe you switch from Chrome to Safari, or from Safari to Firefox, if you are having a challenge. But do the link, get the free training, get the free education, talk to one of our team, get a consultation, right, on your finances and your wealth. And this project is something that is different.
So when are you moving out there?
Say again, Paul?
When are you moving?
I'm not moving, right? I'm not moving. What I am doing though is we're building a second home, but I am changing my citizenship from California to Idaho. So it's very different. You know, a lot of people are leaving California. It's sad, right? Because it's such a beautiful place, such a beautiful country, but paying the state income taxes is completely unnecessary. Also the fact that that the firearms laws here don't make any sense to me. And so, you know, those are things that are very, very, very different. But in Idaho, the moment I cross the border, I'm suddenly licensed to be able to protect and take care of my family. And, you know, on the way there, we went through Utah, and the speed limit's 80, which I kind of enjoyed too.
I can only imagine. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. And, you know, with everything that you've been talking about, there's a ton of changes. If this year was not a wake-up call for people on what's happened in their world, what's happened in their life, both personally and financially, you're not paying attention to what's going on in the world. Things are changing, and one of the things that I teach and I talk about is pivoting and really being able to shift and change quickly. And so much of that has to do with pre-planning, having your plans in place so that you can move on a dime. And that's everything that Dutch has been talking about. So,
you know, Paul, our bread and butter as an education company is we would do these live experiences, right? We would take people into cities, 20 people at a time, with a team of 5 from our team, right? And we would do deals, do real estate right there, hands-on with them. And 100% of those people, if they chose to, would do a deal during that time that they were with us, right? We'd have hand-picked deals from wholesalers from our own inventory. And then suddenly in February, I had to cancel every live experience, every live event that we do as a company. And it shifted what we do forever. Right. And the same thing is I have 111 inner circle members, right, that have invested a significant amount of money with us, and we've made a tremendous amount of money together. But now there's like this whole another responsibility, right? Just like when you have kids, there's this whole another responsibility to know that I don't have time to be sad about COVID, and I know that's happened to some people. I don't have time to wait for the government to tell me what I can or can't do. I have to predict what the government's going to do, and I have to be ahead of the curve. And that's something that we used to talk about, Paul, years and years ago, a decade ago, right? But I didn't get it back then, right? I didn't get it back then. I didn't get it 15 years ago when I was in my 20s. I didn't understand what it was like to be prepared, right? When you're 25, you don't think about, whole life insurance and those kind of things. And so now that we've matured as people, right? And many of you on this line know exactly what I'm talking about, because I know you've gone through a maturing process yourself. The game changes in such a different crazy way. So click on the link. I know you guys got to keep moving. Or actually, it's probably going to lunch now, huh? Who's hungry?
No, not yet. Hey, don't go crazy. Well, let us take care of this. You just
yesterday was lunch. Yesterday was lunch at this time.
There you go.
You guys are gonna push through. Good for you guys. All right.
Dutch, thank you so much. I'll talk to you soon, everybody. Absolutely go to the link. It's there in the chat, and all is great. Thank you so much, Dutch. We've got so much going on, and I want you to know that each and every one of the speakers here has been talking about preparing, really setting the stage for your future, which is so much about what we're talking about here. Dutch was mentioning years ago when Dutch and I met, I started talking about my bottom line was 20 grand, 20 to $25,000 when I got into doing in this arena, if you will, about 15 years ago, because I had a family of 8 and we had some real estate already. And that was what I needed to make on a monthly basis just to get going, just as a baseline. And one of the things when people start talking about that is that their baseline was 3 grand, 5 grand, 7 grand, maybe, mine was 20 to 25,000. And I said, I've got to be looking at a larger bar, at a higher bar, to be able to propel myself to that level and well beyond, which is where I've gone in the last 15 years. And it all had to do with this idea of education, bringing it all into my world, and then creating a strategic plan and taking massive action. And each and every one of our speakers today has been talking about that process on what it takes to create that strategic plan and to get moving forward. It's what I coach on with all my students, is create that strategic plan step by step and really understand where you're going. That there is, you can have almost anything that you want in your life when you plan, when you create a strategy and you actually go forward with it step by step, without fear, without anxiety, and really create the magic that is possible for you. And so everything that we're teaching you is all in that scope. Our next speaker is coming right up here, and he is the founder and president of Private Investment Club. He's a former officer. He's a police negotiator, and he's got 15 years of service and he became a platoon commander. He turned to real estate investing, and in the first year of doing business, he ended up buying and selling over 77 properties. He's a multimillionaire investor, internationally renowned public speaker, best-selling author, celebrity real estate wealth coach who loves to teach his club members on how to succeed as real estate investors. He's here to talk to you about all of that and more. Is he live with us now? And we're going right to YouTube. Sanel, take it away. We're having a challenge with volume, guys.
think and act the way.
Here today, we have Sunil Tulsiani, founder of Private Investment Club.
You need to be hanging around people like that, like him, so that you can learn to think and act the way millionaires act. He's an amazing friend, an amazing mentor and coach.
As I said in my seminar, it ain't bragging if you've done it. What Sunil can do is he can give you advice based on his own experience that will save you years of hard work.
That's what his vision is, to make 100 millionaires.
You need to come and be part of this and use the resources, because it's not just you. You surround yourself with all kinds of people in various aspects of the real estate world, the motivational world, the take a risk world, if you will. Yes.
Sunil Tulsiani is a former police officer turned real estate mogul who has bought and sold over $100 million worth of real estate. He's been referred to by the media as the wealthy cop. Sunil is a #1 best-selling author and internationally renowned public speaker who's been featured on Fox Business News, CNBC, Bloomberg News, CP24 TV, The Toronto Star, and the covers of several national magazines. He's shared stages with Robert G. Allen, Jack Canfield, Brian Tracy, Ron LeGrand, and many other real estate legends. He's been called the Tony Robbins of the real estate world. Please give a warm welcome to your speaker, Sunil Tulsiani.
Hello, everybody. Thanks, Paul, for the intro. I appreciate you very much. Thank you very much. And thank you, Linda, for having me here as well. And thanks, Dave. I know you're here as well. So I appreciate you guys. I've spoken before on this stage in the past, and I just wanted to share for next maybe 15 or 20 minutes about, what it takes to become wealthy, especially if you're a real estate investor, whether you're part-time, you're full-time, and whether you live in North America or anywhere in the world. There's some stuff that I've done in the past that worked really, really well. Now, I want to start with the fact that I was born in a very poor Indian family in India, slightly above the slumdog millionaire status, basically. And we used to live in a 200 square foot home, 200 square foot room. In that room was our bedroom, our living room, our kitchen, everything. Basically, that was and we shared our washrooms with other people. We ended up also living in areas where there was no electricity, there was no running water, there's no washroom that you'd have to go out and use the facility out in the bushes to do that stuff. Then we came to Canada and Toronto 1981. And from 81 to 1990, I was not a good student at all in high school. And it was very tough for me, very shy, never thought that I was going to be a big public speaker. If you told me to go stand in front of a crowd for 30 seconds, I would just melt to the ground. Finally, I became a police officer in 1990. I went from being a uniform officer to becoming a detective, to becoming a police negotiator, and finally, I became a platoon commander. And 15 years into my marriage, my wife comes to me and says, "We're having a divorce." And most of my police officer friends faced more divorces all over the world, actually, than, let's call it, general public. And I had to make a decision. So one day I had this newspaper that I had opened, and there's this big spread and this is on 2004, 2005. And in those days, we still had people advertise about their events in newspapers. And there's this crazy guy saying, buy properties, nothing down. And as a police officer, as a detective, I'm like, this is BS. I threw the newspaper away, and how can you actually do that? What a scam that could be or is. And then for whatever reason, that newspaper came back into my lap. I opened it back. I went and I invested $5,000 into a 3-day boot camp. And this crazy guy, his name was Robert G. Allen, Robert Allen. And Robert Allen today has become a good friend of mine. And we work together, we mastermind together. We co-authored this Achieve book, which all of you are going to get today as a promise from Linda. And of course, the one we're in Toronto. So if you want the physical copy, all you do is you pay the shipping, or if you want the digital copy, it's absolutely a gift for you. And in this, when I left the police force, I took a 1 year of leave of absence, unpaid leave of absence, and I knew I had 1 year to either succeed or go back. And if I go back, my marriage would be in trouble, and we have 2 children, and so I decided to do something about it. And once I went to that course, and the first year alone, why I went on to front cover of Success magazines and news and media and all that kind of stuff, because I ended up buying and selling 77 properties the first year alone. And I want to tell you that I had no real estate background. I had no marketing background. I had no business background per se. It was something that I knew I had to do. So when I bought and sold 77 properties, I ended up making approximately $1 million, $980,000 in those 12 months. And that's really, I went back to the police force and handed in my badge. And so the interesting point is, how did I do that? How did I do that? And there's, of course, we all know that in real estate, you can take the most expensive real estate training on the planet. The how-to is basically getting a good deal and having money to put the deal together. Now, getting a good deal, whether it's a residential or commercial or multi-units or whatever a real estate type of investor you are, you need a good deal, and then you need to find somebody to fund those deals, whether it's a joint venture partner, whether it's vendor take back, whether it's lead rent to owns, whether it's a private lender, somebody who just lends you the money and you can buy it and all that kind of stuff. But bottom line is, if you have a good deal and you have money to get those good deals and you are able to put these deals together, then you will be rich if you know how to do that. And one of the things that I teach, what I do with myself, with my private investment club, is teach people how to do that. Oh, by the way, I know that we have not talked about this with Linda, but on September 26th, which is 2 Saturdays from now, I think it's Saturday, 26th of September, 10 a.m. California time, or 1 p.m. Toronto, New York time, 1 Eastern Standard Time. I'm having a live event, and it's all about how do you make money in today's environment during the COVID-19 in Canada and the United States. So I'm going to have my good friend Kevin Harrington, who's a member of my club. He's a original shark from Shark Tank. And he'll be there and he'll be talking about how do you get access to center of influences? How do you get access to the money from somebody like himself? And since he's a member of my club, how do you actually get access to his money moving forward in real estate? And he'll be there live as well. So if you want access to that, it's admin@Private Investment Club. If somebody can type that for me, please, that would be great in the chat box. admin@privateinvestmentclub.com. So when I did the 77 properties the first year, basically people said, how did you get the money? Like, were you already a multi-billionaire? And the answer is, of course not. I mean, that's why I had to do something when I left the police force. I was a middle class. I was not poor, but I did not have the money to buy and sell 77 properties. So I took that idea that I learned from Robert Allen, and I took other trainings as well. And now I train all over the world, in Canada, United States, Europe, UK, and everywhere in the world, as to how do you actually raise money for your properties and how you find good deals. So in this book, Achieve, with Robert Allen and some of the other experts, I talk about how did I raise the money and how do you do it today? And Robert Allen talks about how do you make money, even if you have no money, within the next 90 days? How do you build, how do you actually just start with $10,000 if that's what you want to start with? You've been trying, you haven't done it. He talks about that as well. He's my friend, he's my mentor, somebody I'm working with, and somebody that we're really proud to give you a gift of this #1 best-selling book called Achieve. So if you are thinking of, okay, I want to make money in real estate. You need to have a good deal, and you need to have money, and then you need to know the how to. How do you do that? And then on September 26th, I will go over some of the how-tos, how to do that. It's a live event on Zoom, so you can join from anywhere in the world. And when you're there, you'll get to meet some of the other cool people, millionaires, multimillionaires, Kevin Harrington himself. You get to spend some time with me as well. And so if you are thinking you want to do that, oh, by the way, if you're thinking in regards to COVID-19 and you think, I'm not too sure if there's a crash coming in the United States, if there's a crash coming elsewhere in the world. So I did a report called COVID-19 Real Estate Crash. And and how can you profit from it? So a lot of people think that if you think there's no crash and property prices are going to keep going up, then you don't need this report. Then you buy properties the way normally that you would buy. But if you suspect there might be some stuff that's going to happen in 2021, and you really want to figure out what are some of the extremely wealthy people are doing, this report would help you a lot. And point here is this. A lot of people, when I talk about crash, think that that's a negative thing. Well, it is for 95% of the people on the planet. It is a negative thing. And then the other 5% of the people, it's a really good thing. You see, when I was in Japan, Tokyo, Japan, there were about 8,000 people in the room with Robert Kiyosaki. So when I shared stage with Robert Kiyosaki and Robert Allen, one of the things Kiyosaki told me behind the scenes is that, and this is before it went public, which he talks about it now on YouTube, is that he made the most amount of money in 2008, 2009, when the crash occurred, than his entire life. That's the time that he made most of his money. So there are a lot of people, including myself, that are going to make lots of money. In fact, during the crashes, that's the best time for you to make tons of money and become wealthy if you know what you're doing. So that is also a gift for you when you come and attend my event on 26th of September starting at 10 o'clock your time, California time, and 1 o'clock the New York or Toronto time. And to register, simply just go to admin@privateinvestmentclub.com, admin@privateinvestmentclub.com, and in the subject line just say, I would like to attend your event, something like that. And in order to get the Achieve book, I'm sure, Linda, if you can put that link in the chat box, they can just download. Absolutely. Thank you. If you can do that right now, that would be awesome. You can actually download this book right now and start your journey in real estate. Now, some of you are veteran investors. It's going to help you. Some of you are somewhere in the middle. It's going to help you. And some of you are starting out. It's absolutely going to help you. All of these three things that I talked about, the book and the report and the live event, which is going to be for 4 hours. It's going to be a 4-hour live event. Myself, Kevin Harrington, the Shark Tank, original shark from the Shark Tank. He's a billionaire investor who's a great friend of mine, who is going to be there, and we're going to figure out how do you actually get access to somebody like it? What kind of information does he need? What kind of information package does he need? How do you do that right now during late 2020 and beginning of 2021? How do you do that? And how do you become wealthy in real estate during the current situation? And I would highly recommend that you attend this, especially if you want to do this part-time or full-time. But if you have, if you're thinking, okay, I don't want to lose money anymore, and I want to invest in real estate, but I don't want to lose money, or I'm doing well, but now I want to go to the next level. How do I get access to Sunil's wealthy friends? You know, like we have Jack Canfield, he's a member of my club. Brian Tracy, he's a member of my club. Kevin Harrington, Shark Tank, he's a member of my club. Brian's son, Michael Tracy, he's a member of my club. And there are extremely wealthy people who are willing to invest. Now, I'm gonna give you a secret that's amazing for Canadians. Canadians love to invest in the United States. We are the top investors, foreign investors in the United States. And this is a gold mine for you if you're in US and you can get access to good deals and you can connect with my members and see how we can work together, it would be a huge gold mine for you, because in Canada, the dynamics of real estate are different. And I am suggesting to my members that a lot of good opportunities are coming in United States, whether they're for people who live in the United States or people who live in Canada or anywhere in the world, actually, who want to invest. So this is a good news for you completely, because there are investors, Canadian investors who have cash, or they're joint venture partners. They want to get a good deal. They want to find trustworthy sources. And the way to do that is to build relationships and attend some of these live events like you're doing right now as well. And I think that's basically my time. I believe, Linda, the book, I believe Linda has put, what do you call it, a link for you. And Linda, if you can put in the email for my 26th September live event that's happening at 10 a.m. California time, admin@privateinvestmentclub.com, admin@privateinvestmentclub.com. You learn how to become wealthy in real estate, as well as how do you get access to some of the wealthy people's money, how do you join venture with them, and how do you get access to Kevin Harrington's money. And you get this beautiful, very timely report for you, for United States. So I have two reports. One is for Canada, one is for United States, and something that you really should have as well. So that's the time for me. Linda, do you need anything from me? Or Paul, or anybody?
I believe.
No, everything's great, Sunil. You did awesome.
Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Paul, good to see you again.
How you doing?
Good.
Great, great, great. The link is there, so everyone get your free book, either digital or the live book. What do we call that? The physical book. Yes,
physical book.
And absolutely pay attention to the link that's there for your live event. Enjoy that. Good luck.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys. Take good care. Bye-bye.
Take care now.
Thank you, Sunil. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Bye-bye.
And we are going to be breaking for lunch now, and we're coming back at what time, Linda?
We are coming back at 1 o'clock.
1 p.m., so 4 p.m. Eastern time, 1 p.m. Pacific.
Oh, actually, no, 1:15. I apologize.
I was going with your lead on that one. Yes, 1:15 and 4:15. So 1:15 Pacific, 4:15 Eastern, and absolutely come on back. This has been an amazing morning. I am stepping out. We've got someone new stepping in to help out Linda. Linda, it's been an absolute pleasure, as always, to be hanging out with you and spend a little bit of time. And it's, like always, you did a terrific job, great group of people. And thank you so much for all that you do.
Oh, well, thank you, Paul. I couldn't have done this without you. And I really appreciate everything you've done to help. So thank you so much.
This is only the beginning, as I say, and we'll be doing this again, I am sure. I'm here for you, here for all of you. And just to sign off, I am going to put my link one more time in the chat. And for anyone that wants a strategy call to really understand how to put all of this and more into your life, come and check out a consultation with me. We'll spend some real time. Usually I'm spending about an hour on these consultation calls. So this is nothing that, it's not a scripted thing. It's nothing that is a sales pitch. This is real consultation with you and I to talk turkey about what it is that you want in life and how to get it. Thank you so much, Linda. Absolute pleasure.
Thank you.
Linda, hang on, we'll do it.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing.
Go ahead, Linda.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
We
Is
are
everything
live.
going on right?
We are live and you are good.
Well, we still have a couple of minutes to go. How are you, Dave?
I am good. Just working the afternoon and taking care of things. So having a good time with it actually.
Great. Well, I'm so happy that you could help me this weekend. It's always a pleasure to work with you. And I'm just really grateful and thankful to you and to everyone else, Paul, Seti. I mean, you guys are awesome.
Well, it's been a lot of fun, and as you know, I absolutely love doing these events, and you know, it's an all-around great opportunity. The group is always fun to present with, and got a little twist in my business that I'm happy to pass along today. So we'll kind of see how that comes together. So that's kind of the structure we're at today. We are coming right up on the 1:15 mark, and we're just going to give it another minute and a half so that people can get logged back in, and then we're going to be hearing from Linda talking about what she's working on right now. So I'm super excited to get an update on that. It's been a busy 5-6 weeks since we did this last time. So
Oh, yes. And as you know, things change so quickly.
absolutely. So lots going on, both with our businesses and the industry, and everything that we've got our hands wrapped around. So should be an absolute blast this afternoon. We've got some great speakers lined up this afternoon. There we go. We got Jake Jacobson talking about wealth preservation. Linda's going to be on. I'm going to be on. We got Kathy Kennebrook, the marketing magic lady. Curious to see what she pulls out of the hat. And Becky Krominga with Real Estate IQ, talking about some data and analytics software that's available to you guys. So without further delay, I am going to introduce the woman that makes all of this possible, Linda Pliagas, and take it away, Linda.
Hi, Dave. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. Before we get started, let me soundproof the room real quick because my doggy opened the door and I want to make sure that I have no interruptions. So Dave, come right back up for just a minute and let me soundproof the room real quick.
Sounds good. So good stuff on there. Everyone that was on this morning, where y'all checking in from? I know we got people from around the country here. I know we got a good concentration of West Coasters, but you know, who's the farthest away? Let's see what we can figure out on that while Linda's taking care of things. Las Vegas is not the farthest away, Michael, but thank you for being here. I appreciate that. New York City in the running.
Thank you, New York.
Dubai. Okay, we probably got our winner figured out.
Wow, that's a long way. Thank you to Camille from Dubai for joining us.
Where else? Looking for Cape Horn for a competitor. We got anybody from Cape Horn? So seeing where we're at with that, or maybe India could be a good distance there. All around the world, Realty411 touches people in every aspect of real estate and provides education for every level of real estate investor. It's a group that I'm particularly excited to be associated with. And Beijing, I'll have to get Google Maps out and find out who's the biggest competitor there. Thank you all for being here, some of you in the middle of the night.
That's amazing. And I'm coming at you from California, and Dave is coming at you from Arizona. And now I am going to share my screen. One moment.
And Linda, your video went out when you started this. Try that. So I want to make sure you're all set there. Sounds good. Okay, and you're back, and we got a good
I'm
screen
back,
share.
and I'm trying to share the screen. Let's see, entire screen.
Guam, welcome to the call.
Well, guess what's happening, Dave?
What's that?
Of course, technology always has its glitches, and as a result, I'm not able to share my screen for some reason. So
Well,
what I'm going
You were
what
sharing
I'm
your
going
screen.
to
You were
do
sharing
is
your screen a
preview my
second ago.
presentation.
Okay. You were sharing your screen a second ago, so you might want to try one more time.
Okay, let me try. If not, I just sent my presentation to you,
Okay,
just
very
to be on the safe side. And let me try once again, folks, to see if I can share my screen. And it says my browser is preventing my screen from being shared, and I don't know quite why, Dave.
No worries. I will wait for your email here in just a second. If you would double check that it's sent, and we'll go ahead and I'll control the screen share from this end. That is not a problem. We're going to solve very quickly this afternoon. So that'll work there. Still waiting on that email to come in.
There we go. Well, at least you can see me. I'm trying out a new camera system, and I think for some reason it's interfering with my computer in a negative way, and it's not allowing me to share my screen. So I apologize, everyone. However, we got it handled, and Dave is going to share the screen for me.
Still waiting
And
on
wow, I see people from Guam, Beijing, Dubai, New York City, Las Vegas. I know we have people from Florida and Texas also joining us. And it's just a pleasure to connect with everyone. You know, it's my sincere goal for everyone to really understand real estate investing, and personal finance. Really, we really want to help you expand and grow your wealth and manage your portfolio, your finances properly. And the end goal for us and for all of for us, for ourselves, and for all of you is to build our legacy and to figure out what is our legacy, what is that we want to leave the world. You know, not only in terms of material wealth, but that is important. I mean, I certainly don't want my daughter to, excuse me?
That email still hasn't come in.
Okay, let me see what's going on here. I certainly don't want my daughter to have to deal with a lot of the things that I've dealt with. Let's try again. Now, Dave, the email I sent did not have a subject header, so maybe that's what happened. If you want to look again, maybe it went to spam.
No worries. Checking spam now.
Now, were you able to find it now?
Not yet. Apologies, I do not have it yet.
Okay. Well, I sent it a couple of times already. If not, I'll just talk for a little bit and then I'll hand it over to you.
Regretfully, it's not coming in. So if it comes in, I'll let you know and I'll move forward to whatever screen you're on.
Okay, that sounds great. So I'm just going to talk for a few minutes, folks, and share you know, my message and some of the things that I've gone through in real estate investing. And, you know, like I was saying, it's our pleasure and our goal to leave a legacy and to figure out what it is that we want to leave behind. And certainly it's not all money. It's not all about money and wealth, but let's face it, we certainly want to leave our loved ones with a secure future. I mean, I have a daughter and I certainly want the best for her. I want her not to have gone through some of the things that I went through, you know, in terms of trying to get financial security. So, you know, what is it that we want to leave behind? What is the legacy that we want to leave? Not just in terms of wealth, but also what we want to leave, our intellectual property, perhaps, you know, our artistic talents. Um, we all have unique gifts and we all can make something great of ourselves and really make our goals materialize. Ooh, and there's my presentation. I'm so glad it's up. That'll certainly make it much easier. Now, just a little bit about me, folks. I'm the publisher of Realty411. We produce Realty411 and also REI Wealth magazine. So we have two publications, and I'm an accredited investor and a journalist as well. In addition to our media and our real estate investing business, we also own a watch and clock shop in Solvang, California, which is a beautiful, beautiful little town in the Central Coast. Here it is. I'm showing you a picture with my cursor here. And it's in near Santa Barbara, California. So it's a very beautiful area. It's known as the American Riviera because the temperature is so ideal. Of course, we have our heat waves, and you know, a few days ago it was extremely hot, but ordinarily it's just a lovely area. And Solvang is known as the Danish capital of America. We get thousands of tourists from all over the nation and all over the world coming to see Santa Barbara and Solvang. And just to let you know, we have a lot of celebrities that live around here. In fact, Michael Jackson's Neverland Ranch, it's literally like 6 minutes away from my house. And Oprah Winfrey's estate, which we've delivered a clock to, by the way, it's only about 40 minutes away from my office. And of course, we all know that Prince Harry and Meghan Markle recently purchased a home in Montecito, which is probably 45 minutes away. Yes, PETA, yes, she chatted about Prince Harry and Meghan Markle moving into the area, not my area, but you know, about 45 minutes away from here. So it's a very nice, exclusive area, and I'm so blessed to be here. But you're going to see in a minute that I didn't grow up in an area like this. In fact, it was very, very different. Now, my first property I purchased at the age of 23 near Marina del Rey, California, and I pretty much put the deal together along with my agent. She was very well versed in creative real estate investing. And guess what? If it weren't for her knowledge and my guts and just perseverance, that deal would have never happened. So all you agents and brokers out there, you need to be very well versed in creative real estate investing. It's not all black and white. Okay, there's a lot of creative things that we can do to help clients close those deals. And as real estate agents and brokers, it's our duty to be educated, not only in traditional real estate, but also creative real estate investing. So that deal happened with zero money down, zero money from my husband and I. In fact, I was a student at the time. I was a journalism student at Cal State Long Beach. And my husband was the sole provider, and I was working part-time. So we made that deal happen by having the seller carry a second trust deed. And we got the down payment from some family members. We humbled ourselves and we asked one of our family members who was a very, who is a very sophisticated real estate investor and a sophisticated businessman. We asked him for a loan, and he did give us a loan. He didn't give us the money, he gave us a loan. And we had to pay it every month. Every month we had an interest payment due to him. So with his down payment that we borrowed, and we actually were paying back slowly, and with the seller agreeing to carry a second trustee, we were able to make that happen. That was the very first deal, and it was the foundation to financial freedom. Because a lot of people say, your home is not an investment. I beg to differ. You know why? I've used that house many times to buy more real estate. And I've done it over and over, and so have many other people. We have leveraged our home, our other assets to buy other pieces of properties that are going to give us cash flow. That's our goal. So anyway, I credit my husband's hardworking immigrant family with helping us and enlightening us about real estate, because one of his uncles who came from Greece in the 50s, he immigrated all his family from Greece, and he was a sophisticated businessman. I really learned from him as well because I worked for him at his restaurant in Marina del Rey. That's how I put myself through school, and I had the pleasure of learning from him as well. And he was very humble. He was thrifty, frugal, and he invested very aggressively. And he built a fortune and left a fortune to his family. And I learned a lot from him, and so did my husband. We were very fortunate folks. And that's why we pass on all this knowledge to our readers, our followers, and anyone who wants and is willing to listen. Because guess what? We were assisted and helped by people, by angels around us who helped us. And now we want to give that back to everyone and to you. So I have a degree in journalism from Cal State Long Beach in that gentleman's restaurant to pay off my college tuition. And right here you'll see the house that I grew up in. It was a mobile home, and my parents are not wealthy. That first deal that I purchased, that house, I was able to refinance and buy an apartment building later. And right here, one of the very first game changers, I made $250,000 in less than 18 months. And all I did, so simple, guys, I bought, managed, and sold a 4-unit apartment building in Hawthorne, California. That's it. It was hard to get, though. I beat out about 7 or 8 offers. And I beat out a lot of offers. One of my techniques is called what my husband says the crybaby letter. The crybaby letter has helped me make hundreds and thousands of dollars. All it is when I have a lot of competition on a deal, I write them a letter, a compelling letter, why they need to choose me for that property. That's it. And I've purchased a lot of deals that way. I beat out so many other offers. On this house that I own, I beat out an offer $35,000 higher than our offer, simply from a good, solid crybaby letter. That's it. And they gave me the deal instead of the other family based on that letter. And guess what? I'm all about, let's talk about some of the deals that I've purchased. I've done multifamily, single family, condos, planned urban developments, which are PUDs, vacant homes, land in California and out of state for over 20 years. I'm all about family. This is my husband, my gorgeous daughter. Here's our clock shop. I love clocks, watches. I own a lot of couture luxury, watches. And my life has been a total transformation. Look at the house I grew up in, guys. Now I live in a multi-million dollar neighborhood. And, our clients are celebrities. So it's an amazing life. You can go to the next slide, Dave. And I'm very thankful, very, very thankful. This is one of the reasons why I do Realty411.com. It's certainly not for the money, guys. In fact, I've been losing money most every year since I started this business, okay? I don't charge people a lot of money to sponsor our events when I know that there's a solid company out there that can help our readers and our mentors grow and be better. I bring them in. If they can't afford our rates or whatever, I'll do whatever I can because I really want you guys to get educated and I don't want it to be about money. That's why I make it all for free. And I'm really proud of that. It's a blessing that we've been able to keep going for the past 13 years. So here are some of my lessons in life, business, and real estate. Be ready to work hard because success is not for the lazy. I work really hard. I had 2 jobs for many years when I first started my working career. And you know what? I gave up a lot. I sacrificed a lot of family time to get where I am. And you have to sacrifice, sometimes it's got to be done. Also, invest cautiously, but don't wait to get started. If you wait to get started, if you wait till it's the perfect time, you'll never begin. You have to take action and do so as quickly as possible. Time is on your side as a real estate investor. The younger you start, the wealthier you will become. Time is on your side. It's all about appreciation and leverage, folks. Hire the best broker, property manager, and team possible. Invest in your business by hiring the right people. That's very important. Live below your means and invest as much as you can. And we certainly do that. I'm very frugal. If you go to my closet, I don't have a huge closet like most women with, $500 purses and $1,000 shoes. I'm not into that. Okay, I was Payless, Target, um, once in a while, yes, I'll splurge and get a good, very beautiful, something elegant. Usually I'm into watches and clocks and jewelry and stuff, but I'm frugal and I like to do that because I invest as much as I can. And I like to be humble and be simple. I love simplicity. Most of the great leaders in our history have lived very simple lives. Jesus Christ, Muhammad Gandhi, let's see, Mother Teresa, simple lives, high thinking. That's what I like. Surround yourself with positive people who love you. You know what? If people are not warm and loving and don't want to help you, then move on because you can find other people who do. Be grateful for every day. Find joy in the simple things in life. Like I said, simple living, high thinking. That's what it's all about, guys. And you know, it's great. Like Hector drives a Rolls Royce. Awesome. I love that about him. Me, yeah, okay, maybe one day I'll drive a Bentley, but it's not like my goal. Um, you know, I have other things, and that's okay. Everyone is on their own path. Choose your path and choose what makes you happy. But definitely invest in your education. Um, Invest in a mentor and see yourself as a success. Now, number 10 is so important, guys, before I leave you, your reputation. Wow, I can't say this enough, guys. Your reputation means everything. Your name, there's only one of you. There's only one of your name. And now with the internet, oh my goodness, I've known people who have lost their entire business because of bad reputation and, you know, bad online comments. Make sure that you know, keep your reputation intact by being an honest business person and by treating people correctly and, you know, by living life as an example, as a testament to who you are. So be honest in your business dealings and you will be so successful and have so many people wanting to do business with you that you won't even be able to keep up with all the blessings that life has in store for you. And I'm done. Dave, can you click to the next one? That's it, guys. Life is short. Work your passion. And if you like my presentation, can you type a 1 on the chat box? And if you have any questions for me, please go ahead and send them over. Oh, thank you, Michael. Thank you, Peta, Christine, Mary, May, Elise, Dave, Lally. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And again, we're here for you. Dave is up next. He's going to be talking, Rosalind Scott. Thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate you guys. Next, we have Dave Grimm. He has been instrumental in helping us with our virtual expos. And, you know, Dave is really a phenomenal person. He is the founder of End-to-End Results and a lot of other companies. He has helped raise tens of millions of dollars from national and accredited investors for many real estate syndication deals across the country. Now, currently, he is focused on the science behind social media for company growth. And we're going to learn all about LinkedIn, social media for generating leads for investors, for brokers, agents, and entrepreneurs. Take it away, Dave.
Linda, thanks. And, you know, thanks for having me again. Like I said before, I love these events. They're an absolute blast for me. And I'm happy to share a little bit about what we do with end-to-end results. Right now, one of my big focuses has been using what we call client avatars, which are basically personas of your perfect client to generate LinkedIn connections and LinkedIn campaigns. And the tool I'm going to show you today is simply how that applies to your LinkedIn profile. And in order to do that, I want to talk just for a second about what that means to this group. So just, real quick show of hands, yes, no, take a flying leap, whatever, in the chat bar. Who wants more real estate deals? I mean, who's looking for deals? Who's looking for quality investors and joint venture partnerships? Maybe someone's ready to make the transition from, fourplex, 10plex up to syndication, and they need a deal sponsor. So I want you to think about just for a second how your investing and how your investment business would change if you had hundreds of great relationships with other real estate professionals around the country and across the industry. And how would that work for you if you could send out one message and know that you were connecting to the right people in your group to make it possible? So Linda touched a little bit on where I came from, but I want to talk about this just so you don't think I'm pulling it out of my ear at the end of the day. Originally, I was in the mortgage business. I was in the mortgage business for about 14 years, back when it was still a lot of fun before Dodd-Frank. And in 2015, I was recruited to help raise capital in the real estate syndication world. And I discovered I was pretty good at talking to people and having a great conversation. But later that year, the guy that was in charge of the marketing stepped down, elevating me into the position of systems architect and building the infrastructure. So I'd been doing digital work for many years at that point. I knew my way around it, but I became a student of digital marketing in the course of that role. And I wrote my first client persona, which compared to the ones I do now isn't even a great comparison. And I started, really getting a handle on using relationships and building relationships with people to raise capital for our projects. And a couple years after that, I really got into LinkedIn lead generation using finding new accredited investors. And in just over 4 years, ended up personally raising around $25 million towards $45 million in raise that bought $60 million in property that was worth about $90 million. Last year, I started end-to-end results, specializing in client avatars and developing digital campaigns around the science of who is your perfect client and how are you going to talk to them. And then this year, I added the LinkedIn Profile Masterclass to our list of products and services. So why LinkedIn? I facilitate a multifamily investment group, and they're all over Facebook. So why do I like LinkedIn? Well, I was able to build amazing relationships with LinkedIn content. I want to ask you just for a second to think about some of the best moments in life, sitting down with somebody and having a really great conversation is almost always on that list. You got your kids, you got your accomplishments, but at the end of the day, who had an impact on you? And those conversations are the foundation for a lot of relationships. Now we got COVID, so building those relationships in a digital world is essential. And LinkedIn is the center of the six-figure earners world on social media. So finding appropriate investors and partners that's where they are. That's where they hang out. And last of all, do you have a digital presence on LinkedIn, or are you still using their generic backgrounds or their generic content or the generic connections? Maybe you got a profile picture that could stand to be improved. And we're going to talk about the 6-second rule in just a few minutes. So at E2E, we have a 5-step process. Now I've got formulas that are underlying in all of this. We have a 5-step process for building a LinkedIn profile or LinkedIn campaign, depending on our purpose. And the key points of the step process are, first of all, know your way out. So I'm a big fan of the movie Zombieland. Silly movies like that for me are a way that I end my day. Sit down, relax, watch something silly, be amused. But, rule in Zombieland is when in doubt, know your way out. And that applies to real estate investing. That applies to marketing. That applies in life. Everything's connected. And if you're not knowing your way out, you're going to get into something and be totally stuck. So what is your strategy that you want on LinkedIn? Do you want more investors? Do you want great relationships? Are you trying to promote deals? We always sit down and have a conversation about what is the exit strategy before you walk into the door. 2, define your audience. I've talked about client avatars a little bit. It's one of my favorite topics. We can always set a meeting and I will show you a client avatar and why we build them the way they do. We incorporate psychographics from a neurological perspective, a psychological perspective, telling their story, telling your story, and building what we call perceived customization. So that when you have the perfect client looking at you online, because you probably don't know they're looking at you, what are you saying that's going to create value for them and bring them back in the door so that you can have that great conversation, so that you can make that sale, so that you can build that relationship, or so that you can take down that property. I started off originally as an SEO guy, so take all that information and apply some basic SEO strategies to it. Then you optimize your first impression, which is the 6-second rule, and then you optimize your second impression, which is where you're bringing value to the world. And we do all of that in a LinkedIn campaign, either teaching you how to build a profile or hiring out for campaigns. So the 6-second rule is really simple. What matters? What do people see in 6 seconds that make them want to connect to you? And there's 4 things in this world that are appropriate for that. 1, your background graphic. Is it branded or does it tell a message? So for example, I did a campaign for a financial advisor who specialized in asset protection earlier this year. And one of the things that we did for his campaign was a picture of burning money. No, I didn't shoot the picture originally. No, I didn't burn any of my own money to create it. 2, the image. Are you smiling in the image? It makes a difference. And I know for myself, taking a self-image is one of the lower things on the list of things I enjoy in life, but having a background that's not going to detract from the image, super important. Now here's where it gets interesting. What does your headline say? Does your headline say, Dave Grimm, founder and CEO and systems architect of end-to-end results? Who knows? Who cares? No one knows that I have a title. I haven't been married to titles in 20 years. Title is irrelevant. What you do and what you provide people is relevant. I deliver scalable lead volume for people. And if you don't believe me, you can talk to my clients about that. That's actually my new one. This is an old one. And then the about section. There's 3 lines in the about section that people are there. And those 3 lines need to be used for a very particular purpose. And during the masterclass, we talk about that purpose. It's called a targeting statement. And it's absolutely essential that you, in the 6 seconds that people see this, create enough value that they come back and say, I want to know this person. And if you're targeting a specific market segment, that's where you're at. How do you do that? So what do you get when you attend a LinkedIn profile masterclass? That's what this is all about. The masterclass is 4 hours of hands-on training that we teach our formulas that I've used online for 9 years. And I go over the tips, tools, techniques, how you evaluate what's written from an emotional perspective, from the client's perspective, from a neurological perspective, so that we're creating ultra high engagement and conversion rates on LinkedIn. The average on LinkedIn is about 2.5%. Our low end stats are coming in around 12, and our average clients north of 20. So we have a workbook that's part of the process. I'll show you that in a second. We work with you in the class. It's a 4-hour class, but we work with you in the class until you have a working profile installed for your current goal. This isn't me coming up going, hey, guess what? I did something that was fun. This is us working together in a small group setting to make sure you're building your value in this world and going after the kind of relationships that you want. Because at the end of the day, it's relationship driven. So we'll go over the formula. We'll go over tips, tools, and techniques that allow you to perfect your business, your sales, your marketing, and your presentation skills. All of this is in the workbook that you get to keep afterwards. So if you change your job or you change your business or you go from single family to syndicator 6 months from now, you can change your profile intelligently and know that you have a formula that works. We'll walk you through the workbook. We talk about client avatars and how to outline the perfect avatar, and then you get unlimited profile support for a year. Call up, ask us a question. Hey, is this a good idea? Do you like it? Do you hate it? Whatever. We'll give you a quick and honest feedback about where we are. We might ask a couple clarifying questions, but at the end of the day, we want you to create more value on LinkedIn because 85% of the LinkedIn profiles out there are junk. They don't convey the essence of a person. And we want you to have a strong digital presence. So what happens in a masterclass? What all do we cover in 4 hours? And yes, it is a jam-packed 4 hours. So after we get through the legal stuff, we talk about how people make decisions on LinkedIn. We talk about the connection process. We talk about what makes people tick. Then I've got particular rules for an engaging profile. And the first and the most obvious one is don't be boring. And we discuss what a conversion is. That's the exit strategy I mentioned before. Define your audience, how to do basic SEO research. What is an engagement hook? How does that work? Optimize that 6 seconds. Define what a credibility statement is. Go over the formula and the rules necessary and avoid the buzzwords that make you sound like everybody else in your industry. So with that, I want to talk about the next masterclass that I'm holding. I think I'm actually a little bit ahead of schedule today. So we'll talk about the next masterclass. And I'm opening this one up for Realty411 only. So Tuesday, 2 Tuesdays from this coming Tuesday. No, 1 Tuesday, sorry. In a week and a half, we're going to hold the next masterclass, Realty411 specific. And this is a special for you guys to be able to take advantage of the masterclass and walk away with a profile that gives value in the world and attracts the right relationships for you. So I want to ask you for a second, what's that worth? What is the value of a masterclass like that? So I could tell you When we first did our LinkedIn campaign, we had a gentleman that followed us for about 4 weeks, watched us on LinkedIn, didn't even connect as a friend, and called up a few hours before I was getting on a plane to fly overseas. And 2 weeks later, he invested $250,000 with us. That was really an eye-opening moment for me, is because I realized, just what was going on behind the scenes. What if you're selling a product? What if you're, selling one of the systems that we have on here and you're selling it for $1,000? What do those connections mean to you at that point? How important is it to have a really great digital presence and first impression on the social media platform where the people with the money hang out? So we did a class a couple of months ago, and this class, I showed up with a guy that was a LinkedIn power user. He had 18,000 connections. He's a business coach. At the same class, showed up with a sales coach. Both the guys in the class were like, this is worth $500 or $1,000, Dave. I don't know where you're going to go with it, but thank you. And at the end of the day, I decided to put together a system where you can walk out with a psychographical, neurological, psychological, and engagement-based profile. And we're going to offer it for $199 today for Realty411 attendees. This is normally a $400 class, and today we're making a special offer across the board for this particular group. So if you give me just a second while y'all ponder that and understand that I will be with you in the class until your profile is finished. The only thing you need to bring is a good headshot. I will stay with you online. I don't care if it takes 5.5 hours till we get a profile that you're happy with. That's what the end of that is. That's how we build good campaigns. That is the structure that makes it possible for people in this world to meet other people in this world and have a really great time working together, building together, and coming up with a life that matters, and at the end of the day, matters to everyone. So with that, I'm going to open it up for questions and see what we have. And we'll get ready for Jake Jacobson, a wealth preservation expert, coming up. And let's see what we got. Linda, are there any questions there? I know I saw some screen movement on there, and let's see what we got.
Let me check. Let's see. Come on, guys. Is there any questions here? Let's see.
That worked.
Okay. Hold on one second.
Michael, thank you.
I have a question.
Michael, it's made Michael at least $1 million so far. Beat out a lot of buyers. Oh wait, he's talking about your letter. You might need to market that crybaby letter.
Here's a question from Frenchie Benjamin.
Okay.
Will this work for high net worth individuals or family office investors? Great question, Frenchie.
Frenchie, to answer your question, it works exceptionally well for high net worth. The last year that I ran this for the syndication firm, we delivered 318 accredited investor connections that were ready to invest within 30 to 60 days to the firm. So it works exceptionally well for that. I've not had a ton of success in the family office environment. That's a very, very small, tight-knit community. That being said, I've been able to establish a few connections and set a few meetings, but the CEOs I was setting those meetings for weren't able to get the structure they needed for one reason or another. I won't blame or not blame the LinkedIn process for that, but it is a very small world when you're talking to family offices, and they all have their very unique strategies. Of the 300 or so family offices I'm aware of, I think the number that I have that do real estate right now, especially passive income real estate is around 57. So cementing those relationships with LinkedIn, very possible, very doable. LinkedIn is a communications platform, exceptional on that. Building connections with other syndicators and investors, absolutely. I hope that answered your question thoroughly. Michael, besides LinkedIn, what other sources do I utilize online? Sources for investors. You know, I'm hooked on LinkedIn for that. I use Facebook on a semi-regular basis, but I just don't get the quality out of it that I have out of LinkedIn. Facebook is awesome for my investing groups and groups that I'm members of. We, you know, post something, have that conversation, reach out to my local market and have a great conversation. I love that part of it. But, you know, other sources I utilize online would be my own digital funnels. I build quiz funnels, for example. We're launching one this week for a legal services group to allow people to self-evaluate and find out if they're good potential candidates for things like that. So I prefer my own digital presence and websites over most other social media. LinkedIn is my absolute favorite. Do I make profiles for businesses or is this for personal profiles? Let me clarify that, LL. And LL, the answer to that is most of the time I'm working with either syndicators, investors, or business owners, and the profiles that I talk about when I say avatar are their perfect client profile. We go through and we identify every aspect of that. And sometimes it doesn't matter whether it's a man or a woman, but it does matter whether they're going to be holding back at the beginning or expanding their business or open to communication, and how you walk them through that process all becomes part of those psychographic profiles. So I make profiles for business, but when I'm talking, when we're talking about LinkedIn profiles, that can either be your personal presence online or it could be a company page also. The characteristics apply to both. I hope that answers your question. What's my strategy for bringing in more distressed, motivated potential sellers, real estate leads? Distressed, motivated potential seller real estate leads, in my experience, are best done in person on that scenario. Finding potential sellers in a distressed environment is a near polar opposite of the demographic that LinkedIn is specializing for. So if I was looking for sellers, I would probably be looking in a Facebook environment for that type of thing. More accurately, that's where some of the people that we have presenting this weekend have systems and procedures for identifying distressed notes, asset-based notes, other aspects of real estate where a distressed, motivated seller is not as likely to be on LinkedIn as a deal partner or an investor or a business owner. So I hope that answers your question there on that part. We're coming close on time. Jake Jacobson is getting prepared. I did share the link for LinkedIn Profile Masterclass. It's normally $400. We're making it available for $199 for Realty411 attendees. Linda, that would apply to anyone if we want to put that link up on the website as well.
Okay.
Do that. And that's all I have today. I appreciate the engagement and the questions, and you know, hope to see you guys on the 22nd.
Thank you, Dave. You did a great job as always.
So with that, I would like to introduce, and I know we're slightly ahead of schedule here, but I would like to introduce Lawrence Jacobson, wealth growth and preservation expert, business mentor and speaker. Jake has 30 years of professional legal and business transactional experience, provides advice for proper business procedures and practices. Definitely the guy to write the little disclosure at the bottom of my LinkedIn profile class so that you know not to make $1 million just by changing 3 words on your profile. His main focus is protective, defensive business and personal structuring and planning that helps clients preserve the wealth they earn. Basically, he makes people invisible. So today, Jake is passionate about counseling businesses in a defensive and protective planning strategy to not just ensure their survival, but to ensure success. He's got a strong sense of mission to reveal advanced business techniques, strategies to business owners in order to help them provide security for them, their future, their families, and their company. Jake, take it away.
Thank you very much. Let me just share screen with you there. Let me know if you've got that.
You're good.
Okay, great. And first of all, let me say, Dave, I was definitely listening to you. And one of the things that I sound on, I mean, and don't get me started because I've only got an hour or 50 minutes, but is the titles thing. I talk with my business partner, Cliff, about this and with the company admin, we go the rounds on this, that the title, some of these people, now I'm in business, I'm in law, I have a business consultancy practice. I've been in real estate education. I'm a real estate investor. I'm a bunch of things. But I see these people, Dave, and everybody who they just go ahead and they make up some sort of title, and it's kind of will-o'-the-wisp, Dave, if you know what I mean. It's kind of insubstantial. But of course, I have one too. I'm a wealth growth and preservation expert, and that means what I do is I not only help you grow your assets along with my partner Cliff Gager in the real estate end, but we also help preserve them, and this is important. Before I get going, and I expect, because of the nature of who this is, that this has already been said a gazillion times, but I'm going to say it anyway. I want to compliment Linda Pliagas. And I want to just point out to everybody here, in case they didn't know, I don't want to get maudlin or mawkish, but she is really carrying the water along with a bunch of other people, really doing yeoman service on the seminar and events industry. We all know the present unpleasantness and what's going on. And this has created a situation where you can't do live events anymore. I mean, you're literally taking your life in your hands. And imagine if you're a person like Linda, what do you do? What do you do? Well, Linda has really, and I've talked to her privately, and live events are hard, as I think you'll agree, Dave, and I know Linda's listening, she'll agree. But virtual events are at least that hard, and it's a whole new situation. If you were doing live events, you've got to figure out how to do virtual events, and it's just a whole thing. And I'm telling you, everybody, I don't know how you virtually clap. Dave, maybe you can give me insight on that, but we all ought to give a virtual clap. Maybe you can just put it in the chat window for Linda Pliagas and the great job she's doing. She's a great lady, great a real estate person, great magazine, Realty411. So anyway, with that, I want to tell you what I started telling you before, that I'm a business advisor. My partner spoke yesterday, Cliff Gager. He's got a great title, Veteran Investor. I love that. He actually likes that too. But we do a lot of real estate investing, and we see the problems that you guys are running into every day. And I can tell you, I described what it is that I do. Without the knowledge that I have of, the mixed background in law, business, and real estate investing, we would have to hire 3 or 4 people to make that up. And this is not to brag about me, hardly that. But the point is how it really benefits you, the audience, here at this event, to listen to the presentations, to listen to my presentations and pick up whatever you can. Cliff yesterday, and some of the other people are talking about it too, talked about something that we used to talk about on our radio show, which is called the Personal Financial Revolution. And we talked about various aspects of this, but I'm here to tell you that you can have your own personal financial revolution. If you go on YouTube and watch some of the shows, or if you come to the events, we talk more about that. This is a very important concept. You don't have to be where you are today, assuming for the sake of argument that you're not where you want to be. You can continue to do this. You can have a personal financial revolution. And as we talk about on the radio show, it can start with as little as $500 a month. What can you do with $500 a month? Boy, you can fix the car, you can go to a show, you can, well, not anymore, but this is all tailored to the time when the current unpleasantness wasn't in. You can do a lot of things with an additional $500 a month. We can show you how to do that at Real Growth Builders, and you can do it. And the most important thing I could say is that you can do it, and we're in a time of opportunity now, like, you know, it's always good to buy real estate, by the way. But right now, it's just an incredible opportunity. Things are not going to go down. Things are going to get better. And this is the time to set up your organization. This is the time to do these things. Getting back to what I was talking about, you have to understand. Let's take the legal profession, for example. I was going to use the real estate profession. You have a lot of people out there who are doing a lot of different kinds of work. You have, they're doing legal work. You have secretaries. Legal secretaries are considered, there's an old joke about the god of the law office is the legal secretary, because she knows everything. Nobody else knows anything. And it's really kind of true. But you have her, you have them, you have paralegals, you have attorneys, you also have administrators, but extending this, or quickly segueing to the medical profession, they're specialists. They do different things. If you have, talking about the medical profession, if you have a sore tooth, for example, you don't go to a proctologist. Or do you? I don't know. Who does that? Does anybody do that? I don't do that. But you go to a dentist. You go to someone with a doctorate in dentistry. And that's the whole thing here. You need somebody, and this is one of my key points. You need somebody who understands law. You need somebody who understands business. You need someone who understands real estate investing. And that's exactly what I've been doing for the last 30 years. And this all dovetails into a concept that I've been developing recently, and it's called virtual invisibility. And virtual invisibility is basically based on the premise that it's better when you do your business transactions not to be seen. And what I mean by that is that if you're doing your transactions just out in the open, if you're doing them, for example, in your own name, which is like one of the biggest no-nos that you could ever do, you're going to be seen. People are going to be see you. We have a highly litigious society. People say, oh, this could never happen to me, but believe me, you could get sued. You could get sued very easily. If you have the real estate assets that you're going to get, if you go with Real Growth Builders, you're going to have to preserve them. That's basically what I do. And it's not that I'm going to throw a cloak of invisibility over you, but it actually kind of is a virtual cloak of invisibility. And so all of the products that I talk about and the services that we give, they all dovetail, they all come in to this funnel of virtual invisibility. And the one I'm going to talk to you about today is get in writing. So with that, we will go ahead and I take it you have the screen there, and somebody will yell at me if they don't. So if you have a business, or if you're just getting started, you have assets, and let me explain what this is. There are several different kinds of assets, and you'll pardon me for the technical aspect here. There we go. Whoops. You have visible assets. There we go. You have visible assets, and there are several different kinds. First of all, like there's real estate. We were talking about real estate investing. If you purchase real estate, it's an asset. That can be office buildings, it can be rental houses, it can be storage facilities, it can be what have you. You can have vehicles, right? Like cars, trucks, forklifts. Even if you're an Uber driver, you're going to have your car, and that is an asset. There's inventory as well as inventory like stock on a shelf. You have products that you sell like books, CDs, candy, soft drinks, office supplies, real property, and that's an asset too. And finally, you have cash on hand. That's the one on the lower right-hand corner. And that, of course, is money in the bank. And can I get a response? Can everybody agree with me that it's a good thing to have money in the bank? Just going into the chat window. Is there any contrarians out there who don't agree that it's good to have money in the bank? No? All right. Okay, very good. All right, so moving on. But there are visible assets, and we talked about, but you also have hidden assets. Now, let's talk about that. These are things that most people don't even realize are assets. And it's interesting because Dave actually touched on some of these things. And when I get going on some of these things, you'll hear the correlation there. Like you've got your company brand. And where does your company brand get expressed? Well, it gets expressed on Facebook. It gets expressed on Twitter. It gets expressed on LinkedIn. It gets expressed on Pinterest. Everything the public sees about you is your branding, and that's a very important asset. You have intellectual property, and intellectual properties are the ideas or designs of the products that you create and market to your product. And, you know, Cliff and I talk about this once again on the radio show, but also at the event, that there's two paradigms. One is trading time for money. And that's what the majority of people who are not experiencing a personal financial revolution are doing. They are trading time for money with what? Some job, you know, whatever it is. But the idea is the second part of the paradigm is that you can create value for money. And whose value is that? It's yours. And that's where the personal financial revolution comes in. It's your value, your knowledge. Maybe you created a better mousetrap. You've heard that old saying. The old saying about someone who creates a better mousetrap sells it for less. The world will beat a path to his door. Maybe you figured out some sort of technological widget and you're marketing that. It could be any design or any product. Real estate investing, your specialized knowledge, which you learned here from sitting at the feet of experts like us who have been through this and who know this stuff. This is an asset. This is an asset, and I'll tell you, I'm almost on a mission on this. I encourage you to, if you have not thought about this with regard to yourself in this particular way, I encourage you to stop doing. If you're in paradigm one, if you're trading time for money, I humbly submit to you that you think about doing paradigm two, which is trading your value for money. Okay, let's go on with this hidden assets thing. You have products and services. That's down in the lower left here. You provide seminars, workshops, books, other media, things like that. Then there's credit. Now, this is kind of interesting. If there are any accountants in the audience, this is a little friendly bone that I pick with accountants every once in a while. If you ask an accountant what credit is, they'll tell you it's a liability. But really, if you have a good line of credit, it can help you get over a hill. kind of like what's going on now. And I personally prefer business credit, and that's actually another story that I don't know if I want to get off on. I mean, I want to get off on it, but I'm sensitive of the time frame. Business credit is going to be so much better and so much more useful to you than personal credit. You should not, if you can avoid it, use personal credit. You should use business credit. It's better. It's easier once you learn about it, and it's something that you should really do. So anyway, but if you have personal or business credit, I think that you would have to agree that this is actually an asset. But the greatest asset of your business, whether it's widgets, whether it's mousetraps, whether it's real estate investing, the greatest asset is you. You are your business's greatest asset. You put everything together. You come to these seminars, you study at the feet of people who know these things and who have gone before you. That Linda so just greatly continually provides, and you learn these things, and you become your own most important asset. Your value is creating, it's developing, it's promoting your products, promoting your real estate investing. So, arguably, without you, there probably is no business, whether it's widgets, mousetraps, real estate, what have you. So the greatest asset of your business, you want to attract certain things and avoid others, right? For example, you want to avoid client confusion. You want to avoid growing pains. You want to avoid missed opportunities. You want to avoid bad dealings, bad business dealings. You want to avoid lawsuits. And these are fundamental. I was talking with Cliff just before I went on, and these are fundamental things. I'm telling you, it's so easy to go wrong on these things if you don't have guidance. I have one of the things I do is limited liability companies, and I have a client who went to an event. Could probably tell you the name of the event, probably no, not gonna, but went to the event, got excited, got sold on a package, got the package, opened up the operating agreement, and on the first page did something wrong that, if it hadn't been for me, you'll pardon me for bespeaking myself, it would have blown up the whole limited liability company. That's how easy it is to go wrong. That's how easy there is for there to be confusion, missed opportunities, bad business dealings. We're going to talk a little bit more about that later when I go over one of the forms. Now, this is Judge Learned Hand. We're talking about lawsuits here. This is Judge Learned Hand, and that's a great name, isn't it? I mean, who thought of naming this guy Learned Hand? But that's his actual name. And he was a well-known judge. He sat on the New York Circuit Court of Appeals from 1909 to 1961, and he never was a Supreme Court justice, but he did really good judge. Did a very notable case. I think it was the Alcoa aluminum case in 1948. Anyway, he's considered to have been a greater judge than all but a few in the entire history of American jurisprudence. And that's one of the reasons why I have him here. Very well-respected judge, very famous in the legal world. When I was in school, I read the opinions on him. I knew this guy. And when you hear the name, who doesn't want to know about this guy? And he said this. He said, I must say that as a litigant, I should dread a lawsuit beyond almost anything short of sickness and death. here's Peter Brimelow. He said, if you are unfortunate enough, and this is kind of a radical statement. We'll talk about this a little bit. This is really a radical statement. He said, if you are unfortunate enough to be involved in a legal action, you get to realize, and I think you could actually say it may become your misfortune to realize that it's a three-way fight. It's not two ways. There's you, there's your opponent, and there's your lawyer. Now, here's the radical part. Your lawyer, he says, is not on your side. His job is to get as much money as possible out of you, frequently in collusion with the other side's lawyer, and then move on to another client. I like this guy. I think this guy's my favorite. Lawrence Jacobson said, in a litigation, not about justice. It's not about justice. It's about the person who's the maddest and who has the most money. And if any actual justice happens, purely coincidental, purely coincidental. Now, why would you say that? We're all raised to think of the American justice system as a great thing, and so far as it goes, it probably is, but it devolves. Great people create it, and then it devolves into everyday practice, and that's where you begin to have your problems. Lawyers practice law. They don't practice justice. It is presumed that justice is embodied within the rules, the regulations, the statutes, the codes, the case law. That's where that comes from. But lawyers practice law. And if they can get their client out of something in a certain way, they'll do it. And also, when you practice law, one of the things you learn, especially if you're a sole practitioner, is that sometimes you just got to do things to keep the lights on. I talk about this more in the event. I have so many war stories, so many experiences that I could share with you. I want to be sensitive of the time now, but that's the way it is. And that's something that you really need to understand, that your lawyer is not really on your side. I mean, he goes to bar meetings with the other lawyer. He sees them in the hall. He does the cases. He knows the judges. You know, they go out, you know, with their partners. They play golf together. This is the situation that you're involved in, and it's important to have your eyes open and understand that this is the way it is. Okay, enough about that. Excuse me. All right, so we want to attract certain things and we want to avoid certain things. And we want to make sure your assets do the right thing. What do we want to attract? Well, it's pretty easy. We want great clients. We don't want lousy, stinking clients. We want great clients. We want legal protection. We want contract clarity. We want clearly structured business relationships like partnerships, and we want profitable JV opportunities. And we want simple solutions. We don't really want things to get complex. There are pitfalls, as you can see. What do I mean by that? Well, expensive attorneys. If you get one of these forms that we're talking about, because we are talking about getting in writing, which is a package of business forms. If you get one of these forms made from an attorney, they can charge you anywhere from $500 to $1,500. That's just for one form. Back in 2000, I want to say 2006, the firm I was with, we used to charge $750 just to write a letter. And just a one-page letter, and the whole page is not full. $750. You could go online and get these. Maybe you could, I don't know. Question that comes to mind when I think about that is, when did they make it? They make it in 1991? Do you know? How about 2001? How about 2019? How do you know? I can tell you, though, that the place you don't want to find out about that is in court. And law is continually progressing. There's a lot of stuff going on right now, and has been for a long time. As we move into this more digital environment, things are changing. There's also the cheap online forms, but their definition of cheap can be really maybe half of what a local attorney would charge. So it's still a lot of money per form. So what I have compiled here and get it in writing are from some sources that, you know, you look at these magazines, usually at the end of the year, Forbes and Inc. and Entrepreneur, they have interesting little articles about what the 10 best legal forms are, what the 15 best legal forms are, what the 5 best legal forms are, or business forms, and who they consider to be the most essential forms for small and growing businesses, which is people just like you. And why is this pertinent? You say, Jake, I'm not selling widgets. I'm not trying to make a better widget. I haven't written a book. I haven't built a better mousetrap. Why? Because real estate investing is a business, and you need to conduct your business the right way. And as I said before, simple little things can destroy companies. We're getting to the part where I talk about some of that stuff, but I just wanted to bring that up again. Little things overlooked, things not known. I see it all the time. I see it all the time. I've already related to you that thing about the operating agreement. This is something this guy shouldn't have done. Right? The sellers are out there selling packages like this, and they give it to you, and then you do it. You make probably every mistake in the book. And when it comes time for it to go to court, you're going to be in trouble. You really are. You're going to be in trouble, and you don't want to find that out in court. So the idea to understand here is that in these forms, they're just one part of the larger concept. And I said this before, coming back around, talking about it again, of virtual invisibility that I talk about. Running your investing activities like a business, doing it the right way. So know what these things are. Have a plan. Don't overlook things. At this point, let me just say that, let me see if I have that slide. I don't have it. Check out www.jakelaw.me, www.jakelaw.me, and go over some of the things there, either now during the presentation or later on. There will be an offer that I'll put it on the screen. I thought I had it, but I didn't have it. Pardon me. These are just some of the things that I talk about, and I expand upon them greatly in the workshops and in the one-day events. But real estate is a business. So, okay, so let's talk about these things. Oh, there it is. I just put that in there a couple of minutes ago. I forgot it was there. I'll give a minute for that to sink in. www.jakelaw.me. Real estate is a business. It's a business, and you need to run it that way. And you can. There's an old saying, if you start right, easy to go right. If you start wrong, really hard to do that. Going to talk about that. All right, moving on to the next one. Now, here's one of the forms that we have that we offer. And you guys are all real estate investors, so this probably is not going to be a new form to you. And you may say, well, Jake, purchase agreements, they're one of the most common forms around. Why would you put this right in your package? I can go get one of these anywhere. If I'm in California, I could go to CAR, they can get me a form. I have to pay $1 million subscription, but I can get it. And I'll tell you, let me tell you a story. Cliff and I got a call from a student, this was years ago, who had purchased one of our programs, actually Cliff's program called 13 Weeks to Real Estate Freedom. And we usually refer to it just between us as the 13 weeks for short. And when this person called, they were frantic. They said, I don't have 13 weeks. I have to get through this right away because we used to have a timer on the lessons because we knew that people would want to blow through them right away. And we wanted them to study them. We wanted to digest them. There's actually homework for them to do. and we thought that 4 days, that time was a reasonable time. I don't think we do that anymore. But at that time we were doing it. That's the basis for this guy's call, because he couldn't get through the lesson. He needed to get through them right away. And as I say, this guy was frantic. And one of the things that Cliff does is he offers a kind of a mini seminar on the honey badger way to write a purchase offer. And it's great. I encourage you to check that out. But this person had already seen that, and this person would have known about that. But here they are calling us. They're frantic. And at a certain point, after letting him go on a little while, Cliff simply asked him, okay, have you put in any offers yet? Dead silence. That stopped him cold. And Cliff said, because, nothing happens until you put in an offer. Well, that for that guy, that was something along the lines of the wisdom of the ages. You know what I mean? Because he just, that really impressed him. And it wasn't that we didn't have any more trouble out of him, but it calmed him down. We don't consider our students trouble. But he was very, very frenzied, very frantic. So what I say, why am I relating to this example? And the answer is because the purchase agreement is a very important form. Like Cliff said, if you don't do that right, nothing else happens. Nothing. You sit there and be anxious and frantic and frenzied. And so you have to do that first, and that's why we have that. So moving along. Here's another one that we have, and it's a joint venture form. And I can tell you that if you want to have a profitable business, and I used to be this way, and I plead guilty to this. I used to think I could do everything myself and I didn't need anybody else. But I can tell you from harsh experience, and I urge you to take my advice, that if you want to have a profitable business, it's going to be important to get together at some point with like-minded people, other entrepreneurs, people who have products and services that complement yours without taking anything away from you. Somebody may have an idea about real estate investing that you don't have. You may have an idea about real estate investing that they don't have. You can join forces, and I'm telling you, this is all to the good. The old adage that two heads are better than one was never as applicable as it is here. Two heads are better than one, so they say, and this will help magnify the power of your business by adding more ammunition to your arsenal. Now, here's another form coming up. This is interesting because I just talked about this. And you're looking at this, and this is an annual minutes meeting of an LLC. And you may say, much as you did, and I know because I can hear you whispering to each other and snickering about old Jake. What's he doing? What kind of a mundane, ordinary form is this? Why on earth would you consider this, of all things, to be such a form? That you would include for us. Why do you burden us, Jake? Well, I'll tell you. During my career, I had a client who's in Boston. I still have him. And he came to me and he told me that his corporate books were not up to date. And because of what this client was, some of the things this client went through, this was just really an issue. And I talk about that more another time. But he was using a corporation as a structure and entity, which is for real estate. I don't really recommend for especially a beginning investor. Corporations, in my opinion, are very unwieldy. I suppose they have their place, but I just don't recommend it. But he did this before he retained my services. So this is, what I was dealing with. They had not been up to date for years. And I'm not saying, when I say years, I'm not saying 2 or 3 or 5 years, or it was at least 9 or 10 years that they hadn't been put up to date. So I updated them for him. So was it costly? Was it costly? Who thinks it was costly? Who thinks it was costly? Is there anybody who thinks it was really super inexpensive? It was really costly. I had to charge him a lot to do this. And in order to do this, and this is why it's costly, I had to use techniques that are part of you could call it a science, you could call it an art, called forensics. And you hear about this accounting. Forensic accounting is basically reconstruction of things not properly done to begin with, reconstruction after the fact. But why else is this such an important form? Well, I'll tell you that if you get into a litigation, and I'm telling you folks, these things can happen from regulatory agencies. I will tell you a little bit about this one guy, this Boston guy. He had Department of Health Services come in, and they come in like a proverbial thief in the night. They came into his business at 3:30 in the afternoon on a Friday, and they were going to serve him with an order. And he had to they were subpoenaing his business records. And if he hadn't had them, it's now too late. It's too late. They come and they get them, and you just, you know, and let me explain this. If in business, when you're dealing with corporations, when you're dealing with limited liability companies, you have a situation where a judge is going to look at the business and he wants to see that it's being run as a business. And if it's not being run as a business, and having your books up to date is absolutely positively a part of that, if you don't have them up to date, something will happen, a very unfortunate and unpleasant thing called piercing the veil. It's usually, when it's talking about with companies, corporations, it's called piercing the corporate veil. And there's a whole test that the judge goes through in order to decide. And if the corporate veil gets pierced, you're naked, man. You're done. And everybody can see everything that you've been doing. And this is not Jake's virtual invisibility. This is not what Jake wants. And this is what Jake is talking about. You need to not do this. You need to really have these forms up to date. And that's the form right there. You hold your annual minutes meetings. I can show you how to do it. It's very easy to do it. So how many people now think it's important to have this form up to date? Raise their hands. Raise your hands digitally. Okay, boy, I'm glad we got that one sorted out. That was a good one to get sorted out. Okay, so what you get with Get It in Writing is the most essential form for small and growing businesses. And plus, you get more. You get all 24 essential forms. You avoid the pitfalls. You avoid the pitfalls of expensive attorneys, unknown age of free online forms, cheap online forms. Let me just scroll that up here. You get the most essential business forms, and you don't get 5 like Forbes. You don't get 10 like Inc. You don't even get 15 like Entrepreneur. I think I have like 26 forms. It's at least 26 forms. And you get them, and these are proven forms. They're proven forms. They're solid agreements. They have all the necessary elements. You can imagine that being in law and business as I am, I can kind of wax rhapsodic about forms. And I've got, I'll tell you briefly, I've got a non-compete, non-solicit form that is just, it's the greatest thing since sliced bread, I'm telling you. I mean, it's hell on wheels, and it'll protect you every way, shape, form. Because when you do business with other people, you're going to talk about proprietary information. Proprietary information is confidential information. It's something which, if it's not in the public domain, you want to protect. And so anyway, I have a form for this. I don't want to, go on. I want to be conscious of time. Now, ordinarily, this complete program sells for $14.97, and why it sells for this much is I actually already have explained it to you a little bit. I don't have time to explain it to you fully right now, but remember that thing where I said that in 2006 it cost $750 for you to go to a law firm, and this was this wasn't a big fancy pants law firm. It was a significant law firm, but $750 just to write a one-page letter. That's it. And weigh in as legal counsel for this person. $750. So what I'm talking about and what I want to reiterate is that if you do this, and a lot of businesses, one of the first things they need to do is have these forms, and just have a business, a cabinet full of business forms, or a digital cabinet, you know, a folder on wherever you store your digital stuff, just of these business forms. Because I'm telling you, these things are going to come up, and you don't want to be going to an attorney and getting charged, because it's smart. It's really smart. You don't really want to go to these usual routes. I mean, it's like the person who went to the event, got the limited liability company book, got their operating agreement. Literally, the very first thing they did was screw it up. They screwed it up. You don't want that. You have better things to do. You have better things to do. So these forms could really, and this gets back to what I was talking about on this slide, these forms could cost, if you got them from ordinary sources, they cost you a tremendous amount of money. But anyway, I want to give you, I was talking with Linda, and I said, Linda, you know, I love you. You're great. You're just doing so many good things. And I want to give a special price. And I said, how about if I give it to them for $9.97? This is a great price. It's a tremendous value. A lot of times at a lot of these law firms, you can't even get a letter written for $9.97. And she said, you know, Jake, and when she says that, I know I'm in trouble. She said to me, you know, this is fine, and I get what you're saying, but for my attendees, I really want you to give them more. And Linda said, I mean, she drives a tough bargain. Linda, she's a nice girl, you know, I mean, she really is. She's really nice. It's very pleasant. But when you get down to business with her, she drives a tough bargain. So I said, okay, all right, Linda, that's fine. We'll do that. We'll do it your way. So what we're going to do is we're going to give you a special bonus. You will each get 2 tickets to my one-day business coaching workshop. Now, at this workshop, I go over not only these forms, but more. I go over more of them, like the non-solicit, non-compete form, which I just love that form. I get excited when I talk about that form. It's just a great form. I go over these things in more detail. I show you how you can apply them to your business. Cliff Gager will also be there to talk about real estate investing. And also during this one-day workshop, I will teach some of the strategies that will help protect and preserve your business and your personal assets. So because of Linda and how great she is and all she does for us who are in real estate education, $197. And that includes the 2 free tickets and includes the get it in writing. And in order to do that, you go to jakelaw.me. And this is a special offer to enter a code. So when you go to www.jakelaw.me, that's www.jakelaw.me, it's up on the screen, you enter code 411. And the way you can remember that is Realty411. You enter code 411, and the order form will immediately change to the $197 price. And that basically is the end of my presentation. However, I just want to plead with you from a certain very important standpoint, because I'm a real estate investor too. We're all real estate investors here. Take heed to the personal financial revolution. You can do this. This is not like the lottery that just happens to some people. You can do this. You can be this. I urge you to be this. One of the things that I think is that people go through life and they say, oh, this happens to somebody else, but it doesn't happen to me. Don't think that way. That's the negative part of magical thinking, that other people can have good things and that just for some reason, whatever it is, you can't. This is pernicious and it's pervasive in society that people can't think, and there's a reason for it. Come to the event. I'll tell you what the reason is, but I can't do that right now, obviously. But there's a reason for it, and you need to fight against this. You need to fight against this because the light is out there, and you can't have it. In the situation right now doesn't make any difference. It doesn't make any difference. Nobody cares about the operation until they feel the pain. I ask you, are you feeling the pain of your situation? Does it hurt enough yet? And we've had several people here talk about how do it now, do it now, do it now. Let me get visceral with you. Let me get emotional. Do you feel the pain? Does it hurt enough so that you finally will come to the doctor and have the operation? Honestly, I urge you to, and I hope you will. And I wish you all well, and that's about it for me. And I guess I'll turn it back over to Dave. And Dave, if we want to have any Q&A, I saw some comments, but I was basically preoccupied with the presentation. So
yeah, you got enough Q&A that I'm not sure we need any other presenters today. So we'll see.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
We got some good engagement going today. So
oh, good.
This is a super important topic. I can't emphasize that enough through my own experience. That you know, there's a ton of need for this, and it's not just about staying invisible. It's about, you know, protecting what you're putting all the work into. I mean, there's a common saying in the self-employment world, you know, where you want to work for a few years like no one else does so that you can live like they don't. Well, if you don't keep your assets, you don't get to live that way. It's just
and right. And this is what I said earlier on about paradigm 1 and paradigm 2. I actually have a video on this, videos on this, on magical thinking and the paradigms and the first paradigm, and everybody's locked into it. And, you know, honestly, I know it's not, maybe it's not cool to talk about some of this, but it's like you're selling yourself short. I mean, I will refrain from calling it anything else, but you're selling yourself short. It doesn't have to be this way. You're at these events today, yesterday, because you're hoping to find somewhere with someone who will tell you that it doesn't have to be that way. We're all telling you that. It doesn't have to be that way. Believe it. Believe it and take action. That's the most important thing. Just like that guy, it was that called us, and he was freaked out about the entire program, but he hadn't taken any action. He hadn't so much put in one offer, not one offer. And we even showed him how to do it. And we showed it. It's great. Cliff's thing on putting in a purchase agreement like a honey badge is just the greatest thing. It's the greatest thing since sliced bread. The first time I heard about it, this was back in 2014. I watched it like 5 times. I took notes because it's really that good. And I think he gives you this for free. And this guy would have heard that. It was a guy. I kept trying to do it in the third person, but it was a guy. He would have known that, and he hadn't put in one single offer, and yet he was freaked out. This is kind of a circular thing. This gets you. It's the fear, it's the anxiety that goes around in a circle. You got to break out of it. You got to break out of it. I'm a big advocate of this, and that's why if you learn to do real estate investing, if you learn to do it as a business, if you learn to trade your time for money, or your value, your intrinsic worth for money, instead of trading your time for money to some Simon Legree of a boss for with limited benefits, if any benefits there are. Recently, we've gone into the gig economy, so people are just being paid a wage. They don't have any benefits at all. This is what you need to do, and I'm telling you, it's as viable today. And I know today, and I know what day it is, and I know what's going on. It's as viable today as it ever was, as it ever was. That was kind of me on my soapbox there, but anyway.
There we go. Let's get to a couple of the questions. Michael, we'll start with one of yours. In your experience, what's the most effective and protective way to structure a joint venture deal agreement between a developer and a funding partner with an all-in funding partner versus gap funding?
Well, that's the kind of thing that I would actually like you to contact me about because I'm reluctant to talk. I hate shooting from the hip. I mean, to a certain extent, I'll do it. But I hate shooting from the hip because you don't know all the facts. I don't know all the facts of your particular situation. I don't even know what state you're in. You got to be careful about giving the wrong kind of advice. But generally speaking, you have to have an agreement, and the agreement and the joint venture agreement is one of those that we have in our Get In Writing program. You have to have an agreement. It has to spell out the duties of the partners. There's a couple of things that I talk about in the one-day event that are kind of tricks of the trade, things that you can do. I talk about this on the operating agreement too. There are operating agreements and there are operating agreements. If you do a limited liability company, the state's going to give you an operating agreement because they're required to. But there are certain things that need to be in the operating agreement that necessarily aren't there. It's the same thing with a joint venture. It's the same way with setting that up. Like I say, I'm reluctant to go into that because that's an extensive thing. It's more something that I talk about in the event. But I will say that you want to do it. You definitely want to have an agreement, and you want the duties and responsibilities to be spelled out, and you want to do certain things so that it comes out in your favor. It's not that you don't want to screw the other guy, that you want to screw the other guy. That's not it at all. But you want to make sure that it's done right, it comes out in your favor. And there are many such joint venture agreements. So I hope that answered your question. Sorry if I can't say more, but I encourage you to call me, call in for a consultation, or come by Get In Writing, come to the event. We'll talk about it there.
Cool. You mentioned an event. When is your event scheduled?
We haven't scheduled it yet. Is Cliff there?
Cliff is here and answering in the background.
Cliff, our company admin is in Turkey right now. So I actually don't know when the next event is, but we will go to www.jakelaw.me. We'll get you on our mailing list, and we'll definitely contact you about that. Absolutely, because that's this is one of the things that I love to do. I really love to do this. I love to talk about this stuff. I don't know whether it's portrayed to you in the way I talk, but I try to be animated because it's the way I really feel. This is just so important. It's so important for real estate people to run this like a business, and it's so easy to not do it. So anyway, not to take all the time talking. Next question.
Cliff just answered. It will be coming this month. We do monthly events.
Okay, there you go.
Very good with that.
Get on the mailing list. We'll keep you informed.
So I've got a couple of combinations of the corporate veil. How often are they able to pierce the corporate veil? What's the likelihood of this happening? And I'm going to throw my own question at you for that, especially if they didn't manage the LLC or if they have a multi-member LLC.
Well, and let me tell you, as a real estate investor, I do not recommend, I really don't recommend that you have a multi-member LLC to start. I recommend that you have what's commonly referred to, at least in tax parlance, as a sole member disregarded entity. And I recommend that you do it in a certain state. And the reason I do that is because, in my opinion, it's the state. And, there will be other people. There will be people say, oh, Nevada's great. Yeah, Nevada's not bad. I mean, I guess. I think some people say Florida, and I don't know about that. But I recommend that you do it in a certain state because one of the things you have to have when you have a limited liability company. Limited liability company is very powerful. It has all of the protections that a corporation can give you, but none of the big pain in the neck. If you do a corporation, when you get into the due diligence and everything, you're going to hate it. You're going to hate it. A limited liability company, You have to run it as a business, but it's much, much easier. Now, as to your question of piercing the corporate veil, first of all, let me circle back around and say, go to get it in writing, purchase that product. It has many business forms in it that pertain to limited liability companies. And of course, one of the most important, as I already talked about, is the annual minutes form. As far as the question about piercing the corporate veil, it only has to happen once. It only has to happen once. I don't want to get into things like charging orders. I mean, it could, but I don't want to because we're time constraint here. And what those really are, people misunderstand those. Salespeople get up and they talk about charging orders. They really don't explain what it is that they really are. But if the corporate veil is pierced, basically your assets are subject to a charging order. If you're running your limited liability company like an alter ego of yourself, which you don't want to do, if you're using the main bank account as your own personal checkbook, you're going to be in trouble. You don't want to do that. You want to take, in law, they talk about a degree of separation. And actually, in some things, the degree of separation could be really super, super close like that. But you want to have a degree of separation. You have to run it like a business. That includes your bank. And this is a common thing that people run into. They just start writing checks for their groceries out of their business account, and they pay for other things out of their business account. This is a big negative thing as far as making sure that the corporate veil is not pierced, because that's one of the things. And like I said, I could talk about it more. I could list. It's like, I think there's like 5 things, and one of them is fraud. Fraud will pierce the corporate veil, but you want to state with the best, circling back around again, you want to state with the best legislative commitment. And personally, I think that state is Wyoming. But that said, you need someone to guide you through these things. You have the forms, the get it in writing forms that are going to help you out. I really recommend that you do that. Obviously, you would say that I would, but I really recommend this to you because I feel that this is very important. This is why I'm here. This is why I do this, because I have a sense of mission about this. Okay, next question.
Chris, if you have a Wyoming LLC that's been abandoned, can they still pierce the corporate veil and hold you personally responsible in California?
Actually, what you want to do is, in my opinion, you don't want to abandon that if it's been administratively resolved. You want to rejuvenate it. You don't want to abandon it because as long as it's existing, you're getting those protections, and you want that. You don't want to abandon it. Once again, shooting from the hip, don't like to do that. But I'm construing that when you say abandon, you mean administratively dissolved or under suspension. You want to remedy that. You want to fix that. Next question.
From Mike, I did pay for one letter, $750 to an attorney.
See, with the 2006.
Offer is awesome. Thank you so much. Is it digital or print format? And can you recommend a good insurance company which pays dividend?
Yeah, it's interesting because insurance companies are one of the, back in a long time ago, I read about a certain guy that talked about the triad of investing, and insurance companies was one of the legs that the triad was built on. I can't actually recommend an insurance company to you. It's an interesting question, really not my cup of tea, so to speak. But I do know that. I can't tell you that. What was the other part? Oh, it's digital. But, obviously you can print them out, but we deliver them to you in digital form. Next.
Are the contracts in your package state specific?
No, they're not. But what you can do is you can contact me about that, and we can work on that. Really, what you can do, and this is an interesting question. Some contracts you're going to need state specific. I use California a lot, And the reason I use California is because California tends to be up to date. There's another state that actually I started in a long time ago. And the old expression about that state is that they're 40 years behind the time. And that, in my experience, includes their laws too. California is very up to date. They're very up to date on things like privacy and things like that. They've got a whole new statute on that. The privacy form that we have reflects that new statute. One of the things I would mention is, without getting into a whole big thing about that, there's something in law called the Full Faith and Credit Act, and it's kind of like an interstate compact, where if you do business in one state, you're domiciled in another state, and there's a litigation or something like that, they have to use the laws of that state in order to, and of course, you know, that varies depending on where you are. It's called Full Faith and Credit.
Okay,
Next.
we're getting close here. We got a couple questions left. And if we don't get to your question, please post them in chat. We'll ask Jake and Cliff to hang around afterwards, make sure the chat's up to speed before they
sure thing.
the rest of their Sunday. But the next question is, do you have to figure out proper business structures before you engage your services? And I assume that means engage in selling your services.
Yeah, what we do several things. We can do it. We can do it for you, or we can just give you the way to do it. We like to do that because one of the reasons we feel that you should be your own expert. I mean, you really need to be. It's like we have this one group of students, couple, and they went to a CPA firm, a prestigious CPA firm in Northern California. They went to it because their mom and dad went to it, and surely they wouldn't do you wrong. They lost, I think it was 2 consecutive years, $70,000 from having those guys do their taxes because they didn't understand the aspects of real estate investing, or they didn't take it seriously. Just because, as is a thing that we talk about on the show, just because you have a bar license, just because you have a certification from the state, a business license, just because you have a degree, doesn't necessarily mean that you know anything. Take it from me, come to the event. I'll tell you some really gross stories about how that works in law. But that's the basic point, that you don't necessarily know everything. And so you have to become your own expert. You have to become your own expert. And as far as doing the setting up of the structure before you're doing business, yeah, it's not hard to do. The entry fee, even for a state like California, which I actually don't recommend. I don't recommend filing your documents in California. I do recommend Wyoming, but it's not hard to do. The states, generally speaking, are going to make the entry bar low. And so as far as setting up the structure is concerned, why would you want to take the chance of doing things like a sole proprietor, which gives you no protection at all and all of the liability in the world, when you could do it with a limited liability company and have all sorts of protections that I don't even have time to enumerate? So that's the answer to that question. Okay, I'm afraid we're close to telling you we're out of time.
We're doing okay. Are there forms for landlords? How about deeds of trust, promissory notes, SEC-related documents, things like that?
Say those again. Forms for landlords. We actually have a commercial lease. It's one that I worked on myself. It's a great one, but it's for you if you're a landlord. It's really great. Wow, wait till you see it. It'd be worth buying it just for this one form. This form is really great. It's like 26 pages long, and it's got it does have all of that stuff, but it's for landlords. You don't need a you don't. We're not really, you know, we're involved in businesses. We're not involved in consumer things. So the form you will get is not a form for you to go to a landlord. A landlord's going to tell you to, you know, go take a hike, use my form, or, you know, don't do anything. So yes, the form we have is that. What was the next one?
How do you feel about using 3 to 4 page purchase contracts for off-market real estate deals and not the state-specific contracts that real estate agents use?
Can we get specific on some of these things after after we move? I understand you guys come with all these questions. I already told you I don't like to shoot from the hip. I'm reluctant to talk about some of these things for what probably are obvious reasons. What I had actually asked was one person, that guy talking about the landlord form, he talked about some other forms too. I wanted to address
landlord promissory notes and
yeah, there's a promissory note in there. Yeah.
Okay, and there was one other one, deeds of trust, that was in there, and then I was adding if you had anything that was SEC specific in there that would help with SEC regulations or syndication offers where you have more than one investor.
We don't have any of that because you get into there are two things that you need to know about that. I would say Reg A, the accredited investors, those are, I think, over $500,000. They're considered an accredited investor. And then there's Reg D. And Reg D is a different story. We don't involve ourselves in that, no. And I know we don't have any forms for that.
Okay. How do you feel about doing a deal how do you feel about doing a subject to deal with a mortgage wrap and avoiding the due on sales clause?
I think I would like to defer to Cliff on that. This is, as far as the structuring of a deal, this is something that Cliff knows about. Cliff, can you come on and help out on this?
And Cliff, we got about 90 seconds.
Because we want to address this for you, but Cliff is just really on top of these particular things, so I'd like to defer to him if we can.
You hear me?
Yeah, there we go.
Oh yeah. When we do the subject to deals, we utilize a trust. We wrap it. We put it in a trust and utilize that aspect to it. I know we don't have a lot of time. If they call the 800 number, we can schedule a appointment to talk about specific things because
yes,
Jay can do everything. It's just not everything is in the form package. So it's when you come and when you make the purchase. And we do a monthly meeting, a mastermind, and then we go over specific things like this because he does offer those things, but they're not all included in the one small price.
Right. We're just kind of talking about the get into writing today, but we do want to address your questions.
Thank you all. This has been a terrific presentation. Jake, asset protection is near and dear to my heart across multiple industries over the years. And, being able to pass things on to whatever generation comes next or charity or everything like that. It's one of the reasons why we work so hard. So
that's right.
Absolutely a terrific presentation.
Oh, wonderful.
So thanks for jumping on. And next up, we have Kathleen Kennenbrook, the marketing magic lady. And Kathleen is an ultimate success story. She spent 20 years in the banking industry before discovering real estate. Excuse me. After attending some real estate seminars, the 4'11" mother of two got really excited. And before you know it, she'd bought and sold a couple of hundred properties using none of her own money or credit. She holds a degree in finance and has co-authored the books, The Venus Approach to Real Estate Investing, Walking with the Wise Real Estate Investor, and Walking with the Wise Entrepreneur. She's a nation's leading expert in finding highly qualified and motivated sellers, buyers, and lenders using many types of direct mail marketing. And as a side, for those of you who are not aware, direct mail is making a heck of a comeback since COVID. She's known through the United States and Canada as the Marketing Magic Lady, put together a simple step-by-step system that anyone can follow to duplicate her success, and has been speaking throughout the country and across Canada, sharing stages with Ron LeGrand, Dr. Phil, Dan Kennedy, Mark Victor Hansen, Susie Orman, and Ted Thomas, just to name a couple. She's going to share with you how she generates a 7-figure income by mailing a handful of letters to highly selected targets by knowing exactly what to send them, who to send them to, and how to deliver her message. She'll teach you the secrets of pre-screening and automating your marketing and follow-up systems to put your real estate business on autopilot. Kathleen, take it away.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate that awesome introduction. Let me go ahead and hold on a second. And it's not there. I hate this. Presentation isn't where it's supposed to be.
Do we need plan B?
Yep, we need plan B because it's not there.
Plan B is good to go. Whoops.
Oh, thank you.
Just say when.
Okay, when? Do I have control?
No, I have control.
Oh, okay. All right. Can you back it up to the beginning?
I sure can.
All right, hello everyone. Kathy Kenneberg here. We're gonna kind of do this a little bit the hard way tonight, but we're gonna punt. All right, so let me just tell you a little bit about myself really quickly and how I got involved in real estate investing. I've been investing in real estate now for over 20 years. My background and my degree is in finance and accounting, and I basically spent 20 years in the financial sector. I was putting about 100,000 miles a year on my vehicle. I was working 60 to 80 hours a week, and I very quickly realized that there had to be something better out there for me. And so one night I was up late watching one of those late night infomercials on how to buy houses with money, no money down. And I thought, man, wouldn't it be cool if that really worked? And so I ended up going to a couple of real estate club meetings and a couple of seminars. And I had kind of figured out that if I could get the sellers contacting me first, I was much more likely to make a better deal. And that's kind of what got me playing around with direct mail marketing. We're going to talk a lot tonight about direct mail marketing, a lot of other things in the real estate marketplace to find highly qualified, motivated sellers who are looking to work with you. And the deals will be pre-screened when they come across your desk. Is that the kind of motivated seller you want to work with? Absolutely. All right, so anyway, I started playing around with the direct mail marketing, and I started really targeting sellers that I thought were much more likely to want to work with me. And all of a sudden, our next deal, our first deal comes across the table. Next screen. And the seller sent us a letter, and he said, Kathy, please take my house off my hands. I'll deed it to you. I've got the keys sitting right here. Is that the kind of motivated seller you want to work with? Absolutely. Next screen. Next screen. Okay, here's the house. And so we went out to look at the house, and it was a divorce situation. He had moved out, she had moved out, and the house was sitting empty just like this. So we ended up doing the deal. He ended up deeding the home to us for the balance of the mortgage, which was $192,000 against a house that was worth $337,000. So we ended up using another technique that we had learned called a round robin auction to sell this property. So we showed the home 54 times in one weekend, and we ended up selling the home for $275,000 without doing anything else to it. And when everything was said and done, we walked away with a check for next screen, $51,635. Next screen. Next screen. Or next, there you go. And this is a little bit more like what I had in mind. So I took a copy of that check to work the next day, and I said to my boss, look what I did. And he said, you're fired. And so that's how I got into real estate investing on a full-time basis, to make a very long story short. And so tonight, that's what we're going to be talking about, is how to find these very highly qualified, motivated sellers and getting your deals sold and getting your deals bought. And so what I wanted to say to you also is do me a couple of favors. Number one, I am going to share with you before my time is up tonight, how you can implement my system at absolutely no cost to you whatsoever. And I also want you to get out there and I want you to start doing some deals. And so we're going to talk a lot about that tonight as well. During the last 20 some odd years, we have done all kinds of deals. We do whatever kind of deal comes at us. And that's what I want you to learn how to do. The more exit strategies you learn how to do, the better deals you're going to start to make. And so we do a little bit of everything. I'm from the West Coast of Florida. I'm down here in the Tampa area. And we do a little bit of everything. So do the deal as it comes to you. So we do single family homes, duplexes, triplexes, quads, small apartment complexes, big apartment complexes. We do some of those wobbly boxes, that's what we call mobile homes down here in Florida. So if you know, the more exit strategies you know, the better deals you're going to make and the more money you're going to make in this business. Next screen. So why should we implement one more and implement a marketing strategy to begin with? Next, click. Number one, to get highly motivated sellers and lenders contacting you first. Next, click. Go ahead and click a couple for me, please. Buy properties no one knows are for sale, including the sellers. These are sellers who have a variety of problems they need to solve. They just have no idea how to do that until they're contacted by you. We're going to put systems in place that will net profitable deals for you and for your business. And that's really important. And then fill your pipeline with new deals every single day. And that's what we're going to talk about a lot. Well, it's evening for me, so it's afternoon for you folks. Go ahead and next screen. All right, so let's talk about why direct mail marketing in the first place. Number one, to create the exact leads and deals that you are looking for in your business. And then you get to create the budget for your business. So whether you have a little bit of money to work with or a lot of money to work with, you can get some motivated sellers and some deals coming across your desk. Number three, you're going to create a response mechanism in your mailings. Folks, write this down. So the deals are pre-screened for you. Nobody does this. And I'm telling you right now that if you don't tell your seller what it is you want them to do, they're not going to do anything at all. And then you're going to reach sellers and lenders who would never learn about you otherwise. How would you like to have a potential private lender call you on the phone and go, hey, how come you're not borrowing any money from me? Would that be cool? Absolutely. And we're going to talk about that tonight. Direct mail is convenient for the seller. It has a long shelf life. So these folks will hold on to your message until they're ready to sell that property. Next page. So let's talk about the target prospects that I like to work with. Go ahead and click down a few. Number one are out-of-state owners. What I mean by an out-of-state owner is someone who owns a home in the city or county that you live in, but they don't live there full time. And these are really good leads. So in California, for example, these might be folks who bought a vacation home, or maybe they bought a home there to retire, and now they've changed their mind and decided to do something else. Number two, quitclaim deeds. This is where you're going to find a lot of estate properties. These are really good deals for you. Pre-foreclosures. How many folks are still working that pre-foreclosure market? Well, I am, and the pre-foreclosures that I am working with are the ones that nobody knows anything about. You see, that's one of the things you're going to find out about me this afternoon, is the fact that I work with the deals that nobody else knows anything about. So the pre-foreclosures are the ones where the person has died, but the bank has not yet filed lis pendens or notice of default because they know their borrower is dead. These are good deals for you. So now you've got a property that's either gone to probate or it's been inherited by an heir and it's got a mortgage on it that's not in the heir's name. Do you not think these are an ideal situation for a short sale? Yes or yes? Absolutely. Multifamily properties. Now, talking about multifamily properties, when we start working together tonight, we provide the list brokers for you. And the list brokers that we provide for the multifamily properties will provide the list for you based on the number of units per building that you are looking for. And that's pretty awesome. So you can customize your mailings any way that you want them. Vacant and abandoned houses. Folks, if you are not working the vacant houses, you are missing the boat. Find your dream home. This is a direct mail campaign that we designed for ourselves to find the home that we currently live in. You can customize this direct mail campaign in a variety of different ways in order to find the home that you're looking for. Getting the deed. This is another direct mail campaign that will bring you a high number of folks who are simply willing to deed their property to you so you don't have to figure out where the money is coming from. The zip code mailer, that's another direct mail campaign that we like to do. And it's very specifically targeted to those good middle income areas and those luxury property areas. Because for me in my business, luxury properties simply mean bigger paychecks. Attorneys. Folks, if you are not working with attorneys in your business to bring you deals, you are missing the boat. This is absolutely awesome. If you are a person of integrity and you do what you say you're going to do, when these attorneys have a client come to them who needs to sell a property quickly, no matter what condition it's in order for that attorney to liquidate assets, they're going to call you first. And these are great deals. And attorneys know people who have money they need to invest. And this is where you're going to get those calls from private lenders. And it only happens a couple times a year, but when I'm getting $1 million or more in a credit line, that's enough. Military transfers out in California. This is a fantastic direct mail campaign. So here's how this one works. Generally speaking, military woos these men and women in, tells them they're going to be stationed somewhere, you know, for whatever period, for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. They bring their family, they buy a home off base, they get all comfy, and all of a sudden they get transferred somewhere else. Now they just paid retail for this property and they can't afford to buy to write a big check for closing costs, you know, and realtor fees, and they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. These are ideal situations for you to simply have a property deeded to you for the balance of the mortgage. And let me tell you, working with the military is like working with Section 8 on steroids, because we're going to have to hold on to these properties and let them grow some equity. The military will help you to find the person to go into your property to rent or lease option. The military will take the money out of their paycheck bi-weekly for your rent and deposit into your checking account once a month. If that person damages your property, they've got to answer to their superior officer. This is an absolutely killer direct mail campaign. Free and clear properties. These are the ones that are owned free and clear without a mortgage. And what that means for me is creative financing with those sellers. And the expired listings. Folks, if you are not working with a realtor in your business, you absolutely need to. One of the biggest deals we ever did in our business came from an expired listing. We made $129,000 on that particular deal. So these are the 12 direct mail campaigns that I like to implement. There's a different letter for each one. There's different language for each one. There is a different response mechanism for each one. Whether you have a little bit of money or a lot of money to work with or no money to work with, these are some direct mail campaigns that you are going to use to implement and get sellers contacting you first so that you can make some money in your real estate investing business. Next screen. So I wanted to tell you a little bit about what we're doing down here in Florida. This is a cool little deal that we did. We bought this house for $17,500. It needed the after repair value on this was about $90,000. It needed about $25,000 or $30,000 in rehab, maybe a little more. We ended up wholesaling this property very quickly, and we ended up with a $12,500 profit. And let me tell you, I never had the first conversation with this seller at all. Next screen, please. Here's the letter that I got from that seller. Dear Mr. and Mrs. Kennebrook, I just got your letter about buying my house in Bradenton. How did you know I needed to sell? My uncle left me this house. I don't know why he left me this house. I never even been to Florida, so I never even seen it. All I do know is that I'm not paying the tax bill I just got. Please go by and take a look and make me an offer and take this house off my hands. I'd appreciate it. Is this the kind of motivated seller you want to work with? Absolutely. So what we did was we went by the home. We took pictures of the property. I wrote an offer on the property. I sent the photographs, the offer, and a mini credibility kit. Because remember, when you're working with out-of-state owners, they don't know who you are from anything. So basically what I did was I sent her the business card of my title lady, my real estate attorney, and one of my private lenders, and she called all of them to check us out. So we mailed her the contract and the photographs and those business cards and an envelope to return the contract to me. 5 days later, I had that contract on my desk. I called my title lady and I said, I got another deal coming your way. And she goes, I already know. I've already talked to Glenda. I know this contract is on its way. That's the way to buy a house, folks. Never have the first conversation with the seller. Next screen, please. Here's another letter that I got from a seller. The asking price on this particular home was $225,000. We paid $180,000. We did very minor rehab, $12,000 worth. We sold the home for $248,000, and we made a profit of $44,000 on this one. Here's the letter from the seller. Hi, dear Kathy and Jay Kennebrook. My name is Kelly, and I received an interesting letter from you today. Yes, me and my husband are interested in selling, but we want no games. We've been through a lot with trying to sell this house. You know realtors. Ah, she wrote that, I didn't. We're asking $225,000 for our property, and it is occupied. Yes, there's a mortgage on the property. Approximate amount owed is $155,000. Yes, payments are current. There are 2 bedrooms, possible third, being used as an office right now. 1 bathroom. There's a newly renovated 2+ garage. We're selling because we want to move closer to our family. Please contact ASAP because we wanted our house sold like yesterday. And if you don't buy it, then we have to go with a realtor as our last resort. Thank you for your time. Is this the kind of motivated seller you want to deal with? Absolutely. And we made a fantastic profit on that particular property of $44,000. Next screen. All right, so let's talk about results from direct mail marketing. Go ahead down a couple. We mailed out about 2,500 letters, about 200 letters per month. That's about 50 letters per week. Is that doable? Absolutely. We got 196 leads, about 16 leads per month from highly qualified sellers. That's about an 8% response rate. Is that okay? Absolutely. Part of the reason for that is the language, the letter, and the criteria that we use to hone in on the list that we are using to find these sellers. We ended up buying 14 of those properties. Go ahead, Dave. Total cash and equity, $563,000. Total cost of mailings, $2,400. Net profit, $561,000. How many folks could use $561,000 in the next 12 months? Anybody? I bet you could. Now there is a small caveat, and that is simply this. You've got to put the key in the ignition and turn on the engine to make the machine run. Folks, if you take some minor steps to get your direct mail marketing in place, direct mail marketing is a machine that will bring you deal after deal after deal after deal after deal. All right, next screen. So when should I start implementing direct mail? Well, now, and right now would be good. Couple of great reasons for that. Number one, we're coming into the holiday season and sellers open everything. And then property tax bills are going out. I will tell you that there is nothing that motivates a seller more than a property tax bill. They don't want to pay. And folks, I want you to take the last quarter of the year and I want you to be super, super successful and get your direct mail marketing and your marketing plan in place so you can find all the deals that you need for your business. Next screen. So where do I get the list? Go ahead. All right, so there's a couple of different ways for you to get the list. One is to simply go to your property appraiser's office, assessor's office, whatever that's called where you live, and you can get the list based on the criteria that I give you for each one of the direct mail campaigns. And I want you to go down there and get the list because I want it done right. It's a list that you're going to be using for 12 months to do repetitive residual mailings. Now, once we start working together, next screen, I provide the list brokers for you, no matter where you live in the country and across Canada. Next screen. So I take all the obstacles out of there for you. Go ahead and flip 3 or 4. There we go. So let's talk about the keys to success or failure when you're marketing. Number one, you've got to target the right prospects. And we just talked about that. You need to make it easy for sellers to respond to you. Okay. So folks, Give them an email address, give them a mailing address, give them a phone number, give them a fax number, give them a website address if you have it. Okay, the more ways you give a seller to respond to you, the more of them are going to. Use the right letter, use a proven list, use a proven system. I don't want you out there recreating the wheel. Next screen. And be consistent with your mailings. You can mail a little bit or you can mail a lot, but I want you to be mailing consistently. If you do like I did when I first got started, we get a couple houses under contract and then I would go, no more mailings until we get these 2 houses done. And then we'd get those houses done and there weren't any more. And so you don't want your business to be doing the roller coaster. You want it to be bringing you consistent leads. And then take the time to follow up with semi-motivated sellers. You already spent the money. You already put that person in your pipeline. When somebody says to you, no, oh gee, not today, I'm just not sure. Or they say, are you kidding? I can't take that offer. All they're saying to you is, can you continue to send me mailings until I change my mind? That's all they're saying. Get your ego out of the equation and follow up with these semi-motivated sellers. Couple different ways that we do that. One is we use an autoresponder system for those people who do have computers. For the folks who don't have computers, we use a postcard system to address those folks and send them reminders every month or 2. And basically the reminder is really simple. It basically is, hey, it's Kathy again. When you're ready to sell, I'm ready to buy. So it's that simple. All right, next screen. So let's talk about response rates from sequential mailings. Let's go ahead and go down a couple. First mailings on the average, about 5 to 8% response rate. Second mailings, 9 to 14% response rate. Third mailings, 15 to 20% or more to the same list. Folks, residual is key. The more you gently touch these sellers with your message, the more credibility you gain with them and the more of a relationship you gain with them and the more deals you're going to see coming across your desk. Next screen. All right, so let me show you a couple of letters from my students. This is Stan. Stan is in California. This was a multifamily mailing. He mailed out 50 letters and got 3 deals. Now, one thing I will tell you, whenever I bring these letters for you to take a look at, I will tell you straight up that I have checked with the title companies and I've checked that these are real deals because this one was pretty amazing, even to me. Kathy, wanted to take a moment to let you know about the success that I've had using your mail lead generation system. I bought your marketing magic package after you did the webinar for wealth builders earlier this year. We initially sent out 50 letters to multifamilies just to test the list, and we received 6 responses, and I've purchased 2 duplexes and 1 fourplex out of those 6 responses. I didn't use a dime of my own money, only owner financing and money partners into those 3 properties, and I have achieved great positive cash flow. We continue to do mailings since then. We're ramping up to do about 100 letters per week by the end of the month. Thank you so much for stepping into my life at the right moment. I'm truly grateful. Wishing you a great and prosperous year. Stan. Next letter. This is Ted in Arizona. Now, Ted was so excited about what we were doing that he ended up jumping into my coaching program as well. So that was pretty cool. Just wanted to send you a quick email to update you on my progress since implementing your direct mail campaigns. Now, he was very focused on what he wanted to do. I started with the attorney letter, expired listings, and absentee owners. I can't believe how much momentum is going already. I've gotten 15 responses just this last week, and I've written offers on 3 of those so far. Thank you for putting together such an amazing system, and thanks for answering all of my questions. Your system is increasing my bottom line in a big way. Next screen. Here's one more. This is Jeremy. Jeremy is adorable. He sends me an email about every 2 weeks to let me know what he's doing in his business. This started in April. Just wanted to give you an update after my first mailing of 100 letters to out-of-state owners. 2 calls, 1 appointment to see a property next week, and 2 responses mailed back to me. One woman wrote 2 whole pages. I couldn't believe it. Thanks again. April 15th, same mailing. I've gotten 4 more responses to that same mailing. This is amazing. I'm getting a ton of information with each lead coming in. Thank you so much, Jeremy. And he's actually in the Los Angeles area, and I know that because he emails me like every 2 weeks. Next screen. Now, I know the next question that's burning on your heart is, do I have to do all the work? Next screen. Absolutely not. The more quickly you get the minutia out of your lives, the more deals you're going to make. Next screen. There we go. So let's talk about marketing on autopilot. You're going to select your target direct mail campaign. You're going to have a part-time person do the work for you. Hand them my system. It will train them for you. So each one of my direct mail campaigns stands completely alone in the manual with all the directions that you need to do each one. So it's very simple. You're going to mail the letters. This is the last check that you have to make sure the work got done. You're going to start working on the responses and you're going to create some deals. Does that sound absolutely simple? Well, it is. But what if I could make it easier for you? Because I can, and I will. Next screen. I have created relationships with companies who will do all of the work for you. All you provide is the letter and the list, and they will do everything else for you. Folks, I can't make it any easier than that. So whether you're just starting out in the business and you want to mail out a few letters, or you want somebody else to mail them for you, or you want one of my companies, the companies that I work with, mail them out for you, you have a variety of ways to get your direct mail marketing in place. Next screen. So this is Daryl. I got to tell you about Daryl. So this was so great. I finally got to meet Kathy in person. I studied her program extensively. To date, all of my marketing and all of my deals were a direct result of Kathy's program, Daryl. I was in Washington, D.C. last year for a very large event that I was speaking at up there, and I had the opportunity to meet Daryl. Daryl is retired military. He's got 3 children. He's an awesome young man. He bought my system off of my website, so I never even got to meet him at a live event or anything like that. He never sent me an email asking any questions. He just got started, and he decided that he was going to take action, and he was going to get moving, and he was going to make a difference for his family. And that's exactly what he did. And he did over $1 million in deals using my direct mail marketing in his first year in business. And he was named the Washington, D.C. Real Estate Investor of the Year. And I'm so proud of Daryl. I could just absolutely pop. He's like my protege. I'm just so proud of him. Next screen. All right. So these are my combined results. Go ahead and go down a couple. Overall, I got about a 10% response rate, creating a 7-figure income for my business. And this is just from direct mail marketing, not even the other stuff we're going to talk about. So I know the next question that's burning on your heart is, hey, so Kathy, how do I get on board so I can start making the same big profits that you do? And how can I get your system so there's absolutely no cost to me, plus over $9,900 in additional bonuses? Now, I will tell you that if you Google me anywhere or you look on my website, you will not find the offer that we are making tonight. And once tonight is over and this event is over, the deal goes away. So you need to be one of the first 6 to take action right now to hold your spot. So that you can be one of the folks who can get your system at no cost to you. And you need to be one of those first 6 to get that $9,900 in bonuses. Next screen. So go ahead and go to www.marketingmagiclady.com/411. The whole deal is laid out there for you. So go ahead and take a look at that. Continue to listen up. So you can hear what all is included in the system and the bonuses that I'm going to offer. www.marketingmagiclady.com/411. Next screen. So let's talk about the system contents. Go ahead and flip down a couple. So the first thing that it includes is all 12 of the direct mail campaigns with the step-by-step directions. There are complete directions to automate the system, whether you want to get started, whether you want to hire someone, or whether you want to let one of the companies do all of the work for you. All of the letters and the info sheets for the sellers and the list brokers. I don't want you out there reinventing the wheel. There are 24 additional marketing techniques and samples of all of them. There's an 8 audio CD set and the tracking charts to go with them. I was interviewed by a gentleman who was absolutely hilarious. So these are very funny. They're really awesome. And there's a lot of good information in there. You're also going to receive Kathy Kennebrooke's Magic Seller Phone Conversations, because one of the things you'll also find is that I am very responsive to my students' needs. And my students were saying, you know, Kath, I'm still having trouble with pre-qualifying my sellers, pre-screening those sellers. So what we did was we went back into the studio and we went back to our files and we pulled real deals with real sellers, both motivated and non-motivated, for each one of those direct mail campaigns. And I went back into the studio and we re-recorded the conversations that we had with those sellers. At the end of each deal, I analyzed the deal for you as to why we did or didn't buy it, and if we did, what the exit strategy was and why. If you're a new investor, this is a tool that you absolutely want to take a look at right away. For those of you who are seasoned investors, this is a tool that you're going to use when you have new folks coming into your organization. Next screen. All right, so let's talk about the additional marketing techniques. Go ahead and flip through them, Dave. So we cover signage, banners, yard signs, bus bench advertising, how to compile other types of mailing lists like bankruptcy, eviction, divorce, those kinds of things. Buses and taxi cab ads, flyers, business cards, how to use vendors as bird dogs, how do you get free announcements, how to use realtors and bulletins in your business. Next screen. How to use code enforcement to bring you deals. We get deals from code enforcement every single day. How to use mortgage brokers and lenders as bird dogs. How to use estate sales, auctions, and wholesale buyers to bring you deals. How to use postcards to attract buyers into your funnel, because we need buyers too to buy some of those houses that we're getting. How to find more private lenders for your business, how to use some internet marketing and other unique tools in your business. Folks, my system is the most complete, unique system out there to bring you all of the deals you could ever use for your real estate investing business. Next screen. Your investment tonight is going to be only $1,697 dollars. But Linda wanted me to do something super special for you folks. Next screen. So what we are going to do for those first 6 folks is I am going to offer a $500 discount. Next screen. A special discount for Realty411 for the first 10 attendees who take action right now. So apparently we have some orders coming in, making your total investment only $1,197. And that's for those first 10 folks who take action right now. Next screen. The following bonuses totaling over $9,900 are for those first 10 folks who take action right now. And you're going to learn how you can implement my system at absolutely no cost to you whatsoever. Next screen. Go to www.marketingmagiclady.com/411, www.marketingmagiclady.com/411. So let me go ahead and show you some of the bonuses that you're also going to get. You were on the right track there, Dave. All right. Go ahead and flip those down for me. Okay, so the first one you are going to receive is my personal 24-hour recorded message. It's recorded in such a way that all you have to do is drop it into your system and you're ready to rock with the 24-hour recorded message. And that's a $149 value. You're also going to get my personal millionaire resource kit, $1 million resource kit. We gave this about a value of $497, but in my personal opinion, it's absolutely priceless. This is where you're going to find the list brokers. This is where you're going to find the companies to do the mailings for you. This is where you are going to find all of the folks that I use in my business, and we've done discounted pricing on every single one of those for you. Keep going down, Dave. The next bonus that you're going to receive is pre-qualifying your Dream Team Realtor. This has a value of $199. You have the right to duplicate this particular item. And this is going to teach your realtors every single thing that you want them to do for you in your business, so that that realtor can start bringing you deals and getting houses sold for you also. Guerrilla tactics to boost your credit score. Go to $149 value. This is a tool that I built that not only will help you increase your credit score, but the reason I built it is for those lease option folks who are going into your properties. We give a copy of this to every single person going into one of our lease option properties, so they know exactly how to boost their credit score, what things help their credit score, what things harm their credit score. You're also going to receive a 4 CD bonus pack. This has a value of $695. You're going to learn how to buy properties in and out of your Roth IRA. You're going to learn how to use that autoresponder system and how to follow up with those semi-motivated sellers. You're going to learn some no-nonsense marketing strategies like sponsorships and using apparel and things like that in your business. There are all kinds of awesome tools in this 4 CD bonus pack, and it has a value of $695. Are we doing okay so far? Next screen, Dave. So the next awesome bonus that you are going to receive is 12 months to work directly with me on your marketing. You can email me any question that you might have regarding your marketing, and you will get my personal email address, and I will work with you step by step on any marketing question that you may have. This is a $4,500 value. I do have 10 of these available tonight. The reason for that is I try not to overstuff my support, because they call me the fastest guru in the Northeast, South, and West. And so I answer your questions very, very quickly. So we have 10 of those available. Next screen. You are also going to receive an entitlement certificate with my personal CPA. He is a CPA of 40 years. He is a real estate investor of 40 years. He is a financial planner. He is one of 12 in the country admitted to practice before the U.S. Tax Court. This is a $250 value. I only get a very limited number of these. I have 10 available tonight. He charges $250 for a consultation. Folks, when you make your appointment with him, go ahead and write down whatever questions that are burning on your heart with regard to your accounting in your business. The man is absolutely scary, brilliant. So we have 10 of those. Next screen. The next bonus that you are going to receive is, next screen, there we go. The live auction bootcamp DVD set. Now this we only have 10 of also. This particular promoter limits the number of these that I have available for you. You're going to learn the auction process step by step. You're going to hear a live panel discussion from students who have done it, both traditional auctions and round robin auctions. You're going to learn how to create a successful round robin auction to sell your properties quickly and on the day of your choice. It's an information-packed 4 DVD set. You can watch it in the comfort of your own home. It's a $1,497 value. That's exactly what the folks who went to the event paid for this event, and so we have 10 of those available tonight. Next screen. This is a very, very special bonus that I have available. This is the Millionaire Jumpstart Bootcamp with Lewis Brown. He gives me a very, very limited number of these scholarships to work with for each event that I do. I have 10 of these tonight. That's it. This is a boot camp. It's given multiple dates, multiple cities to choose from. You have a full year to use it. You're going to learn what contracts to use and when, how to determine exit strategies. You're going to learn buying strategies, negotiation skills, asset protection, how to use land trusts. It's a 3-day intensive. It starts at 8 o'clock in the morning. It finishes like at 9 o'clock at night. There's only about 35 or 40 in this boot camp because it's one-on-one. Lou works with you. You'll be writing contracts and learning about writing land trusts until you're sick of them, okay? So this is a super, super amazing bonus that I have. It has a $1,997 value. You can bring a spouse or partner absolutely free. You have a full year to use it. I know that the next live Millionaire Jumpstart Bootcamp does take place in October. I'm not sure what the city is yet. So that's another bonus that you'll be getting. And I always have just a very, very limited number of these to share. Next screen. I also offer a 10-day free look enrollment plan. Folks, give us a deposit tonight of $1,197, knowing that if my system isn't every single thing I told you it was going to be, you have a full 10 days to get it back to us. I will also tell you that the system is shipping from California. It'll be shipping USPS postal priority, so you'll get it in like 3 or 4 days tops. So that's pretty awesome. Next screen, Dave. So how many of you, go ahead and flip the next little button. How many of you would take my system tonight if it was absolutely free? Would anybody do that? Normally in a room, they're jumping and screaming. But tonight we got you all on Zoom. Go ahead and go to the next screen, Dave. I am going to offer an incentive rebate. Folks, when you do a deal using one of my 12 direct mail campaigns within the next 12 months, folks, you have no excuse not to get started right now. You have a full year to get this done. Send a copy of your testimonial check, proof that you did the deal, and testimonial letter, proof that you did the deal, and a copy of your profit check, and I will refund the entire investment of $1,197, and you keep the system and all of the bonuses. Now, why would I be crazy enough to do that? Folks, this is the best way that I know for you to get that package. Open it up, start implementing it like Daryl did, start getting some deals done, so that you can start living your life the way you want to live it. Dave, next screen, please. So take action right now. You have no excuse not to get started right now. I do know that we already have some orders coming in. You need to be one of the first 10 to take action right now to hold your spot, to receive my Marketing Magic system. All of the discounts and bonuses valued at over $10,400 and the rebate certificate. And I will tell you that once it's over tonight, it is over. You will not find this deal anywhere else. If you Google me or look on my website, you will not find this deal. This was something that Linda and I have been working on for quite some time. This is the first event that I'm doing for Linda, although I've been writing for the magazines for a very long time. So I'm very, very proud, and I'm very, very pleased. Next screen. To have the opportunity to share this with you folks. So go to www.marketingmagiclady.com/411, marketingmagiclady.com/411, or you can call our office if you prefer to talk to someone, if you had a couple questions about the product or what comes with it and so forth. Give us a call, 941-792-5390. 941-792-5390. So go ahead and give our office a call. You can place your order that way, or you can go to www.marketingmagiclady.com/411. The offer is all laid out there for you. And your product, again, is shipping from California. My fulfillment house just happens to be in California. And you will get it. It's going out USPS postal priority, so you should be getting it in the next let's see, today is Sunday, so the orders will go out. You'd have it by Thursday or Friday. So I guess we do have some time for some questions, Dave. I made that more speedy than I anticipated.
You are definitely slightly ahead of schedule, and we do have a couple of questions.
Okay.
What are your best and highest return on investment direct mail marketing lists that you found to be the best?
Okay, so the first thing my suggestion would be, my results are going to be different than yours. And the reason for that is my demographic is different than yours. So you have a lot of folks who own vacation homes. You have a lot of folks who intended to retire to California. So the best thing I can tell you is to look at your demographic, figure out what that demographic is, and focus on that. So let me give you an example. I am in Florida. I live in the geriatric capital of the world. And why I'm saying that, I'm not sure, because I'm kind of heading that direction myself. So we have a lot of senior homeowners. We have a lot of folks who retired here. I do a lot of estates properties. We deal with a lot of mobile home properties here because we have a lot of mobile homes here in Florida. I also do a lot of vacant land deals. So that's a seminar for a whole different day. So just check your demographic and figure out where the highest number of prospective motivated sellers are going to be for you. And those are the ones that you want to focus on. Because I'm sure, Dave, we have other areas besides California on our call today. So whatever state you live in, check that demographic and see what it looks like for you. So for us, we have a lot of middle class here. We have a lot of senior homeowners. We have a lot of retirees, and the out-of-state owners. So we have people that come here for vacation once a year kind of thing. And so that's kind of my demographic, but that may not be the same for you.
Very good. What is some of the key verbiage do you feel is most effective for direct mailers?
Oh, I love this question. Okay. So it isn't even so much it is the verbiage. So each letter has different verbiage that focuses on that specific seller's needs. Couple of things that we do when we create the letters, and this is all in the system for you too. So if you got it, don't worry about it. All this is covered. So you want to worry about paragraphs. So you want to have spacing in your letters so it's easy to read. You want to use a good font. So I use like a 14 font, and I like Times New Roman. So it's real easy for them to read. You got to make it easy for them to read. Make it normal language. Like, don't use all the slick slang that we use. Like, I can take your home subject to the mortgage. Nobody's going to know what that means. All right. So keep it really simple. Keep the language simple in the letter. So the out-of-state owner letter has one set of language. The vacant owner letter has a different set of language. A pre-foreclosure letter will have a different type of language. But we try to keep it really, really simple. We do the paragraphs. We make sure that that we use the 12 or 14 font, and we make sure that we use Times New Roman. So it's really easy for them to read. Now, something else, another hint that I'll give you, be sure and send the same letter out each time. Because people, a lot of times they want to send out a different letter. I don't want you to do that. You're creating a relationship with the seller. So what you want to do is use the same letter each time. So you're gently reminding them of your message. Oh yeah, I got that letter 60 days ago. Mind you, we test and track every single thing that we do in our business, and we know this stuff works. Okay, next question. That was a great one. I like that one.
Do you feel that branded company mailers or unbranded yellow letters non-company work better?
Gracious. You're going to make me go there, aren't you? Okay, so the only thing that I can say is that if you want a letter thrown in the garbage really quickly, again, I test and track everything I do. Go ahead and say to a seller, hi, my name is so-and-so and I want to buy your house at. Okay, what I want you to do is I want you to send out a letter to the seller that is a soft letter, that addresses their situation, that has the response mechanism. So they're going to give you all the information that you want in order for you to determine whether or not there's a deal there to be made. Okay. Also, since we lost our screen, I just want to mention www.marketingmagiclady.com/411. Okay, next question.
Well, you just kind of answered that. How do you feel about handwritten yellow letters?
I hate it when they make me go there.
How effective have you found cold calling versus direct mail marketing versus paid advertisement, ergo paid per click?
Okay, I've done cold calling. I might do cold calling if I'm bored one day. Not the best use of my time or my dollars. Direct mail marketing is a really, really good use of my marketing dollars. And one of the things you got to understand is I'm cheap. And so I want to get the biggest bang for my dollar going out there. So the lists that we are using, so for example, the out-of-state owner list, okay? So we're getting a list of out-of-state owners who own homes in Florida, but they live somewhere else. And then we're using specific criteria inside that list to hone in on the most qualified sellers inside that list. Now, I have 24 other marketing techniques and we use them. So we do signage. I love signage. We do vehicle signage. We have other people who drive around with our signage on their vehicle. We pay them monthly for that. So it just depends. So we do a little bit of everything. Direct mail marketing accounts for 70% of what I do in my business, and everything else is the other 30%.
Do you mean same letter style with different verbiage, or exact same letter?
Exact same letter each time. And I can't tell you how many letters that I've gotten from sellers that respond to that. You know, so glad I got the same letter because I got the last letter 90 days ago, and they're not going to remember what that one looked like and what this one looked like. So if they see the same letter again, you're ringing a bell for that seller. Oh yeah, that's Kathy from Florida. Okay, and so each time you gently touch your seller with your message, you are creating credibility with that seller, and they're going to contact you first, even if they get contacted by somebody else in the interim, when you take the time to do the residual mailings and create the relationships with the sellers.
Once leads come in, what's the most effective way you found to contract the deal?
Say it again.
Once the leads come in,
okay,
what is the most effective way you found to contract the deal?
It depends on how the deal comes in. Just like the deal I showed you earlier, I never had the first conversation with that lady. I took photographs and sent her a contract, period. It depends on how it comes in. Sometimes the seller will say in the letter, here's all the information you asked for. Please don't call me, just mail me an offer. We've had sellers tell us that. Sometimes we'll call them when we need to clarify something. Sometimes we'll call them with our offer. Sometimes I just send them a contract. It depends on how it hits my desk and what kind of deal it is, whether I'm taking, you know, whether I'm going to take it, whether I'm going to use private money to buy that, or whether I'm going to take it subject to the existing mortgage, whether I want them to owner finance for me. So it's just going to depend on how the deal comes in.
Can this program be tailored to a builder / developer who's looking to buy vacant lots and or partner with the owners?
Okay, no. However, can I pitch another program? If you go to my, okay, so here's what I'll say. You guys will get paid anyway. If you guys go to my website, which is marketingmagiclady.com, you will see my other package, which is called Vacant Land Gold. And wowza, everything you ever wanted to know about buying, selling, and leasing vacant land. Okay, there you go. That's the answer to that question.
How often are your lists updated?
Depends on the list. Out-of-state owner mailing, for example, is updated once a year. You can, so that's one of the mailings. The foreclosures are updated a little bit more close together. Vacant land list is updated all the time. The for sale by owner list is dated up weekly, is updated weekly. So every list is different. Every list is different. Also, just back to the vacant land for a second. You can also go to www.vacantlandgold.com. Okay, go ahead.
Cool. Here's a fun one. Tell us about your first deal.
Oh my goodness, you don't want to know about my first deal. It was the rehabber from Hades. We had been driving neighborhoods and we've been calling on ads, and I hate calling on ads, but it's a great way to find deals, and there's a whole section on that in my manual. And we found this house, and we used a private lender to buy it, and the house was built in 1929. And when you walked in the house, the floors were like funhouse floors. And he had this big marble, seriously, he had this big marble, and he put the marble on the floor. And for every 12 inches that marble rolled, $1,000 came off my loan, seriously. And yeah, but we ended up, get this is the funkiest deal ever. So we ended up using some of our own money to finish the deal. We ran out of money before we were done. My husband took his vacation time and painted the outside of the house because we had run out of money. We ended up lease optioning that house. We got $9,000 down on a lease option. This was in 1998. They exercised their option and they bought the house in 2016. 16 years later. They darn near paid off our mortgage. So that was cool. So that was my first deal.
Wow.
We've had some crazy ones.
that one of the favorite things I love when we do these things is just to hear some of the first deal, worst deal, best deal. I mean, there's so much in this business that keeps things entertaining and engaging, and that's always one of them.
And actually, that from that first deal, just real quick, so they ended up buying the property. Well, when they moved in the first place, their son was a really little boy, and he's in his 20s now, and he's renting one of our other properties. So the family's been with us like all these years.
Great. All right, one last question, and then I'm going to ask if you'd hang out, look at the Q&A in the chat, and see if we missed anybody. I think we got a couple that straggled in here at the last minute.
I'll do it.
Let's see here. How many touches are you finding per average closed deal?
Generally between 1 and 4.
And since that was such a long answer, we'll go with, are the sellers calling you or mailing you or emailing you?
No, good question. 90% of the sellers who contact me by mail, email, and fax. And stop chuckling. 15% of the total deals we get come in by fax. Okay, we have the fax in the computer. You're dealing with older sellers. They aren't up to the 21st century yet. So just so you know, I forgot the question.
Mailing or emailing?
Oh, so 90% of the sellers contact us by mail, email, or fax. And why do you think that might be? Because I told them to. If you don't tell your seller what you want them to do, they're not going to do anything at all. So you may as well tell them what you want. And one of the things I tell them that I want is photographs. And so generally speaking, when a deal hits my desk, I've got a half a dozen pictures of the property also. So I've got the letter, I've got the explanation, you know, they tell me, they answer my questions, they tell me about the property, and they include photographs. The more of that they give me and the more photographs I get, the better deal I'm going to make.
Sounds good. And how do you feel about pulling lists from PropStream versus the assessor's office?
I like the assessor's office better only because I know they're really current. I also have several other list brokers that we work with, and I provide those for you. They're all in the system, and so all the different list brokers for all the mailings are in there. And the reason I like working with the assessor's office or the appraiser's office is because I can go down there and physically talk to a supervisor and get that list laid out exactly the way I want it. And it's a list I'm going to use repetitively for a year, generally for a year. So like the out-of-state owner mailings and some of the other mailings are something that we're repeating over the period of a year. So you want them right, and you want them your way.
Gotta love it. Kathy, thank you for an awesome hour. This was a lot.
Went so fast.
It was bring back some flashbacks for me from my commercial insurance days where I used direct mailing, and you know, I'm listening to some of this going, oh yeah, that's the way it worked. Trying to have some fun with that. And you know, I want to just take a quick second and emphasize that the value of direct mailing has gone up in the last 6 months.
Yes, the market's changing, absolutely.
Yeah, if you want to take 15 seconds on that, go for it.
Okay, the market is changing, folks. We are dealing with more folks that are coming from outside the area. So like our out-of-state owners and people that had vacation homes and people who intended to retire. And now this COVID thing hit and they're scared and they want money. So they rather have the cash in their hand than a home or a piece of land that they're not using. And the number of deals that we are doing from direct mail is going up, up, up. So yeah, that's absolutely right.
Very cool. Moving on, we have Becky Krominga. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Is an executive with Real Estate IQ, the fastest growing real estate data and analytics company. She's in charge of customer service, marketing, and helps with business development and sales in the Houston area. Former math teacher and educational researcher, Becky enjoys applying her skills from these areas to real estate investing, teaching people how to make the most of the Real Estate IQ system. Becky lives with her husband, Kevin, and his 2 grown sons, enjoys gardening, new recipes, and walking her dog, Hunter. Becky, it's all yours.
Wow, Dave,
I don't think I could have said that any better. I really don't. She's my wife. I couldn't have said all of that.
All right. Thank you so much, Dave. All right. So I'm here today to talk to you about finding and winning profitable off-market deals. Now that was a little different than what I saw in the marketing, so I'm not sure where wires got crossed. But just to tell you a little about our company, Real Estate IQ. We're #1 in deal finding, advanced technology for real estate investors. So if you were expecting to learn a lot about technology, I'm not going to tell you a lot actually, but feel free to, Carlo is going to put a link in the chat to everybody, and it's a form that just kind of tells us you're interested, and we can contact you with more information. But Real Estate IQ has MLS Deal Finder, which is a really fast, easy way to find deals on the MLS that are below market value. And so you can choose 70% or more below market value in your price range, in your area, anything like that. All right, we also have Fast CMA is our next product that uses that actual MLS data from the MLS Deal Finder so that you can easily and quickly run your own comps. So some states, I know that the actual sold price of a property is public record, but in Texas and 11 other states, it's not. And the only way you can access that information is through a service like ours. We also offer off-market leads, and I'm going to tell you more about those in a little bit. And our county data finder lets you, lets you pull a list that comes directly from the assessor's office. So if you were looking for that list, but you don't want to go down there physically, we pull that information for you in our system and make it searchable. So you can search for, in most cases, over 65 exemptions. You can search for those absentee owners, out-of-state owners, owners who live in a certain state, multifamily, single family, mobile homes, all those things. You can find that information and download a list. Then we have also our on-demand skip tracing service. So if you're looking for email addresses and phone numbers for the owners of a house that you're looking at, you can get that from us also. And we have a program for VAs and CRM integrations for your business. So I'll talk to you a little bit more about that later on as well. So again, if you want to learn more about our technology, please fill out a brief form. There's no obligation. We're not going to spam you, but there's a little form in the chat that you can fill out and we'll have your information. All right, now I can move. Now I'm trying to move on and it's not, there we go. All right, so I'm going to talk to you about finding and winning profitable off-market leads. So as an investor, especially a newer investor, what is your biggest problem? It is finding the deal. Right? So always the biggest issue right there. How do you find the deal and find a good deal? So off-market is one way to find a good deal. Obviously, on-market means it's listed for sale on the MLS. Off-market means it's not. So why are off-market deals, why is it a good way to look off-market? There are some pros and cons to looking on the MLS. One is that there are lots of deals. Some of them are deeply discounted. Our service can find them. They're ready for purchase. You know that seller is motivated. You know they want to sell. Some of the cons, there's high competition, and so you need to be fast to win. When you're looking off market, one of the pros is there's less competition compared to the MLS. Not that you'll be the only one contacting that absentee owner or foreclosure property, but there's less competition than the MLS. There was one property that Kevin and I called about, and we went to put an offer, and they had already had 26 offers, and it was the second day after it was listed or something like that. So there is often big competition for those MLS deals. Because there's less competition, you can often get a deeper discount because you're going directly to the seller, you're going directly to the homeowner. And so you're talking with them, and there's not a third party who stands to gain more money if the price is higher when you sell it. So you can often get a deeper discount. And of course, directly with the seller instead of having to go through an agent like you would for the MLS deals. Cons, they're a little bit harder to find, but not too hard. I'm going to show you how. Sometimes they're not ready to sell. They don't know that there's a benefit to them to sell. Maybe they don't think that they could sell their house in its present condition or whatever. And so you need to know a little bit more kind of advanced skills, I guess, in talking with people, with doing the contracts, all of those kind of things. All right, so there's basically 3 ways to find off-market deals. The first one is to find and contact the motivated seller or almost motivated seller. The second way is to market for those sellers to contact you. And the third way is to buy from a wholesaler. So I'm not going to spend much time on number 3. Just a warning that if you are buying from a wholesaler, to make sure you do your own due diligence. Don't just blindly trust their rehab estimate or their ARV unless, of course, you've worked with them lots of times before. So I'm going to spend our time today talking about the first 2. So how do you find motivated sellers? The first way that costs you no money other than gas is driving for dollars. So that just means driving around looking for those homes that are distressed, or those properties that might have issues where the roof is caving in or there's a tarp on the roof. That's a big clue, especially if it's there for a long time. You know, really tall grass, maybe there's nobody living there, it's unkempt. Those kind of things can be motivated sellers. The next way is bird dog. So a bird dog is really just somebody else who is doing this for you. And it might be somebody who's already driving around. So I know of people that have recruited Uber drivers, for example, to be their bird dogs, or mailmen, trash collectors. Anybody who's out and about in the neighborhood is going to know when a house goes vacant or there's major issues and something changes. They contact you. You go and work the deal, and after you get it, then you give them a fee. And the third way is to get the lists. So let's talk about the different kind of lists that you can get. The first is the pre-foreclosure, pretty common. You know that they're at risk of losing all of their credit and their home, and so they're usually pretty motivated for that. And the laws are different in different states. Some states have the Super Tuesday auctions, the first Tuesday of every month, and other states can do auctions at any time. But the pre-foreclosure list is going to tell you when that auction date is set, so you know that the countdown clock has begun for those sellers. The next one is the appointment of substitute trustee. And this is a really good one in the states that have it. Some of the states, I know Florida, they do their pre-foreclosures at any date. They don't have an appointment of substitute trustee process. But for other states that do, this is kind of a less known list, and it's kind of a pre-foreclosure, because when the banks are getting ready to start the foreclosure process because somebody's behind in their mortgage, the first thing they often do is appoint a substitute trustee. And that's the local attorney who can do the paperwork, conduct the auction, all those kind of things. So some properties actually hit this list 4 to 6 weeks before they hit the pre-foreclosure list. Gives you a little extra time to send several follow-up contacts and try to actually get in touch with that seller. You can buy the property at the auction itself. So that's usually the same as this one. A sheriff's sale or tax sale, depending on what what it's called in your area. So those are the delinquent taxes. Divorces. People get divorced. A lot of times they have to sell the house. And so you can help them do that. Eviction filings. Here's a good way to contact those landlords that might be a little extra motivated because you know they've had trouble with their tenants if they're having to kick them out. So I know a lot of people that have had good luck with that one. Tax or mortgage delinquencies. So this is when people are behind on their payments. So the financial issues are there, the motivation is there, but it hasn't quite gone to the foreclosure point yet. But again, gives you a little more time. Probate leads. Somebody passes away, somebody else inherits the house, and if they're not living in it, not living nearby, all it is a source of taxes they're going to have to pay until they take care of it. So you can help them out with that one. That's another long-term list that you have to repeatedly market to. Liens. So if somebody files a lien against a house, so it could be a mechanic's lien, which means a contractor didn't get paid, and so they're putting a lien against the property, or an HOA. And HOAs can foreclose on a property if they're not paid, at least in many states. So that's another pre-foreclosure kind of thing with an HOA lien. Hospital liens. If there's been an accident, there could be a lien. And the thing about liens is, one, it's a symbol of, or a signal rather, of financial problems. But another one is that a lot of people think, oh no, there's a lien on my house, I can't sell it. So even if they want to, but you know, as an investor, that there's a lot of different ways you can get around those and negotiate them down or off. And so that won't be a barrier for you. Code violations. So here's a way to find those driving for dollars properties without actually driving there. So if they're not mowing the grass, there's junk accumulating, there's an unsafe structure, those kind of things will be a red flag for the code violations department. And if they have that violation, they have to take care of it, or the city will take care of it and charge them. So you can help them out because they may not have the money to take care of it, or they might not even be living in the house anymore and might be wanting to get rid of it. Substandard structures, tall grass. There's another one, properties with water service recently shut off. So that could mean that they're vacant or there's serious financial issues there as well. All right, some other ways to find motivated sellers. Business cards. Have business cards printed that say that you're buying houses. Let people know what you do. If people don't know, then they're not going to come to you. They know what you can do. Then when they know somebody else who needs to sell their house, they might say, hey, I know somebody who does that and will buy them. So you can get referrals from others that way for people needing to move due to a job change, people needing cash to cover their medical bills, people behind on their mortgage payments. So if people know what you're doing, they're going to refer their friends who might have these issues to you. Paid advertising. There's the big ones if you've got a big budget, like billboards, radio ads, but then there's the lower budget ones too. The t-shirts, the car magnets, anything like that. Just be creative. Think about how could you contact these people, or how could you put yourself in front of them so that if they have this issue, they need to sell their house, they don't want to put it on the MLS, you're the one that they go to. All right, you can also do this online, a lot of it. There's some other places like Craigslist. You can post ads. You can search for properties for sale and contact the seller. Either way, and also don't leave off other things like Nextdoor, the Facebook marketing, all those things. are good places to look and to post. You can have a website, drive traffic to your site using all kinds of different methods, pay-per-click, social media, get your website out there in front of people so that they see it and they just might go to it. And there's also online auction sites, so you can get a property from Hubzu or auction.com. All right, the second way was to market for people. Well, actually, we're still talking to them. So if you're going to market to the leads, the old standby has been door knocking, especially for the pre-foreclosure list, for example. So that personal touch can sometimes go a long way towards getting somebody's attention. If they don't answer the door, or right now it's during COVID and you don't want to talk to people face to face, you can leave a door hanger or drop a card. This is just one side of the one that Kevin and I use. His face is on the back. But just something like this lets them know you want to help them. Bandit signs. We see a lot of these around where I live. They are illegal in a lot of places, but people do them anyway, and the reason is because they work. And for some reason, ones like this that look handwritten work better than ones that are printed all nice from a printing company. So some people might put them out Friday evening and pick them up on Sunday evening, so that there's less chance of a code enforcement person catching you. In some places, it's just worth the fine if you get a deal. All right, the next one is direct mail. I'm not going to spend too much time on this since you just heard Kathy say a lot about direct mail and how that can work. So this was just one example of a letter where little coloring was done, handwritten, to make it stand out so that it looks like it was sent by hand. That's just one strategy to get them to open it if you think they might not otherwise. All right, then if you skip trace them or you have the phone numbers, you can do ringless voicemail. That's, when you send a message and the message goes off, it leaves a voicemail, but the phone never rang. But all of a sudden you've got a voicemail. So that's one way you can record your voice in a ringless voicemail. You can do mass texting to all of them. You can send an email to them, or you could just do cold calling and call them up and see if you can help them out. Now, doing these things takes a lot of time. And as Kathy just said, she said, that's not worth my time to do that. So I'm going to show you in a minute how you can do that without spending so much of your own time. But I just want to reiterate first what she said. The deals are in the follow-up. The first contact, whether it's dropping a card, direct mail, they see your name, anything, is one contact. But the more they see you and your name, the more they start to trust you and the more likely that you're going to get their deal. So whatever you do, don't just do it once. Do it repeatedly to the same people. And that's where you're going to actually get the deals. All right, so how can I contact so many people? I don't want to be sitting by the phone calling numbers that don't answer over and over until I get somebody that does, for example, and sending text by hand. There are services that can do that for you. So CallRail is a way to handle your incoming calls. There's Mojo Dialer and things like that to call a lot of people, but then you're still babysitting the phone unless you hire somebody else to do that for you. So one thing is you need to decide what should your time be spent on? Because time is money. Your time is your most valuable asset. And so you want to make sure that you're spending your time talking to the sellers and working the lead and getting the deal, and not just trying to contact people. So one way to do it is to hire a VA. So VA stands for virtual assistant, but it usually means somebody from another country who is trained and can help do those tasks for you. And so at Real Estate IQ, we work with a lot of VAs from the Philippines, and they have just been awesome for us. So one way is to hire a VA who can do those kind of tasks for you. So a VA can do cold calling and set an appointment, and then when they get somebody to answer who's willing to talk, they can do that for you. They can do the mass texting. They can manage your contacts and manage your CRM. They can do social media posts for you. All of those things you can have a VA do. So it's going to help your time management. A VA is going to help increase your productivity. It's going to give you increased flexibility. And it's going to give you more time to focus on your deals. So we have VAs that specialize in advertising and general admin tasks, content management, as I said, customer support, marketing, sales, and finance, graphics and web development. A VA can help you build your website if you don't know about that and don't want to do that for yourself. And it's a low cost way because of the way the dollar exchange works. What's a good wage to them is a low wage for us to pay. And so that's one reason why VAs overseas can work out so well for real estate investors. So we have 2 programs at Real Estate IQ if you're interested in getting a VA to work leads for you. One is headhunting. So we find the VA and then you just hire them and go from there. And the other one is staffing. So in this case, the VA technically works for us, but they're still catered to exactly what you need. So they work for you, but you pay us, we pay them, and we handle all of the HR duties, basically, for that service. So if you're thinking about it, Carla's is going to put our website in the chat, information for there. You could fill out that form, or you can check out our website. But we have a low fee for an initial consultation. And the reason is that that initial consultation is a very educational piece. So it's going to teach you a lot about kind of do's and don'ts for working with a VA, and give you a lot of education. Going to help you develop your job description. So we'll talk about exactly what kind of tasks you're looking for from that VA, and build that job description for you. And so after that, you can take that knowledge and look for a VA on your own, or you can stay with us for the process and we can help you find them, help you interview them, and help you choose one that's going to work for you. And we also have, we guarantee that our VAs will work out well for you. If not, we'll find another one who will. So we'll keep going until you are satisfied with that. So you've got your VA and they're doing calling or whatever for you. And then you've got the person on the phone. So I've asked my partner, business partner, colleague, best friend and husband, Kevin, to join me on here today to talk a little bit with you about how do you win the deal. So Kevin, I'll let you take it.
Yeah, and for me, I think it's I'm going to give you 3 steps, and it's kind of simple, but when you really think about it, it's going to be something that is so important. And Kathy referred to it earlier. She expressed the importance of relationships, and I think that is key. in the business that we're working in. As you know, both, well, maybe you didn't get my background, but I'm also an educator, have been 27 years of experience teaching English, doing school counseling, and then a principalship. And so our background is to work with people, and that's what we've always done. And to me, that's so important in looking at real estate and developing relationship. Becky referred to some of the aspects of you know what it means to be an investor and what it means to maybe go driving for dollars or door knocking. And we've been to a lot of houses, and we've had a lot of doors slammed in our face, but that's just the way it starts. And I think, like Kathy expressed also, you just keep going. A lot of people will stop and just throw their hands up and say, I can't do this anymore. But if you really want to win the deal, then it's something you're going to have to you know, have some thick skin and stick to it. She asked me to talk a little bit about relationships, and I think the first thing that I can think of in our very first deal, Kathy, everybody remembers, Kathy remembered her first deal. I remember my first deal. I really remember Becky's first deal too, because hers was much like Kathy's. It was HE double hockey sticks. And so we learned a lot from that experience. But mostly Becky and I have gone door knocking, and she has much more success at it than I do. She's pretty. I'm 6'4", I weigh 280 pounds, and when a 6'4" man comes up to your door, you get the fingers in the shades peeking out. You see eyeballs, and that's about it. They don't answer the door for me. But Becky gets in the door first, and then we can work the deal together once she's done some of the initial legwork. But in thinking about relationships and that first deal that we did, the first thing that came to my mind when Becky asked me to do this was genuinely listening to people. Now, how many of us really do that? I see in the participants list, there's 53 people on this line right now. And how many of us are genuinely listening? I think we've got the last spot on a Sunday night, right? And it's hard. I mean, it is really difficult to listen, especially when nowadays, since March and COVID hit, it's really difficult because sometimes we're at home. Becky and I have been on webinars where we have to let our dog out because our dog is bothering us, and so we have to step away. And every time you step away, you miss something. And I think that step one here, what I wrote, is just to listen. All of these people are in some kind of a hardship, whether it be from the list that Becky showed you earlier, probate and heirship, pre-foreclosures, all the way down to evictions and liens and delinquent taxes. They're all in trouble. And so I think the first thing that we need to do is close our mouths and listen. And listen genuinely. Brian H. McGill, he has written for the Wall Street Journal and USA Today. He's a best-selling author. And he said, one of the most sincere forms of respect is actually listening to what another has to say. And I just think that's a great quote. It's a great quote for the people that we're working with, because they are in distress, and us talking is not going to make it any better. So we need to open up our ears and listen. And so, if you're like me, and I'll just be honest, sometimes I get into that selective hearing mode where where even Becky, she'll be talking to me and I'll just be nodding my head, yeah. And I'm thinking about fishing or, going out somewhere, whatever. So I'll be honest with you, our brains are not helping us in this category. And so a lot of times our brains will take us to another spot, or we'll try to anticipate something that the other person's going to say. And in that whole process, what's happening is we're missing exactly what that person is trying to say. So through the selective hearing, our brains really get in the way. And as we go through that, then we're really not genuine. We're not being genuine to that person. Being genuine in listening requires the ears as well as the body and energy. And so that's a little more tough than what Kathy was talking about, because she does mailings. And so you don't get a read often at the beginning until you make that first connection with that homeowner. And so one of the things that I really liked about door knocking is that we actually got out, we were together, and we were able to talk to people. And just getting in that door was a challenge. But once we were in, building that relationship and just closing our mouths and just listening, because they all have a story for whatever reason where the place they're at right now. And so that story can go, and you can just listen. And the big thing there is empathy. I think that's a key word, to empathize with that person. And so Becky's moving me on to the next slide. The next one is that's not a copy of slide 1. It's just the second thing I came up with, because you listen the first time and you listen again, and you have to listen. And so I believe that's a very important part of this process. We had we were out, actually I was out door knocking. The cards that you showed earlier was often a start. And so I would print off my real estate IQ list, by the way, that's real estate IQ. And I would print that list off, and I don't know, I don't think I heard Becky tell you that those come straight from the courthouses.
Not yet.
Okay, so you're going to go into that later, but they're updated every 24 hours. So they're current lists. And so as we go out, I just plot, I dump the homes into Google, and then I have my list, Google Maps, and I have my list that I just go, off and drop those cards off at those houses. And I went to this area, and it was, I really liked the neighborhood, nice and clean. And I pulled up, and I got out of my truck like usual and dropped a card, rang the doorbell, nobody answered. And I walked back to my truck, and I got in, and I was looking on my cell phone for the next house that I was going to visit. And lo and behold, there's a car that pulls up in the driveway of the house that I was looking at. And so I thought, well, this is a great opportunity. And so I got out of my truck and, made an approach. And this guy got out of his car, and I said, hey, how you doing? And I just kind of introduced myself, introduced that I was from Real Estate IQ. And he happened to be wearing a Saints hat. And that's the New Orleans Saints. And I'm wearing my Broncos shirt today because that's where I grew up in Denver. Both Becky and I grew up in Denver. But I thought, oh, this is perfect. I have a great way to start this relationship, a great way to move us into a conversation. And so I said, hey, so you're a Saints fan, huh? And he goes, yeah. I said, well, I'm a Denver Bronco fan, but they're on the other, they're in the other division. So I still think we can be friends, I think I said to him. And he said, oh, okay. I said, so I just kind of opened it up, and I said, your house is in distress. And he said, yeah, it is. And then that's all I had to say, because Marcus just unloaded. And here's what he said to me in just a short conversation. He said, hey, I just lost my job. My wife left me. When she left me, I got custody of my son, and found out that he is 5 years old at this point, and he can't speak a word. So he's got severe autism. His car was repoed, and he was losing his house. Now, it's probably good that I was listening, because I really didn't know what to say. I really didn't know what to say to this guy, other than, hey, maybe there's a way that we can help you. If you agree to another meeting, we can sit down and talk about it. And within 20 minutes, I had a meeting set up with Becky and myself and him. And we actually, he's a Christian guy, and we actually prayed in his house. And so it was pretty powerful. And the relationship that we built after that meeting was incredible. We did an unconventional thing, something that people told us not to do. But we actually rented his house back to him. It's kind of an unconventional subject too, that we did with him. But we knew that we had a good amount of trust with him from the very start. And so he followed up with every single payment, every single housing payment. Got a job and got him back up on his feet, and he avoided having to go through all the stress of his house foreclosing on him.
And he made every rent payment to us on time until he finally lost his job and moved out, and then we flipped the house.
Yeah, that was unfortunate that it came out that way, because we actually worked on this deal for a good solid year. We had other ones going during that time, but this particular deal, we had made the decision to just do everything we possibly could. And he's the one that came to us. He called me and he said, hey, I'm in the oil and gas. Well, he was in the oil and gas industry, and that's kind of a rocky road out here in Texas. And so he called me and he just said, hey, man, I don't think I could do this anymore because I just lost my job. And so, but it gave him a clean start is what it did. And that's what is important. I think to keep this easy, my first step was listen. My second step is listen. And now I'm going to tell you the most important part. And that's your cue, Becky.
Oh, sorry, it didn't click.
Man, let me wait. Don't pull that up. Let me do that over again. Step 1 was listen. Step 2 was listen. But now I'm going to tell you the most important part. Step 3. Here, there you go. It's one thing to just listen, and like I told you earlier, I know I do it to my wife and my kids all the time. I'm pretending, but am I really hearing? And can I take a step back and look at myself? What do I want? I want to be able to hear and understand, and hearing is more important because you can listen, but unless you hear and I can say, I could add the word see into this too, because that's all part of listening. If you really think about listening, genuine listening requires the ears, the body, and the energy the person is putting off. How fast they're talking. If they're really talking fast, they're probably pretty nervous. Their body language is another thing. And so all of that involves genuine listening, and hearing is the most important part. We often think, especially during this time on the computer a lot, we think we can multitask, but we really can't. You just can't do it unless you're really putting your energy even into the computer as you're sitting through webinars or whatever. You miss out on things, and that's what we do when we're working with people directly. We often lose track, and they can tell through our body language whether we're listening or not, because our emotions play into that, and their emotions play into it too. So through our body language, our facial expressions, our pace, and our volume, those are all key things in listening. The way that I think that you can keep your brain from causing you to think about different.
Oh, uh-oh, he froze up. Oh, there you go. You froze up for a second there.
Oh, really? Yeah, just clarification. Am I all right now?
Yes.
Okay, so how far was it? How long was I out?
Not very long.
Okay, so just being able to clarify to the person what they're saying, so you can repeat their words. You can give them what can I say? Empathetic sounds with your voice, just to let them know that you're responding to them and you understand what they're saying. And you can I already said that, repeat words and ask questions for clarification. Put understanding that person as the first priority. And I have to be honest, I'm not always really good at this, but it's something that's, I can think about, and I can respond in that way and say, hey, I need to work on this, and I can do it a little bit better. So being able to not just listen, but actually feel and hear what the person is saying. And with that, I think I'll hand it back over to you, Becky.
All right. Thank you, Kevin. Yeah, the thing about being a real estate investor and looking for these off-market leads is you have to genuinely want to help the person, because if that's the case, they're going to see that and they're going to trust you better than somebody who just comes up and really says, I want to buy your house. So that relationship is what's important. Once you get that and you have that connection with them, you can work out all the details and get it from there. So thank
yes,
you.
And how many times have we heard homeowners say, you guys are like a breath of fresh air compared to the last 6 people that were at our house, because all they did was try to scare us out of our home and tell us, that they were going to have 7 years of bad credit. And if that's the way you start, and I think Kathy alluded to this too, I think if that's the way you start, then you've already lost it. So be empathetic toward the people that you're working with.
Yep.
Listen,
absolutely.
Listen, hear. Simple.
Yes. All right. So just to go back, Real Estate IQ we provide all of these lists. And as Kevin said, we get those lists directly from the courthouses. We mine the data ourselves so that it is always fresh and accurate. And so there was a question, Michael had put a question in the chat about how to pull the pre-foreclosure list. All of this information is actually public knowledge. It's public information. Anybody can go to the courthouse and get it. Some of them you might have to pay for. We have to pay for some of our leads. Others we just have to ask and they give it to us. And some we have to go get ourselves. So the pre-foreclosures and the appointment of substitute trustee, for example, here in Houston, there's the county assessor's website and the county HCAD and HC tax. Yeah, the county assessor's website has this information, but each pre-foreclosure filing is a 2 to 3 page PDF. And so you have to get through that PDF, and they're not all the same. They don't look the same. You have to go through that PDF to find the important information about who the homeowner is, where the address is. Sometimes that stuff is not even easy to find in the document. So you could spend, you know, I don't know, 5-10 minutes looking at one of these PDFs to get the information, just to find out that it's in a part of town that you don't want to go, for example. So what we do is we pull that information for you. We put it into a spreadsheet that includes an estimate of the equity that they have, has all the property information in it.
The date that it was logged into the courthouse and the date that it was logged into our system, and usually that's about a day. The other thing I just wanted to comment on is that, and I think it just went out of my head at this point. I was waiting for a natural break with you, Becky, but I mean, these lists are extensive, and even to the point of adding the emails. We can skip trace them for you too. That's what I was gonna say. Time is money in this business, isn't it? Yes, you can agree on that. And if you are handed a list, that's much easier. By the time you go to the courthouse and research it, the deal's already probably out the window. So that's what I was gonna say. Time is money. And I'll shut up now.
You're good, thank you. So we have all of these lists. We even do have the water shut off in a couple areas as well. But a lot of areas that's not available. And then as Kevin said, premium list comes already skip traced. So you can get the tax sale or the pre-foreclosure list, and it's already got the owner's email addresses and phone numbers associated with them. Also a relative, so that if you can't get a hold of that person, you can try talking to their relatives. So we give you their contact information as well. So it really gives you a lot of value. So currently, Real Estate IQ provides all this information for all the major cities in Texas and in Florida and Atlanta, Georgia. And we have a very aggressive timeline for expanding into other states and other regions across the country. So in a year from now, we should be in about half of the states, I think, at least. So if you're interested in getting this information and we're not in your area yet, I would love it if you would fill out our interest form, and we'll just keep you on the back burner so that when we do go there, we'll let you know. And you can be one of the first to get it. And what sets us apart from some of the national companies, like Michael was asking about, compared to us, is that we do get the data ourselves. We do update it every day. And our company's been around about 7 years in Texas, and we waited to expand until we had all of the processes and systems in place to be able to replicate our system. We have over 100 VAs that work for us, and many of them gather these leads. That's what they do. So that's how we get them, and that's why it saves you a lot of time. So the link to the form is in the chat. Carlo just put it there. Thank you, Carlo. So please go there and fill that out.
Becky, you've got about 10 minutes left, and there's a number of questions in the Q&A if your team wants to field some of those. Or if you have more to talk about, by all means, please continue.
Okay, absolutely, thank you. Yes, I just have a couple kind of commercial slides to end with here. You can follow the interest link in the chat, or you can go to realestateiq.co/demo and request a demo of our MLS service and our county data finder, as well as the off-market leads. And I want to plug for October 17th, we are doing a summit called Finding Opportunities in Crisis. So in that 4 hours, we're going to have 8 different speakers and presentations about different aspects of real estate and how to really take advantage of it during the current time. So mark your calendar for that. If you fill out that interest form, you'll get a notification and more information about that as well. We also have, this is our website, realestateiq.co, if you'd like to check it out. Once you go there, we have a community, a new online community that we just came up with. So it's going to be the new Facebook site just for investors. So it's fairly new, but we're trying to build it up. So please go join. That's another place to connect with other investors in a time like this when you can't do networking yourself. And here is my contact information as well. Kevin, you might want to put yours into the chat. Next time I'll get you on the slide.
No problem.
Right, so that was all. So we do have a number of questions. So let's go here. So I think, so Michael says, what's the best way to pull the pre-foreclosure list? And like I said, it is available on the county websites somewhere if you need to or want to try to pull it yourself. But that's why we do that for you, because it is kind of an involved process. And so we just make it easier. That's our goal. All right, let's see. You said what ringless voicemail verbiage works best? What text message verbiage works best? To answer those two questions, I want to refer you to a book called Exactly What to Say. And that book is, it's a really short one. It's only, I don't know how many pages it is, but it's really short, it's about the size of a second grade novel. But it's got really good information, and it gives you the exact things to say to try to get somebody's attention and to get them to think like you want them to think. So they have the first one, Exactly What to Say, and then there was a follow-up to that, Exactly What to Say for, I think it's geared towards realtors directly. But thank you, Dave put it in the chat, by Phil M. Jones, 137 pages in a 4x6 book. Exactly, there you go, Kevin's holding it up. So there's Exactly What to Say for real estate agents, and a lot of that applies towards investors as well. So I would check out that book and put together your own script. Make it be, go with you, stay true to yourself and what you would say there. Dave's got it too. Awesome. So would you agree? So I would say go to that book and just try to think of what you would want to hear if you were in their position. That's the biggest thing. Go for that empathy, like Kevin was saying. What would help you? And then pull some of those words in there that can help you seal it. Michael also asked, what's your average hourly pay or salary for the VA? So it depends on the duties that you're going to have them do. So just like if you were to hire somebody here in the US to be your assistant, if you're hiring somebody with more advanced knowledge about, about web design or whatever, for example, that's going to cost a little bit more. But our VA programs start at $500 a month for a full-time VA. So that's, way less than you would pay for somebody from here. And they have really good English skills. And, they're just, the ones that we've worked with have been really great. Let's see. So how can one find off-market leads in Los Angeles? We are not in LA yet, but we definitely will. So most of the strategies that I discussed will apply anywhere. What's going to change in a different location is how you can acquire the lists. So, but we will be coming, and I've got information. So because of that, we're looking for real estate agents to partner with us in the new markets. So if you're interested in that, a mutually beneficial relationship, please fill out that form again. Michael says, what specific questions do you ask the seller after you have done the listening and hearing?
Want me to answer that one?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so and this is I don't know what to call it, if it's a technique or what, but once I've listened and I feel like we're starting to make a connection and there's that relationship that's been started, I just simply ask, hey, do you mind if do you have your last mortgage statement? Because then at that point I can tell. Here's what I always say. At that point, I just say to the person, you know, if I have that information, then I can go home and we can discuss this and we can knock out the numbers and see where we're really at and what we can do. And so that gives us a good breaking point from that meeting. It also gives us the opportunity to meet again, which is really what we're striving for. And if they don't want to if they don't have a way of giving me a copy of it, I just take my cell phone and I take a picture of it. And in that way, Becky and I can go back, come back home, give a little bit of separation, a little time to think about it, and then we can set up another meeting once we have those numbers crunched.
Yeah, that gives us time to run the comps and you know, find out exactly what it's worth. Another thing that we ask is if they would mind showing us the house. And,
yes.
And usually, and the thing is, if you are listening well, and you know, a lot of times they'll do like Marcus and just pour their heart out. You'll know everything about their situation. So the only questions you'll need to ask at that point will be directly about, you know, about their house.
Yeah, the four majors, which plumbing, the roof, water heater, HVAC, foundation. Did I say 5? I think I said 5. But
yeah,
those are always the big ones that cost us a lot of money. That, in fact, that house that we got from Marcus, everything was working properly when we obtained it, and the water heater went out on us. So that was an extra $800 that we had to put into it. In the end, it really didn't matter, but those kind of things, you know, you can always expect the worst, I think.
Okay, there are 2 other questions I want to get really quick. One is about information about mortgage delinquencies and liens. So Kevin told you about the mortgage delinquency information. Liens, there are some things, some counties have some information online, and other places it's really hard to find. I would go with the title company, but you usually don't have to worry about that because that's going to come out in closing. And I would ask the seller if there's any liens or anything else.